you know. So,
Mm-hmm.
hi everyone. Welcome to the UN Spacey. I am Trooper FN2525 running the ship today, and with me I have the Wolf Commander Wolf 10 Media, and of course our Maverick Hunter Saint Brian Gil Martin. Today we're going to talk about realism. So go ahead and buckle up into your seat. We're going to go ahead and talk about novelizations, movies, all sorts of fun stuff. Go ahead and hit the dude. Make sure that you hit that bell. Right now there's something weird going on with YouTube where you're not getting notifications, so make sure that bell is turned on. All right, let's get right to it.
Yep.
So realism, like I was saying before, realism is just almost an element to story writing that you use to go ahead and uh, make the story relatable to the actual reader. So like I was saying in the back room, using the Scarlet Letter as an example.
Mm-hmm.
In 2021, we don't put like a big old letter H for hoochie, on a
Nope.
female now, and we don't, point at them and go hoochie, 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 or burn the witch. Yeah, we don't do that in 2021.
Nope.
Now I mean, yeah, in social media, we just, we media shame them, if you will. But
Yeah. Or depending on who it is, it may even celebrate it
yeah,
degenerately
yeah, and
enough.
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's save the single moms. Donate to OnlyFans. But
Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
right. So,
Subscribe to the
but
ethos.
yeah, like I said, realism and entertainment doesn't really exist. Because that's why it's entertainment. It's meant to be a form of escapism to get away from your 9 to 5. So, where you will see elements of realism, obviously, are period films. Um, so something like, oh god, I finally watched Deception with Ewan McGregor, Hugh Jackman, and was it Michelle
Hmm.
Williams, Miss
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Miss Joker, so Miss Heath Ledger. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
that movie did not really have elements of realism. Now, without spoiling the movie, I mean it was a movie that was more sexually charged and it involved elites and sex clubs. I mean, is that the real world to you and me? No, obviously not. The real world to you and me is you clock in, you clock out, you pay your bills, you also have to take calls. you know hey, is this so and so? Yes. you know
Yeah.
we see that your car warranty is about to expire. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
another,
Yeah.
another
While we're on that
advertiser.
subject, real world to me is people driving on my ass.
Yeah, exactly. So, but does that make for good entertainment? Obviously not. Um, so,
Unless you
I
hear
mean,
me
that's why
scream
you
at
don't
them.
really see that in film. You don't see the daily grind. What you see is the idealized version of the daily grind. So, when we talk about realism, the best forms that do exist in terms of realism ends up being in story writing. It's not going to be in your entertainment, such as cable TV or anything like that, or media entertainment. I mean, if we talk about stuff like Superman, Batman, all that stuff, that's not real. Um, I mean,
No.
it's
Nope.
idealization, and we talk about our aspirational heroes, but that's not real life. Real life is, are you going to pay your electric bill on time, or are you going to let it go a few days so you can make your rent? I mean, that's realism right there.
Or my pet peeve: superheroes eating in their costumes.
Yep, yep, yep.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, they do that now all the time. So
Yeah, because the authors have an obsession with food. Sometimes I wonder if they're
That too.
malnourished.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree.
Well, the thing that they're eating makes them want to be hungry more. It seems.
Hmm.
But that's off topic. Let's stay on topic.
So, Dr. Wyatt just showed up too.
Ooh.
Rent.
Well, I mean, like, if we were to consider what Merriam-Webster says about realism, I mean, Merriam-Webster says that it's a theory or practice of fidelity in art and in literature to nature or to the real life and to accurate representations without idealization. So, I mean, right there, it pretty much tells you without idealization, which means, well, how do you inject realism into something? It almost ends up being a documentary, if you will. I mean, that would be as faithful as you could be. Now, some of these documentaries, when we look at them, they tend to be a little bit hyperbolized because, again, you're making it for a viewing audience. But if you're just doing like a dry documentary or a dry biography, I mean, that's a form of realism. So,
Right.
I mean, I can't sit here and tell you, oh yeah, no, I watched the Jackie Onassis biopic, all 12 episodes, and I thought it was fantastic. No, it's dry, it's boring. I can't sit here and say, oh, I watched The Crown on Netflix, and I just thought the social intrigue was fantastic. Well, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's meant to. I mean, you know, if you're if you're the Lady of Valor and you're sitting on your couch with your fuzzy slippers and watching Civil War, it's like the realism to it is the fact that Chris Evans is ripped. That's the realism to it. The idealization is he's ripping a trunk.
In
Plus
Age
the
of
fact that there's
Ultron.
some, plus the fact that there is an element of political intrigue in Civil War as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that could be considered a form of realism. Um, if we're trying
The
to
real
use
world
the
consequences to their endeavors as
yeah,
well.
because I mean we're using the Sokovia Accords as a plot device to be able to
Yeah.
say, okay, this is why
Right.
you had the Avengers literally split right down the middle. So,
Anybody
you
up
know,
for a Civil War rewatch?
Mm.
I, you know, I would
Hey,
not mind doing a Doctor Strange rewatch
hell yeah,
or a
Mm.
Spider-Man Homecoming rewatch. I
hell
wouldn't
yeah.
mind that. So that would be pretty cool.
All right,
Or we could do another Tomorrow War. I'm always up for Tomorrow War. I haven't canceled
hell yeah.
Amazon, so because I've been watching Teen Wolf, and like I told you, my biggest thing. Here's the realism, folks. There is this Asian dude on eBay who has multiple fake accounts using the same photo avatars, trying to sell this one product I'm trying to get my hands on.
Yep.
That tells me it's a bootleg. The realism to that is I pretty much have to hold out and figure out how I can get my hands on what I'm looking for. And it goes back to the
Right.
argument of again in using realism, the fact of the matter is these entertainment companies no longer cater to us. So we have to take it upon ourselves to build our media libraries and try to get our hands on everything we can before it's gone.
Before it
So
gets memory hold.
yeah, before it gets memory hold, or like some of these companies do where they like re-edit their films like they did with Splash.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
So
yeah.
yeah, or like they threatened to do with like Home Alone 2, cutting out the 45th president out of the film. I'm like, okay, well,
Yup.
wow. Oh well, that's toxic. Or Toy Story with
Which is
that
funny
one
because
scene.
Trump didn't even do anything toxic in Home Alone 2. He just points
He
out
just
where the
acknowledged
bathroom
that.
is,
Just
down the hall and
acknowledges
to the
Macaulay
left. That's literally
Culkin.
all he said in that whole film.
Well, yeah, because silence is violence. So the realism in that is that these people are crazy and out of their mind
Ew,
because
Culkin
the
knows the president.
idealization
He's
is
toxic.
the idealization to them is if you are not towing their line of thinking, then ideally to them you're the problem.
Yup. Because everything's got to be about their worldview. Everything's got to be about them. It can't be about anybody else because it somehow takes away from them.
I'm telling you, it's a religion. It is totally a
I've been
religion.
saying it's a religion for the longest freaking time, man.
Yeah,
Originally, I told my mom and anybody else, this is the largest cult I've ever witnessed in the history of cults.
it
Yeah.
truly is. Truly is.
They make Los Illuminados from Resident Evil look like Little Mary Sunshine.
Right.
It's like a Mary Poppins get together.
Pretty
Yep.
much.
But yeah, so when it comes to realism, guys, so when is it necessary to be realistic in your perspective?
When you're trying to more or less tell a story about a very important figure. So, um, and you tend to run into this problem too. Like I own some books on President Andrew Jackson, and I only own one book on President George Washington. And what it is it's the letters that he wrote to some of his peers, if you will. But the book
Mm,
in and of itself is a book of leadership, and it uses George Washington's own handwritten letters to drive the point that leadership is made. It's not born. Now granted, some of us do have a natural knack for being leaders, but does that make you a good leader in and of itself?
no.
No, because
Nope.
I mean, you have to literally experience what it's like to be a leader before you can be a really effective leader, which means you're going to make mistakes left and right. But again, now we live in a society where you can't make mistakes. So if you make a mistake, you offend someone. But
Yeah, and you get canceled for it.
yeah,
What
so
they perceive as a mistake.
yeah. So for
If you
me,
notice that all their reactionary is always perceived, not necessarily evidence based.
Nope. They provide evidence for your claims.
I don't need to provide evidence. It's
well,
my
because an
truth.
element of realism is actually based in fact. So it has to
Yep.
be it has to be faithful to the representation of reality. And
Yep.
you're not really getting that in a lot of
Yeah.
these intellectual properties anymore.
Yeah.
And by that I mean realism as this was the film in 1977 as it was intended.
Right.
There is no queer baiting or anything like that in this film. You're idealizing the fact that, some of these interpersonal relationships, because you're a dysfunctional human degenerate and deserve to be, skinned and or burned at the stake, um, you are now conflating. So, or let's say the whole thing with Superman right now, to keep it in the pop culture sphere. The realism is he was written at a time that is very different from today. Um, Realism says that this hero was written as intended. It was intended to be an aspirational hero at a time where society really did need something like that in the popular culture. So to take a hero like Superman and suddenly say, "Oh, he's a
Outdated.
homosexual, he's a
Hmm.
degenerate, alphabet mafia person." That's not realism.
Yeah.
The realism is that you're now taking a work of art and you're conflating it to meet your needs. I
Yep.
mean, that's the realism. For me to go along with your distorted delusion would be more or less your idealization. You know,
Yeah.
me saying, "Oh my gosh, that's so stunning and brave. I love it. That's fantastic. I want to see more of it." So
Or
to
making
do it,
Superman into psychotic, angry murder man.
yeah, it's like so. You know, it's it's when we talk about realism, we need to also be talking about naturalism as well, because I mean those two in and of themselves kind of inhabit the same side of the coin. Now,
Yeah.
naturalism being it's when we're talking in American literature again, man versus nature. So you know we're going back to you know gosh, manifest destiny. And I know that in the Americas we didn't really go
Right.
through our own Renaissance period. Um, what we ended up having was, gosh, we ended up having more of this love of nature. If you look at some of the older paintings and you look at the conquering of the wild, when the first settlers started coming into the Americas. It and I know Professor Geek talked about that, about American romanticism was literally love of nature and love of the unconquered West, and I've said that before, so he just echoed something I already knew, which is why I kind of gravitated to that type of content. But realism more or less inhabits a similar space because again you're trying to be as faithful to the actual material, if you will, that you're discussing or that you're writing or that you're creating, if you will. So I mean, realism in a furry comic book literally would be them tackling real life issues. But then again, you start running into political agenda. But real life issues in terms of like how uh, an interpersonal relationship evolves between two friends, and then miscommunication. It devolves and it takes a journey to come back to being two really good friends. That's realism. Um,
Hmm.
but I mean, you know,
Well, that's the thing,
it,
though. Realism can be used to humanize a character, but
yeah,
what happens is a lot of people kind of go overboard with that.
yeah. I mean, if we look, we have to look at, gosh,
Like, as
we'd have
like,
to look at maybe like Mark Twain, Henry James, and like William Dean Howells. When we talk about the Civil War, where they you know wrote fiction um, that was devoted to like the accurate representation of what was going on and the exploration of the American lives in that context. That's realism. So,
hmm.
and I know that's pretty dry for people, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the topic is realism. I mean, it's a very dry topic. There's it's not much that can be said. So,
Yeah, well, just like the real world, very dry.
yep.
And Wolf, I think you got something to say.
You should. I mean, I've been talking for like 5 minutes.
I'm just listening to the storyteller here, or at least the lecturer. All the things that Trooper is saying is very intriguing, especially
Hmm.
when he brings up the frontier and the
Yeah,
and the romanticization of American culture.
yeah,
One thing I will say to add about the realism thing is the grounded nature to some degree in stories. I'm talking about the story aspect here,
Hmm.
right,
especially when it comes to when you got fantastical worlds like the realism. People still can die. You can still bleed in that world.
right,
Falling is a factor in that world, or at least
right.
the creatures. And one thing I gotta give, I have to bring up the Revenant real quick to supplement what I'm saying, especially when it comes to the fauna in the world.
Hmm.
Is when I mean, that was like the first movie. Granted, the animals were CGI, but like that was the first time I ever seen animals
Yeah,
literally act like animals or move like animals for once.
right.
And
Yeah.
I don't know whether I ever whether it tickled the uncanny valley for me on that regard, but like when I saw the bear rush up at the main character,
Right.
like in a '90s fashion, the bear will roar first and then attack, unless you're the edge, which is the bear just strode right on in and then roared and attacked. But no, in that scene with the bear attack, the bear just ran in, and that's when he started braying when he started attacking. And even then, like
Right.
Yeah.
the braying that the bear does is organic. It's not like
Hmm.
it's more you know
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
they had all
it has to render closely to reality and have some comprehensive
mhm.
detail that's kind of grounded in that.
Yeah.
Um, I
The
mean,
details of how it attacked was also unique too. The way how it shaked his head when it grabbed his hand. Um,
Yeah.
One time, the first beginning of the attack, he tackles as what's his name, Cobb, or
hmm
am I thinking
Right.
of a different DiCaprio character? As Cobb was trying to crawl away, like you see that one paw just slash him on his back,
Hmm.
yeah.
and then grabs him on his leg, yanks him again. Like that was like a lot of people are saying how visceral it is. I'm like, yeah, make no mistake, it is visceral, but I'm like, I'm just marveling at the detail to how that setup was.
Well,
And going by what I'm saying, sorry,
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
going by what I'm saying is when I'm talking about the realism and the groundingness, I would like to see more fantastical creatures act in that regard instead of just pop up, roar, then attack.
Hmm.
Or at
Yeah.
least if they're roaring, they're doing it in a more threatening, as in you are incurring on my territory, but I'm not going to attack you right away. I'm gonna give you a warning sign. If you keep coming, I'm gonna attack now. Like in Avatar, that was another rare case. Avatar,
Hmm.
the James Cameron movie, not the last Airbender, mind you, but like when it came down to the animals and depicted in that one, like the same, like with the giant rhino creatures, they're doing a display of, hey, don't come over here, this is our territory, you're getting too close. And even then, like you got the baby run towards the parents, and they form a shield around them. That was
Right.
a realistic, that was to me was like a realistic detailed depiction of how the fauna should be acting and behaving. I was like, too long have I been watching like so many things with giant animals that they'll run in, roar, and then attack, and even then, like, dare I say, I hate to mention Simpsons because who watches Simpsons at this point anymore? But one thing that they did bring up in Star Trek 2009 was the one
Hmm.
where or at least a cliche that the human is is the better dinner than the previous animal that they was chasing at the time. Or in some cases, there are times when they do lose the hunt, they go for a quick meal. So I can kind of get behind why would they would chase smaller prey like that.
Hmm.
Just sustain themselves just that little bit, just for them to get by for the next hunt,
Right.
wherever their diet is.
Right.
But again, like
Yeah.
there'll be times when I'm wishing, like, I wish it was more of an animal just chasing somebody out of their territory instead of just trying to eat them. Especially
Hmm.
if it when it comes to a
Yeah.
predator, like humans are not really their diet.
That's true.
They're gonna chase you out of their territory. They see you as a threat, not as food. Now, yes,
Right.
Grant, that you'll get those rare sessions where they're meat eaters, but I'm like, you trying to tell me all these things are
Yeah.
man eaters? All these beasts are man eaters? The
Nope.
jackals in Avatar, I can see that. Like what wolf pack wouldn't try to eat a human, you know?
Right.
Right.
But like you telling me that big ass freaking dinosaur jaguar thing was gonna try to eat a Navi? I mean, come on now.
Well,
But yeah, that's where I suspend my disbelief, or at least where it kind of cracks a little bit.
well, I mean, you
Mhm.
can have realism in a lot of this stuff, but I mean, it depends on how it's written.
Hmm.
And
Right.
if I had Fiona Wolf here, then her and I can kind of go back and forth on this. But I mean, it really comes down to the complexity of the characters, and not so much the actual, like when we talk about realism, and I kind of like talk myself in circles, but like characters more important than the action or and plot. Like the at that point, ethical choices become more important because that's who we're really discussing. These characters, if they're based in realism, they have to have at least a form of complexity, temperament, and motive that's more or less believable and explicable in their relation to the nature that's around them and to each other and to social class and to the past that you're writing for them. So you know uh, in a lot of these novels, like I was talking about, these Civil War novels and stuff like that, class also becomes important
Hmm.
Mm.
because traditionally
Right.
it's served as a way to get the ideas
Right.
across,
Right.
within the social classes,
That's even
as
like a lot of
to
the fiction surrounding the Three Kingdoms, where you have to deal with things, elements of the Chinese government at the time, such as the court eunuchs and other things
yeah,
going on at the time.
yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So
Yeah,
and
came for for realism, getting a history lesson,
well, and then the
and I'm
diction and
all
the
What
for it.
vernacular have to
what
be
goes
more
hand in hand?
natural. like the intonation and stuff like that, has to be more realistic. Like it could technically be satirical, um, and it could be more in a comic or even a matter of fact tone, but it's not hyperbolized and it's not romanticized or poeticized. That's the difference.
Yeah. What's the balance between that
So
hyperbole and something that's more realistic?
yeah, well, yeah, because again, you're making more or less some form of commentary. So you know, especially if you're writing, say, like a Civil War middle class type character, and you want to get across to other middle class Americans that maybe yeah we should kind of be more responsible for those who cannot help themselves in a way that they can you know become their own fishermen, if you will, going in that respect.
Hmm.
Those are all tones that are used in realism. I mean, it tends to be very dry, but then I mean,
Hmm.
the fun part is when you start taking all that stuff apart and you start discussing it. But I mean, until then, I mean, you have to read through the whole entire novel, and again, Nathaniel Hawthorne, and there is some romanticism there, and there's some elements of realism there, in the sense of that it takes place in the Americas. So I mean, the only realism there is what I like. I said, it's naturalism in terms
Yep.
of the unknown, man versus nature. So
Or even unintended consequences.
yeah,
Like I
yeah.
was going to examine, like Trooper, are you familiar with the origin of Mega Man X, for example?
Gosh, it's been a while. Like I played the game, but it's been so long.
Okay, so so what happens is in the beginning, like X is sealed within a capsule because he's the first robot of his kind that can think, feel, and make his own decisions. But at the same time, Dr. Light is fearful that should he turn evil, he would be unstoppable. So
Right.
he put him in this capsule and left him underground to be tested for 30 years until he could be confirmed to be safe to let out into the world. Now
Hmm.
his capsule is found 100 years later by Dr. Kane, who is fascinated by his design and decides to to adapt it for mass production, which creates the Reploids. Now, the unintended consequence there is that some of these Reploids go maverick and start attacking people and committing crimes.
Hmm.
So in that case, they have to form a group of hunters to try to bring them under control.
Yep. Well, it kind of reminds me of those themes that you would see from Isaac Asimov as well. I mean,
I
because
was about to bring them up,
Yes.
yeah,
but
if
continue what
we're
you're saying.
talking about, science fiction, we talk about Larry Niven and, the Ringworld novels. And is it
Philip K.
plausible
Dick.
to have such a thing as a Ringworld? I'm still kind of the school that it is plausible. It's just not feasible right now, given
Right.
where we're at. But yeah, it's almost the same thing, when we talk about androids or robots, the three tenets that,
The three of
Asimov
them.
more or less developed in terms of uh, what would more or less serve man and also serve the robot himself is, thou shalt not harm another human, that kind of stuff. So,
Hmm.
Right.
Or allow or in same token, allow a human to come to harm.
Exactly.
yeah, yeah. So, you have anything to add, Wolf?
Basically, my philosophy, or at least my perception of what realism put, to inject into the story is, for me, is what makes this world real
Yeah.
to
Right.
some degree. What does the world building supplement to make that world real?
Hmm.
And if nothing connects with anything within that world, like say for instance, you got let's say you have a world that's cyberpunk, but at the same time also fantasy. You got the cyberpunk aesthetic with the mystical aesthetic. How does that correlate with each other
Hmm.
specifically? You wouldn't be able to do that because then you have people who hack, and then you got people who can cast spells and curses.
Yep.
But you have things like Thundercats 2011, which mixes magic with technology.
Right.
It's not it's not cyberpunk and magic. It's magic and technology. You got swords, you got spells, but at the same time you also got mechs, you got tanks,
Yep.
you know, either way, one side can combat another in their own
Mhm.
unique way. That's what makes the world real to some degree because technology is still there, but there's also a history to where that technology came from
Yeah.
as well. The
Mm-hmm.
the the whole third Earth is literally Thundera mixed together from the story because in the original show, Thundera was an entity onto itself, which is it was another planet yeah, I'm tongue tied. Thundercats came from,
Mhm.
you know what I'm
Right.
saying, when they had to flee their home when Mumra took over. Mumra lost that fight somehow and landed himself on Third Earth. Thundercats also landed on Third Earth. Third Earth was heavily technology based, or no, actually, I think Third Earth was more mystical based, whereas where they came from was technology based, and that's
Right.
how that came about. In the case of 2011, they did away with all that.
So the
Third Earth was
realism
just
would the realism would be in how magic and technology interact with each other, I suppose.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
same thing on that same token. Thor kind of did that a little bit too, but I'm gonna get into that real quick. 2011's version was all the creatures that you see on Third Earth, which were technically the residents of Third Earth that the Thundercats meet along the way, came from Mumra, which is they were once slaves to Mumra to some degree in the caste system. You know, you got the sharks as the Aquarian foot soldiers. You have the tiger that's basically his air force unit, and the lions are the higher chain in the of command, which is they were the what were they called? They were warriors for sure, but I think they were the strategists
Mhm.
to some degree. I'm not sure, or at least the cats were just the higher chain command, whereas the dogs were lower. The elephants were just muscle. You know, most of the people that worked underneath Mumra were put into cages, whereas everybody who served Mumra loyally were given special treatment
Mhm.
in a way.
Yep.
Going to Thor, where it's that same trope where science and magic are so interchangeable that you can't tell the difference. Like the whole quantum field generator or something that Jane says, and they and they give it the magical name of it, and she whispers back to Thor, quantum field generator. You can kind of say the quantum verse was kind of referenced in Thor Dark World in that regard, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Or if you, for another example for what makes it real, religion. What kind of religion does this people serve or at
Yeah.
least
Yeah.
follow?
Yeah. It can have elements of that.
Mhm.
Or it's like we were talking about earlier in the beginning, especially with the real world sense, the political intrigue. How's the
Yeah.
caste system work? How's their culture work? When you inject the culture into that world, that's what makes the world real.
Right.
How they how do they interact with the fauna? Which is, do they ride them as steeds? Or say for instance, what does water how does water affect them? How does the
Yeah.
sky affect them? Falling. Again, back to falling, gravity. You know, it, one story I'd like to bring up was John Carter of Mars, or the Barsoom series, if you will.
Mhm.
Yep.
Whereas when John Carter entered Barsoom, his whole the world around him of he affected the world around him differently. He's way more stronger than anybody else, and he punch and they die. He
Mhm.
can leap farther than anybody else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah.
can call that you can may say that's unrealistic, but like Edgar Rice injected some realism to how that works. Go to Mars, you're basically a superhuman there compared to Earth's gravity and compared to
Yep.
Mars gravity. So that to me is how I see it when it comes to what makes the world real
Mhm.
in that regard.
Yep.
Same thing with Game of Thrones, the subjective magic or the outright magic. Or in the case of Lord of the Rings, the subjective magic as opposed to the outright magic that they do in those storybooks. You know,
Right.
the
Mm.
physiology of dwarves and elves.
Yeah.
Elves are genetically perfect in that world to the point where visually when you see it on screen, Legolas is on top of the snow, whereas everybody's hip deep into it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? He's so
Hmm.
light on his feet that he can walk on the surface of the snow.
Yep.
Or, or in the case of the Hobbit, he can fucking Mario that shit.
Jump on their heads.
Just hop on stones.
Yep.
Toke
Mhm.
Jackson, look man, look man. All you gotta do is put a wig on your wife and call her Legolas, and you be good, man. You're good. You'll be straight. Trust me. Make her cosplay as a female Legolas, and you are good. I don't need that motherfucker hippie hopping all my damn Lord of the Rings media, man. And now we got the Netflix the Amazon thing going on. What the fuck we gonna do now? We gonna have black elves now where it wouldn't make sense.
Heck yeah. I mean, we had them in we had one in Witcher, but I mean that was just kind of novel. That was kind of
Witcher
quirky,
is more of an
whatever.
alien world though,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
which I was willing to really kind of like overlook that to some degree, but I was
yeah,
like
I didn't
so
mind it. I thought it was different. I was like, okay, I'll
yeah,
roll with it.
I overlooked it when I saw the black woman there. I was like, I'm gonna let that pass. I'm gonna let that pass. I've
Yeah.
been informed by a YouTuber that it's an alien
Yeah.
world. I was like, wait, it's an alien world? Okay,
Well,
I'm out the
that's
big
what that brings us to another point that a lot of people today think of realism as in the context of our world, which isn't always entirely true.
right.
Yeah, and like the world you're describing is a Middle Earth where there wouldn't be a lot of room for mud diversity or anything like that. Am I wrong?
You're right.
No, you're not wrong.
The Easterlings. I mean, if you want to take to what they're supposed to be into account, which
Yeah,
is either way, you're right. You know, if
yeah,
they're Middle Eastern, okay. Easterlings, yeah, Middle Eastern. If they're Chinese, well, yeah, okay, right,
yeah.
okay. If you want to think that way,
Well, there you go. Well, it's like if you're going to like ancient China, it would mostly be ethnic Chinese. It wouldn't be a lot of other races there.
hmm or if you want to view them as Persians, I mean, you're not that far off.
Yes, the Persians, same
Persian,
thing. Japanese,
yeah.
Persians, and other Middle Easterners, that sort of thing.
This is for any of you guys who are writing your books or writing your comics or making your your short media. Like take that into account. Realism does not mean, oh, you have to
Yeah.
what's what's
No,
the
realism
phrase?
just means what makes sense for that particular world, not exactly how it would look in our world, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, that too. Yeah, the realism there would be that everything has to kind of function in its
As
own
in
world.
rules.
Yeah,
Yeah, so even though Alien Covenant and Prometheus are kind of trash films, if you will.
Mm.
There is an element of realism to the technology, if you will, if we ignore the carbon dating gun, because there's no such thing. But I about lost my mind on that one. But
yep.
There's a carbon dating gun.
yeah, yeah,
Seriously?
yeah, yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah, I just point like a little laser at it and it carbon dates. I'm like, that's not how that works. So,
I missed that. Wow.
but I'd have to go looking for it. But again, it has to loosely at least pretend the technology has to at least loosely
The problem I
be
had with
imagined to work.
here's my
Sort of like Star Trek.
Yep.
here's my
It's
issue.
really funny if you watch enough Star Trek, you pick up
Mm,
a lot of the engineering babble. Like even though it makes no sense, it it has its own beat to it. So then it's like you're watching, you know, you're watching the show, and then you say out loud, well, why don't you try modifying the internal inertial dampeners? And then of course they say in the show, modify the internal inertial dampeners. So again, you're picking up on the beat of how this stuff works. So
hmm
Hmm.
so
Eddie Murphy made a joke about that.
so.
Yep.
I
But I
remember
mean, when
that.
in doubt, eject the warp core. I mean, come on, get real.
When in doubt, check the dilithium crystals.
Yep.
Yeah,
Make
they
sure
got
make
to
sure
get
you
off
have
of
enough of it.
dilithium. There's got to be a more efficient source than dilithium. But That's just
Yeah,
me.
just make sure to not yeah. Especially this is for any aspiring writer. Just make sure you don't repeat the same beats, or at least repeat the beats sparingly to some
Yeah.
degree. Where like you cannot just think that's the only open solution to
Mhm.
every situation, especially if it's an engineering situation. Like you cannot just sprinkle some dilithium crystals and lick it and hope for the best.
Nope.
It's and that's the problem with most of the modern writing too, is that things are fixed off screen, or they're
Mhm.
fixed too simple. Not
Yep.
like in the simplest ways of how uh our 90s writing was, where you kick the damn thing and it starts running.
Mm.
Right.
But that was only a visual. That was you often use a visual indicator of how old the object was,
Yep.
more so than fixing a simple solution. You don't go to that with a dire situation where you have to fix the solution complexly, and all of a sudden you just kick it.
Right.
Right.
Whereas if you're kicking it, it's supposed to be, again, a visual indicator that, oh, this thing is old. This thing's seen some punishment, so it's kind of on its last leg to some degree.
Mhm.
Even one example was Conquest of Riddick was there's this mercenary that's piloting the ship, and there's these flaps that use for shielding from the sun, right? And one of the flaps just paused for a minute, and he just bumps it, and it finally retracts. I was like, oh, that's a nice detail to that ship. Dr. Y adds more to his tiger story. Wow, vengeful tiger.
Mhm.
Yep.
Um, I will give you one movie franchise that actually made realism into an art,
Hmm.
at
And that
least an
is.
art form. John Wick.
Ooh, good choice.
I didn't see any of the Wick films, so
Uh,
Do you
I've heard
want?
good things about him.
Are you okay with me talking about them?
that's fine. That's fine. I don't
Go for it.
plan to.
Well, the art form comes in the form of gunplay to
No.
some degree. I mean,
Right.
yes, there's some bullshit moments of how he's getting those headshots sometimes,
Yeah.
but like when he's doing the gunplay and the gun safety checks and all that stuff, that's like a gun nuts wet dream.
Mm.
I like that.
One one detail in the sequel where he reloads his SMG, or I don't know
Right.
what weapon he was using at the time, but like the way how
Mhm.
I remember reading a unique comment that pointed out that reload that he did, that reload maneuver he does, and
Mhm.
and even everybody noticed that too. I was like, oh, I did not know that's how you efficiently reload that kind of weapon. Good to know. Or like the way how he's reloading his shotgun. He tilts it on one side on his shoulder, and he's like flip 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 flip.
Yep.
Not necessarily like not that fast, but like or at least in part three when he's reloading the shotgun again, he's reloading it in such a way that a lot of people point out that's exactly how you reload the shotgun, or at least a shotgun like that,
Mhm.
you know, or like the
Mhm.
way how he's also he's constantly reloading his pistol, not for the sake of he's out of bullets and he reloads. It's more of you don't know how many bullets you have left in your gun, so just reload.
Mhm.
You're not always going to be counting bullets as you're firing your gun, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not like in Deadpool where he's counting the bullets up and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, in that case, he's doing it for humor as well.
Obviously, I'll get to Deadpool pretty soon because there's realism in the art form to some degree in that movie.
Yeah.
But was he or like he's pointing out, or in the case of Deadpool, he's pointing out how in a realistic setting that would not have worked, but somehow it does. I'm definitely going to bring up Domino's power in a bit, but back to John Wick, the way how he's taking down enemies, he's being cold and efficient. No
Mhm.
no no comebacks, no moments pause of of action
Right.
movie one liners. That's only like after he's done his job sometimes, or like he's given a send off to a a a character that can more or less match him in his skills
Basically, very no
thoroughly
nonsense.
thoroughly hands him his ass sometimes until he gets the upper hand. And even then, like the enemies there are not giving the villain speech here and there, or like the one action movie uh quip in the fight. It's more of
Right.
once they get going, they get going. They just go, just
Yep.
fighting each other, trying to kill each other.
All about business.
So that's what I'm saying. Realism in art form right there,
Mhm.
especially movies like The Raid. There's again, there's no one line back talk. Just get it in and out, in and out. Just done, one and done. Especially the second movie where there's there's a moment where they talk, but then they fight, and that's all they're doing, fighting.
Mhm.
It
Hmm.
even tells a story that way, the method of the fight. It's like you one character in particular, he's a scumbag, but you actually pity him by the
Hmm.
end of the movie, or at least when he meets his demise. I was in tears, most because
Right.
it's more of if only his life could have been better, or at least if only his life were if he was somewhere else where he could apply his skills a bit more. But that's the Raid 2 for you. It never ends. These movies never usually end on a happy note,
No, they do
especially the
not.
first, especially what happens in the beginning of the first movie versus how the first movie ended. Or sorry, how the first how the beginning of the second movie starts versus how the first movie ended. Oh my goodness. Hey, I tell you, none of you guys seen the Raid.
No.
I will say this: two of the characters in the Raid, the first movie, mind you, were in Force Awakens, and all I can say is, what a waste.
Hmm.
Because all they did was fire guns and run away. I was like, what a waste.
Yep.
Good thing Rogue One fixed that when they had Donnie Yen in there.
Eh.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people question a character like him existing in Star Wars, but I was like, fuck it, it's Donnie
Well,
Yen.
it's not like Asians don't exist in Star Wars. Let's get real. Like, it's
Right,
more of now we're turning it into, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon over here.
right, right.
With,
Right.
it's like, I guess, but I'm like, that was so forced. It's like, I had no problems with the Chirrut Imwe. Like, my
Hmm.
problem is it's like, okay, so are you purposely hiring Donnie Yen to do the action scenes, or are you hiring him because he's a good actor? It's like,
Right.
Yep.
it's
I
like,
am one with the Force, and the Force is one with me. I am one with the Force, and
right?
the Force
No,
is one with
I'm
me.
just here to do some sweet moves and show off my technique. Like, wah wah wah, cha cha. It's like, I guess, man.
My friend had an issue with that prayer he did, and I was like, in a way, it kind of makes
I did
sense. I
too because it
mean,
was
Yep.
very rinky dink. But I'm like, okay, so are you telling me that there are non-force users that are force believers? And I'm like, that is so weird to me. I'm like,
best.
okay.
I'm saying that right there, Dr. White, that was the best line from him. I love that line. Are you kidding? I am blind.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Again, it's
Yep.
I mean, it as corny as that line was, that did get that's like the many times I watch that movie that still gets a chuck out of me because the way how Donnie delivers it with his accent.
well, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's like it kind of reminds me of like some of those beats of Luke trying to convince Han to kind of go save the princess, and the one line where Luke says, she's rich. So it's like it's like those type of beats. Like comedy is always comedy. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know stuff like that I don't mind. It's when they start they when it starts turning into Forbidden Kingdom, Z-Zong, kind of
Mm-hmm.
flying
Mm-hmm.
around, with these, freaking wire,
Freaking
wire
popping,
rigged, freaking split cage.
freaking popping tie fires out of the air
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
with a bow gun.
That's where I'm like,
It,
okay, I'm like, that's not Star Wars. I'm like,
more or
that has
less,
to be another.
your suspicion of disbelief can stretch so far
Yeah, yeah,
to
because
where you find it. What do you find believable? You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's kind of like each movie has kind of like its own dynamic of how things work inside that world. So the
Hmm.
moment you start stretching it, you start to kind of see, stuff that you wouldn't.
Again, still my takeaway. I'm like, you know what, Gareth, right? Or
Mm,
Garrett? I need to learn his name proper. But I'm just glad that he made AT scary again.
mm.
Unlike those freaking AT gorilla things in Last Jedi. Those things were not scary. Those
I'm
things were
like,
toys.
I'm like that thing is walking like it's a gorilla, you know,
I'm like what makes this again? What makes it so threatening than what we already saw before?
yeah,
Like you downgraded. The freaking AT was a fucking war elephant. These
yeah.
things, war gorillas. I'm like, I'm gonna look at an elephant. I'm gonna look at a potential war gorilla.
Hmm.
War elephant, war gorilla. Which one you think I'm gonna pick? I mean,
Mm,
really, which one you think I'm gonna pick out of the war gorilla or the war elephant?
I'm thinking the latter.
probably,
Exactly.
yeah.
Like that. Oh goodness, that sequel trilogy it's just throwing toys in your face and hoping that you'll buy the toys.
Yep.
They really do not understand the concept of how you market your toys via the
Yeah.
movie. 90s had that down packed.
The 80s too. Don't forget.
Yeah, yeah, definitely the 80s. But then again, it came from a very brilliant movie if the movie was that damn good.
Exactly.
You seen the movie? Now get the toys.
You know the name. Now own the toy.
Exactly.
Right.
Like Short Circuit too.
Exactly. Especially Double Dragon and you got 90s shows like Double Dragon, Sky Surfers, Street Sharks definitely.
Like Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad.
Or in the case of Street Sharks, or at least like certain Power Rangers seasons, they would advertise the toys first before they went with the show.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what killed me about the Last Jedi? None of those fucking ships killed one of those things.
Nope.
He wanted a Hoth scene, but none of the ships killed one of the walking tanks. So he didn't really commit to the Hoth ripoff, even though he should have.
No,
Like
we did
that's the
not.
thing about Hoth. At least in Hoth, they fucking killed the damn AT-ATs here and there. They struggled, mind you, but they still killed some AT-ATs.
Yep.
Okay, don't forget, even like Helm's Deep would not be Helm's Deep if they didn't kill orcs in that fight. Killed any
Nope.
Urukai in that fight. Like imagine if Rand Johnson had to do Helm's Deep. Not one of the motherfuckers would kill an orc.
Hmm.
Because he'd be subverting expectations.
Like they'll be using rinky dink war machines, but not you mean to tell me not one of you motherfuckers killed an orc? I call bullshit.
Yep.
That's
Right.
not how even if you consider Pearl Harbor, the attack on Pearl Harbor, we took down some zeros.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not gonna convince me that this whole army is gonna steamroll one location and not lose people at least.
No
Yeah.
way. Yeah.
They
No
proved that
battle is ever that one-sided.
in The Witcher. Now that we talk about the Witcher show, like Nilfgaard lost some people. Yes, their numbers were great, but they still lost some people. I,
Mm,
um, but that's a rant.
I like Nilfgaard.
Nilfgaard can suck my dick.
I love Nilfgaard.
They're assholes.
I know. I love Nilfgaard.
You like them because they're assholes, and I'm okay with that.
Bird with a bird of a feather.
Hmm.
Birds of a
I
feather
play
flap
Gwent.
together, huh?
I play Gwent. I like playing Nilfgaard. So
Oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing.
yeah,
Yep.
I keep forgetting that's a thing.
Yep.
That's the
yeah.
only thing right now. I hardly ever hear anybody talking about playing the Witcher games.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's its own thing. It's gotten within the Gwent community. It's gotten pretty popular. It's kind of gone through its slump. Like there's championships and there's a little money pot to be made if you make it to semifinals, but
How
it's
much you want to bet that's going to turn into a reality show? Much like
but I mean
Yeah.
poker.
I always thought tabletop gaming was like the thing. Like if you wanted to create something cool and something fun, tabletop gaming is still there. But it's such an uncommon thing now to see friends kind of gather on the weekend and just play a table game.
Nope. Nowadays
Right.
they do that sort of
So
thing online.
yeah,
Well, Troy
so
still does his D&D, so I don't know how they're doing it. I like to assume they're still doing it the traditional way,
yep,
Right.
but he the devil's in the details on that one. Let's just say that.
yeah.
As far as like yeah, you can also bring that up in realism too, like games that people play in that world, like Gwent being a thing, or in the case of the Pirates films, Liar's Dice.
Hmm.
I still don't know how the fuck to play that game. I read about it too, and
Yeah.
after I was done, after I was fucking done, I'm like this bitch right here. That's me
Doctor
after
White.
the fuck.
Doctor White was saying, I heard that Warhammer is going to go the way of Star Wars. Oh, and Eloise is back.
I'm back.
Yeah. Did we get some bad news?
Just that my mom is gonna throw me out.
Oh shit.
That's great
Like
news,
she
man.
she
Oh.
That's
wants
fantastic.
she just wants to throw me out.
Of course she does. They all
I'm calling child abuse on that.
it's all hyperbolic.
Not
Freaking
child abuse if she's an adult.
yeah.
Well, you know what I mean.
It's all reeing to the walls. I'm like, all right. Well, once you get over it,
It's because I keep trying to explain to my mom, but oh no, her boss and all of them got the jab, so that means that then they're educated people. That
You
means
know.
that I should get the
Bullshit.
jab.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me ask you
Okay,
something.
Eloise.
Hey,
that's
Okay.
Brandon back
funny.
here.
That's funny.
I'm going to
Go
get,
ahead.
hey, Alois, like, you know what you ought to ask him, hey, if your best friend jumped off a bridge tomorrow, would you do it?
I'm pretty sure she used that question.
Yeah.
I
But
didn't.
you
I
know
just
what?
kept trying to explain myf and my decisions, but
Well,
my
yeah,
mom didn't want to
just
hear
roll
it.
with that one and
Of
see how
course
she
not.
reacts. I
Of
bet
course
it'll be
not.
hilarious.
She's the parent.
She's like this freaking backwards boomer, like that. Is pretty much still stuck. Back in the freaking whatever decade.
And then I
she
kept telling my
associates
mom
with.
that her bosses probably believed the lies, and she kept saying, "What lies? Why would the government lie?"
Why?
My mom
Why
has
Oh
What?
my mom has
wow.
no
Holy
concept of this
crap,
stuff.
that's a hot take.
¿Por qué? Like
My
listen
mom
here,
has no
Lupe. Like listen
My
here,
mom
Lupe.
has no con.
I call
My
everyone
mom
Lupe.
has no. My mom has no concept of this stuff, guys. Like, keep in
Of
mind,
course
she's like,
not.
even though
course
she
not.
lived through a war that was, instigated by her government, but like, and she probably thinks because to her the American government is like better than her country's government. So I guess
Well, of
that's
course it is.
the reference,
At
Of course
this
it is.
point,
the reference
she
point. Yeah.
yeah. At this point,
I
like
keep telling my mom about how the communists are taking over, and my mom doesn't want to believe it because
Of course not.
she
'Cause then
thinks
that means she needs
to
to
her
actually like. Go ahead.
to her, America is like the symbol of unstoppable will that that it's never
It
gonna
used to
fall
be.
to communism and
The gringos will protect us. I'm like,
It used to
well,
It
be.
used to
that's
be that.
kind of
It
not
hasn't been
going to
lately.
happen since we're technically enemy number one right now. So,
Oh yeah. They kill all. They kill all four of
So
us in a heartbeat.
Eloise,
but I am not turning this into an alt right, you know,
I
discussion.
am.
No.
I said it used to be, motherfucker.
Well, I was gonna say alt right.
Freedom.
I was gonna say alt right. Who white nationalists?
White.
Who white? Who
Also,
white?
don't
White.
forget the
Who white?
Jews.
Who white?
White.
my mom doesn't think in terms of race, guys. She just thinks in
Of course
terms
she
of
don't.
American.
Good.
Of course
That's
she
good.
doesn't. Of course she doesn't. But when you
Give her credit for
when
that.
I will
bro,
give credit.
but when you like freaking when we talk about the United States, you don't think of what do you think of? You, everything Wolf and
Probably
Brian and I were talking
JFK or
about.
something.
You think about the Civil War, you think about American romanticism, you think
That's
about the frontier in the West, you think about
um
Yeah.
Yep.
like for Hispanics is just JFK because like that
well,
was
yeah, because they're morons. And I'm gonna say it on the
Oh.
stream.
No offense.
It's like, sorry if you're offended. If you're offended, there's another Taco Bell down the corner. Go over there. So my whole point is,
What do
my
you
whole
mean there? Wait, slow down.
Take notes from Trooper there. That's how you supposed to bite back.
Slow down.
so
What do
so
you
my point
like?
being,
Hold up. Sorry.
yeah, okay, I'll split the hair
Okay,
with you.
let
Go
me
ahead.
let me explain. Basically, like for some Hispanics, they think of JFK because he was like charismatic or whatever and stuff like
No
that.
shit.
I
No.
don't remember like I don't remember. I wasn't even alive then. Like I like what I learned about JFK. I don't really remember because I don't know. Like like it was for some reason like when I was in history class it wasn't really like covered. It was more like a footnote. Like the only thing we like that was covered in class was that he got shot in the head and stuff. But
They also fucked up the Bay of Pigs invasion.
yeah,
Yeah,
that too. That
there's
too.
so many things that went behind that assassination that pretty much more or less got pushed under the rug.
Like Lee
Stuff
Harvey
we don't
Oswald
really
was a
talk about,
commie.
stuff that's not really mainstream.
Yeah, the Bay of Pig thing
the
I remember
the
because I was
mishandling of
watching
like the mis-
the Tim Cast IRL episode where it was
Hang
a
Oh
on.
God,
Cuban.
you watched that freaking socialist? How dare you?
Yeah.
He
Like,
was
dude,
like I
okay,
don't
that
agree with
dude is
him
like the
on
top grifter on YouTube. Just so you
Right
know,
now, yeah.
I don't agree
it's
with
literally this bald dude who reads articles and gives you his personal opinion and quote unquote tries to sound unbiased.
it's the
Yeah.
podcast. I
And then
don't
he'll
watch
sit there and
like the
tell you
news
it's
stuff.
complicated when it's really
Yeah,
Hang
not.
on.
everything is. Oh, yeah, it's complicated. No, it's not. No, it's not.
I
Oh
just
well, how
Hang
would
watched
on.
you know?
that.
How would you
It
know?
was the
How would you
let
know?
me
How would you know
finish,
the
man.
efficacy of fiscal economic
Let
Yo.
let Eloise let Eloise finish her statement.
Right.
All right, so basically, like the only reason I know about like the Bay of Pigs thing, I'm sure I read about it, but like I was watching the podcast where they brought someone who was from someone who was Cuban, like they fled from Cuba, they lived through the revolution, everything, and they were speaking out against communism and this and that, and he was talking about how they failed in the Bay of Pigs and that stuff. That's all I was gonna say, basically.
They briefly
Like
mention it.
yeah, I don't like agree with like Tim's stances or anything like that because
But you watch his podcast.
yeah, when they have like guest speakers
I
that
rest my case.
what
I don't
Nothing.
agree, but I'll watch your content. Like,
just like
then
the
probably the
episodes.
best thing to do is
I watch Eric D. July,
uh
and I agree with
you,
him.
you got to start watching real content.
Eric July, Young Ripper.
Well, that's all pop culture stuff. Like a
He
lot of
talks
these dudes,
about
a lot of these
politics
dudes
and
have the
stuff.
same opinion on
He
pop
does.
culture. And I've said it before, they hold certain names to the fire and then some other names go unnoticed. So I mean, they cherry pick who they wanna
But
dog
Eric
pile on.
doesn't just cover like pop culture stuff. He's also covered like the stuff on the vaccine and all that other stuff.
Well, I don't watch a lot of YouTube for a lot of that information. Like a lot of my information comes from alternative media sources in terms of the platforms and also the websites I use because unfortunately mainstream media has not been very forthcoming with a lot of the stuff that keeps coming out.
I
So
I don't watch
So
news like from.
so the realism really, if we're talking about this topic, regardless of what our opinions are, realism is that this kind of stuff you could inject into a story, but in and of itself, it is not the more important part of the story. The characters tend to be the important part of the story because you're trying to drive an
Uh,
ethical point.
what's the topic of the stream?
Realism.
it's
Uh,
on the StreamYard thing. You're
it
looking
doesn't.
dead. Wait,
She's a
right?
female. She doesn't read. Females don't read.
No, no.
Bruh, shut up.
She's got no, no, no. She's got as she put it, a shit camera phone, right?
It's like on the eighth day, God created the kitchen and it was good. So like,
Oh wow, he's on
I
a
hope
roll
you
today.
starve to death, man. Please.
Look, Eloise, if should your mom do kick you out, you leave on a bang like this at the door. I'm free, bitch.
I
Where am I
doubt it.
gonna go? That's the
I
thing.
doubt it. I doubt it.
Oh, she gonna leave with a whimper?
No, 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 no. That
I think my mom is just running on high temper right
Well,
now.
that's what
So
I was getting at. Yeah, like
Yeah.
she's literally in a hyperbolized state. So it's
Mhm.
like let her freaking come down off her freaking roid rage, and then
I love that roid rage.
like, and then do whatever. Be like, hey, you know what? I'm not getting it till it's FDA approved. Oh, well, it is FDA approved. I'm not the ones that are still under you know
Right,
emergency
Doctor Y.
authorization use. But for the purposes of YouTube, we are not
Dr. Wise got it
experts.
nailed.
These are just our personal opinions. As always, consult with your physician and your doctor. Make an informed
Mhm.
decision and go from there.
Mhm.
And screw Susan.
Yeah.
So, but
what does Susan even do?
no one knows.
This is the armor we
No one
need.
knows. No one knows. We just know she's somewhere in the throne in the middle of YouTube land.
Yep.
Mhm.
Or as I
Like,
sometimes you like to yell out in the chat, Wojcicki!
Sitting on a throne like the Red Queen in
So, Eloise, you ready for your daily motivation?
Oh yeah.
I'm just kind of like.
she's like, no, I'm a little sad.
Here, take 2 doses and call me in the morning.
Ah, so dank. So dank.
That
so
is dank.
lowbrow. Such degeneracy.
I swear Susan is gonna attack you, bro.
I'm just daring her at this point. I want to see. I want to see how far I can take this shit. I'm a fucking comedian. God damn it. Oop, sorry, Monticelli.
it's like Paul Heyman on ECW. Hey, network, I dare you to throw me off the air.
I'm trying to bring back comedy in its purest form. Dare to
Yep.
offend.
Refuge and audacity, as they call it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's why I throw shit like this in.
Well, baby, me so horny. Me so horny. Me love you long time.
Mm-hmm. That's how you do it.
It didn't even pop up on my screen. That's weird.
But it
Came up
did
on mine just
everywhere
fine.
else.
Give it a minute. But
StreamYard is fucking up right now, but whatever. I like it. Either way, Eloise, what is your thoughts on realism?
It has its uses, but if you get too realistic, it can become grim.
Talking about realism, not realistic. As in, what like my perspective, what makes the world real to you? If you're say watching or reading a fantasy story, or if you know you're watching or
um,
reading a sci-fi story.
it has to be consistent, like the laws of the universe,
Right. Oh,
like how like for example, the magic system, or like if there's concepts that were established, you can't go like and try and evade it.
yeah.
Which most
And
modern
if you
writers
do,
do.
yeah, and if you do evade it, you have to have something pre-built already,
Hmm.
like in order for that to work. Because I know that whatchamacallit, the Nazuverse, like Fate Stay Night and
Right.
the
Hmm.
Fate universe in
Yeah,
general,
give
like
some example.
for example, Shiro's powers in that universe, it kind of breaks reality a bit, but the reason why his powers break reality is because he like his adoptive father basically inserted the I forgot what it was called. I'm not sure if it's called the Avalon, like the part of Arthur of King Arthur's
Camelot.
no, not Camelot, Avalon, I think. The
It
shield,
will have to be
or
Avalon.
yeah, Avalon. That was inserted into Shiro's body, and because he was with it so long, when the Fourth Grail War begins, like it activates, and that's what gives him like certain abilities. And then afterwards, after continuous use, he it's what manifests like his ability to create a reality marble,
Hmm.
Hmm.
and that's why he can break some of the rules, some of the magic systems established
Plot
rules,
armor.
because well, yeah, I guess like but that's only available like during the while the Grail is active. But
Yeah.
after that, it's you know I don't know how to explain it from there. Like after that, it's a bit different. He's no longer able to use the abilities of Avalon, but he is still able to like somehow manifest the reality marble because it's altered like his internal reality basically.
Yeah. Nothing else. Nothing Game of Thrones wise. Nothing.
Well, if
I'm
you're
trying to think.
now, if we're talking about how Aloys, you were saying how if something gets too realistic, it becomes grim, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to respond to that because when I think about like Zack Snyder and how grim and his stuff is, I also look at that as unrealistic. Because in a way, it would be like if you went into a neighborhood, if you were living in that. It'd be like if you were afraid to leave your own house out of a fear that you were going to like, you know, encounter like ideologues at every fucking turn, which is unrealistic. Like this very black pilled way of looking at the world, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think what you mean by the whole fact
Hmm.
that they're doing these
It's
impossible
basically
things.
it's basically when you become like sure it gets grim, but if you become defeatist, like with a
Yeah.
Exactly.
defeated attitude, like I think there's also like difference with grim and then a defeated attitude.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But what you guys are trying to say, in the case of Snyder's idealized world, if and it's definitely an idealized world he's created, especially with the DCEU, with the
Right.
Justice League movie, especially with the
Right.
Snyder cut. The idealized world he's thinking of is more of a world where the boundaries are no longer set. There's no standards, no moral conundrum.
Hmm.
Everybody's able to do as they please.
They're
Though
able to
you
cut
have
loose.
yeah, cut. Well, the heroes there are actually allowed to cut loose within that world as well.
Right.
But the problem is that you got to have a subsequent bar to hold there, or at least a line to be drawn. That's why I cared to the world of Berserk so much, because even though the heroes are soldiers and mercenaries, there there are some things that they hold dear to them, and they stay consistent with those ideals, like guts. Guts holds some standards to himself, regardless of him being a mercenary. Yes, he has that whole, in this world there are the ones that are the winners and there are the losers. He has this whole the strong prevails, right? He's not a child
Yeah,
killer.
it's
He's not.
it's basically an internal code,
Hmm.
your own code. How do I explain it? You know how
Yeah, you no you.
like for
you
example, Naruto has his ninja way or something.
mhm.
Basically, is your own code that you follow.
Yep.
I think whatchamacallit, George R. R. Martin, he has the 1,000 World series, and I think in a couple of the stories that he's written for that universe, it covers
Mhm.
that about like how you have to have your internal code and your honor and all that, but it's only meaningful if it's yours. And I think the way Martin looks at it, it's empty if it's only there because whatchamacallit, other people
because someone
set
else
forth that.
forced it on you.
The thing is,
Yeah,
Zach.
if
That's was the thing is that was Zack Snyder was trying to convey into the DCEU. The problem is he didn't commit to that enough.
Mhm.
Every superhero acted just the same, just the same. None of the, none of them none of them actually have an internal moral compass or internal set of code of honor or code of ethics. You know what I'm saying? They don't. When it comes down to the fighting and the action, it really contradicts what they say and do. Because of course, when they do talk about the whole honor code and code of conduct system, that comes after they have leveled a city or blew up a car or used a car as a wrecking ball. Men are still good. Bitch, you just wrecked a boat and you ran through a car. You smacked the dude's head against the wall and exploded his brains. You chucked a box at another dude, smashed his head, and exploded his brains.
Yeah,
You threw a grenade at somebody.
it makes them look like hypocrites.
You stabbed the dude in the shoulder. People say he stabbed the dude outright. Nah, he stabbed him in the shoulder. That's what he did. But like the point still standing. You maimed the dude. How are you still standing by that? Man, it's still good. Yep, that's right, Dr. Y. 300 spars with superpowers. Amen. That's what I was thinking too. He
Yeah,
basically turned. He also
is
basically
that
turned
a
the
is that a reference to the movie 300 or was it
yes,
3,000?
300.
300. The
Yeah.
300 Spartans
Not
take the last
3,000.
breath to defend it.
And all will
I
know
really
that
need I
300
really need to
Spartans
watch that movie or read the comic.
Yeah.
held this ground to their last
You're
breath.
like every other common female. You'll end up getting all excited
Who
for
knows?
that
She
one
Um,
probably like.
scene that every freaking female always gets excited for. So
Who knows? She'll probably
I
like
know
Artemisia
the
if she watched the
I
sequel.
I know the
the
scene, the one
sequel
where
wasn't
this is
wasn't bad.
Sparta and
The sequel wasn't bad. It was alright.
I liked it. I still watched it. I watched
Yeah,
it.
Viva Green. It's only redeeming quality. So
That's what I'm saying.
I'd say
That's what I'm
like
saying. She probably like she'll probably like Artemisia.
I honestly think that
uh
300 was
the
like Zack Snyder's only good film, and it's also the one
oh,
he's
that's
been
what I've always
rewriting
said.
for like the last like what decade or so.
Yeah, I've always said he made one good film and he's been telling the same story ever since. So
And he's been writing the other film because that was a polarizing film, and he's still enamored with that film, Watchmen. But Eloise, you were
well,
gonna say
no,
something?
Watchmen
Hang
is
on,
just
hang
a
on, Trooper.
rehash of
Eloise.
300.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
saying.
I was just gonna say the one scene that I do know about is the scene that's memed a lot. This is Sparta, and he pushes the guy off the
Push kick.
Oh,
kick.
that was like
Yeah,
well, that was
what
mean to
pushed
death
with
in
his
like the
leg
early
kick.
aughts.
You know what I mean?
Hmm. Same as you shall not pass.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But I think you probably will like Armisha despite her being the bad guy in the second movie.
Cersei, the actress who played Cersei played her, right?
No, that's
Wait,
Queen
who?
Gargo.
Ah,
Hmm.
I sure liked Artemisia for two things.
Want to
Wait,
know
is
more?
Artemisia the fighter, the female fighter, or was that in
Hmm.
the sequel?
Yeah, in the sequel, yeah, she was in the sequel, but like I liked her for two things. No, but she did have some really good combat scenes in the final fight, definitely.
Let me guess. The two things you liked her for were tits and ass.
Just two things that were dangling on her chest.
Well, you know what I'm saying, right?
Then again, I've already seen Evergreen naked before that movie came out, and she was
Is
young then.
she kind of looks? I think I've seen images of her. She kind of looks like Evanescence. You know
Right,
the singer
right.
who sang "Bring Me to
You don't
Life"
need
or
to.
something.
You
Amy
don't
Lee.
need to explain. We know who Evan Essence is, girl.
That would be
I'm
Amy Lee.
just I wasn't sure if I was pronouncing the name right. That's why.
You said the name right, definitely. That's why I was like, right. She did look like Amy Lee, somewhat a more adult in the face. Amy Lee,
Yeah.
because Amy Lee has a round face. She like a child sometimes. But Ava Green, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You think that was her first on screen tit scene? Ah, nah, nah. Dr. Wise says, weirdly enough, my story was inspired by a train mashup someone made. Someone synced Lion King 1 2 footage to the 300 trailer back in 2007. Oh yeah, I remember the trailer mashes up. They did one for Alien vs Predator one time, and I was like, oh, that was a nice
They did
sync
one for
up.
Super Smash Brothers Brawl as well. Like, and you see, like this thing where he says, "Tonight we dine in hell." It's Kirby with Mario in that big kettle for the cooked Kirby super. That was hilarious.
Anything else you want to add for the realism aspect, Eloise? Any examples you want to give, or at least
Um.
what tickles your rules for realism in your in stories that you consume? That's one thing I forgot
Just
to ask you guys.
just the internal logic of the universe. It has to make sense, as well as like the internal logic of the characters. Like, even though, like, humans can sometimes be like inconsistent, they still have some pattern of behavior that's like recognizable for, you know
Hmm.
to to cement like the personality of the individual.
Right. What about you, Brian? What existing rules that you have, or at least unwritten rules that you have for realism? What makes your realism work for you?
I'm gonna just say I'm gonna second Eloise's opinion because if there's no logical consistency, it all falls apart. You have to kind of, make it make sense within the context, within the framework that you're proposing there.
What about you, Trooper?
As far as realism,
What's
I
your
mean,
rules? Your unwritten rules?
it's what I've said before. In terms of when we talk about these subjects, it more or less like characters are more important than the action or plot. You know, complex ethical choices normally seem to be the reason why you ended up writing in that style. I mean, you know,
Hmm.
the events are usually plausible. Sometimes they tend to avoid sensational or dramatic elements versus more naturalistic type of situations, like the tone and stuff like that. Like I said before, or the vernacular, if you will, can be comical. It can be satiric, can be matter of fact, but it's normally not romanticized or poeticized in any way. So, but if you want to more or less get a feel for that kind of stuff, again, it's gonna be stuff like Mark Twain. It's gonna be stuff like Henry James. It's gonna be stuff like
Hmm.
I mentioned before. So,
For
and
me, it's
I mentioned William Dean Howells,
right.
so you can't go wrong with any of those authors.
For me, if somebody tries to challenge me with the realism aspect to the story, I have to view it in the world of Berserk because that's my frame of reference to how you can pull that off
Hmm.
with the fantastical and versus the real. And I'm like, if somebody tells me it's realistic for superheroes to kill people, I'm like, no, it's not, because superheroes are superheroes. Superheroes have, if you're telling me that, you're saying basically what you're telling me is that even though Superman holds himself to a high standard, you're telling me he's going to default to the level of a street criminal. So if you're saying to me that if you still like Superman, but you think Superman can and should kill, yes, he can kill, but he chooses not to. But you're telling me he should kill, so I'm going to look at you the same way. Say, okay, so if you're a Christian, you say that you're a good, wholesome Christian, but you saying that you should kill. By what right though? Is God
Yeah.
telling you to kill?
Yeah. Well, that's like Mega Man with the whole Die Wily thing in Mega Man 7.
Mega Man 7, that happened.
Yup, that's the one.
What was his mission for Wily? Is his mission to kill Wily, or is it to apprehend him?
Apprehend.
Okay.
But some people want it to be like like they say like they want him to kill Wily because they think it's like so badass or something. No, it's not. You want robots that kill? That's what X and Zero are for.
Right. I'm more than just human.
I mean,
Or
I'm more than a robot.
yeah, there we go.
Which, by the way, was not in the Japanese
Or
script.
the
It was thrown in because
WCR.
someone was being an edgy boy back then.
Thank you, Melissa.
I second
That
that one, Melissa.
that's always been my question that I propose to anybody who always keeps saying superheroes should kill, or at least superheroes should kill world-ending threats or extinction level threats like Darkseid or Doomsday. And I'm like, okay, if you're telling me you're the ones who
Gamer. Hey, buddy.
what am I fighting for?
Couldn't resist. Sorry there. Continue.
No, this cannot be happening. Oh, wait. No, why is this happening? This is impossible. What am I fighting for?
Dude, you should hear Lucas Gilbertson's dub of that if you ever find that.
One of these days I will, but yeah. No, going back to what I was saying again, back to that one argument I had with this one person who's sucking the cock of Invincible, and you cannot tell me that he's really just mouthful of it. You know what I'm saying? Because he's got freaking what's his name? Mark Grace. Ooh, excuse me. Give me a sec.
Oh, it's all the sipping energy drink I'm talking about.
Yeah, I am. You can hear me. But you can tell because he has Mark Grayson as the icon on his Twitter page and stuff. I'm like, oh, so you really are sucking the dick of Invincible. Invincible somehow speaks to you. Okay. Like I said, I asked him. I'm like, well, I didn't get a chance to ask him, but I was like, if I had to, I would ask him. Well, let me ask you this: are you firmly okay with taking the life of somebody if you had to? And if you did take the life of somebody to protect someone, would you stop it right there?
Right.
Like, say for instance, if you were put in that situation yet again, you know what I'm saying? If you're put in that situation yet again, would that be your go-to thought? Just kill the person. If you had a way to subdue, you know what I'm saying? If you had the ability to subdue somebody rather than kill, would
Right.
that be your first chance to do that? Or would just termination be the first thing because you don't want to subdue anymore because that one in your mind, especially let's call it what it is, excuses. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're saying, oh, that will take too long. Oh, he'll be resisting. Oh, he'll be it'll cause for him to hurt more people. Okay, let's just say that. Let's just say you go that'd be your first thought before subdue, right?
Yeah.
If you think that's perfectly fine, then you should be okay with cops opening fire on somebody.
Right.
Once they prove to them their threat. Made that made
Hmm.
that argument that's the thing. Superheroes are not police officers, or nor are they soldiers. They're superheroes and vigilantes. They're two categories: superheroes and vigilantes.
Hmm.
They're not the law. That's the thing. That's the reason why they don't kill. They're not the law.
Nope.
That is the law's job to do that. Now,
Yep.
whether you agree with the practices or not, that's all on you.
Right.
I'm not, but I'm gonna tell you right now. Yes, there's some things that the cops do that I don't agree with, but I'm not going to outright vilify them at all. Nor am I going to paint
Exactly.
them with a broad brush. They are still the law. They are. I expect them to do their job properly. Now, granted, considering what happened last year, I doubt that that's even possible at this point. So that
Right.
expectation is now completely low. But at the same token, with that expectation low, I'm still not going to vilify them. Still going to support them regardless.
Right. Blue lives matter.
I'm not going to go that far, but yeah. Let's put it like this. I support the cops the same way I support my troops. Our troops, I'm sorry. The military. It's like you get a lot of shit kicked in your face. You don't deserve that. You do not deserve that at all. But yeah, that's why I would have proposed to him like if you're okay with superheroes killing in your fiction, you should be okay with cops opening fire on a perp when it's deemed necessary for them to do so.
Yep.
Isn't that what they already do though? Like the cops?
That is a trained tactic. If the person is wielding a gun, they have to be viewed as a threat. If the person has a weapon on hand or reaching for a weapon, they have to be viewed as a threat. Otherwise, you
Yep.
if that slight hesitation will be putting yourself in harm's way, and putting other people who could be bystanders
Mm.
in harm's way, because you got these ears that are also recording this bullshit, knowing full well that a stray bullet can hit them.
Right.
Yep.
Nope, I'm surprised nobody even talked about that.
That is true.
I'm like, you idiots who are also recording this shit out in the open, standing right there like a statue, pretend like you're a freaking reporter, and you know the bullets are firing. Really?
Dumbasses.
You might as well go out on the guerrilla path and film atrocities happening all across the other country. Then if you're gonna put yourself in harm's way like that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
record some
Be a real life
African
Frank
rebels.
West. He's covered wars,
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? You might as well do that if you're that bold to try to smear the cops now. See?
Yep.
This is what I say about them. Like you want to act like y'all stunning and brave. If y'all willing to put yourselves in that kind of harm, go out and take a journalism thing degree or whatever, and ship your ass out into other countries and view atrocities like that.
Yeah.
In some cases, view the atrocity that's happening in Australia, the killing of the animals.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like some of these Karens you see where they'll go and provoke a situation, wait until somebody has an outburst and starts cussing at them, and then start recording it just to make that guy look bad.
Or start crying.
Oh yeah. That's a cry bullying, man.
Yep. Right, gamer. Right. To answer your question, no, but in the comments, he later did opted to kill people now. But again, I told this person, so at this point they're not superheroes anymore; they're soldiers. Which, if that's where they're gonna go
Yeah,
with that,
that's.
Mhm.
I mean, didn't Mark? He started working for the government, so yeah. But didn't the other like the League of the I don't know what it's called in Invincible. I don't remember, but League of Justice or something.
Yeah.
he joined the coalition, the
Yeah,
the Interstellar Coalition. I don't know what they're really called, but they're called the coalitions. It ends on coalition.
yeah. No, I was talking about like the
But
part
before that,
where
he
yeah,
sees
like
those people.
yeah, but before that he was working for the government for like Cecil for
Yeah.
Cecil for a time, and then eventually he ended up turning on them. I can't remember what it was,
I'm
like,
sure again we'll bring it up pretty
but I
soon.
think Mark did become like a soldier for. It might as well be because he was working for the government.
Yeah, he's pretty. Yeah, like once you're doing that, you're a soldier now. You're not a superhero. Yeah, I can see you, Gary. You doing this?
I'm trying to remember.
Well, you
I
know
don't
that.
But
know
that's
for, but
but
like the way I
that's why I answered him
um
like you know what, I'm willing to go with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if you're gonna give me that variable that's acceptable, you just like can you promise me not to go mercenary after that? Can you? And he kept dodging the argument,
Yep.
I
and
mean
I'm
I
like,
Well,
believe
yeah, because he
in
knows you're
like
right.
what was I gonna say?
or at least he has no comeback for it. Technically, he says I never said about mercenary.
Hmm.
I was like, bruh, I just said, so long as you don't go mercenary. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about anybody who's holding the same view as you.
Yep.
Like, if you're going mercenary, then you're not a superhero. Then you're not even. I wouldn't even consider you a hero.
Well, that's the thing, though. Even some of the heroes that do kill their bad guys don't relish in it. Even and they certainly aren't going to turn their power on an innocent the way this. They know some of them do know when to stop, like Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star, as an example. The one thing he's never done is turn his martial arts on an innocent person. It's
That's another
always
thing. Again, viewing Kenshiro the same lens as Guts. Again, you can you can say that they're mercenaries and soldiers and what have you, and
exactly.
they have a code to follow. Again, you do not see them murdering children outright.
Right.
Exactly.
Did Mark murder a kid though?
Let's just say this. I'm not. I didn't read the comics. I did use supplementary material for the information. Um, I do believe at some point he did do something that caused the deaths of children to some degree.
Right.
He committed some war crimes too, just like his dad to some degree. As he joined the coalition and all that stuff.
Right.
The
His
Coalition of Planets, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, his brother is a whole nother thing. We're dealing with an Ender's Game situation on that front. When you get into his half brother,
Mm,
but other than that, like I'm like as I'm listening to the lore and stuff, I'm like, well, at this point, you might as well just call him a soldier. He's not a freaking hero at this point because he made this proclamation like he's gonna have to kill at this, because he sees letting them live as a form of weakness, and I was like, oh no,
yeah.
oh no.
Like I've said before, if you're big enough to push people around, you should be big enough not to.
It's the problem what I have with Kirkman when it comes to this type of writing.
Yep.
It's fine with his Walking Dead because the stress of a world like that and the Walking Dead can do that to you.
Right.
But if you at times there are characters in the Walking Dead where they pull through and return themselves to normal society thinking, right?
Right.
But in the case of Invincible, I'm like, bruh, you gotta keep these characters consistent. You gotta keep these characters consistent, dude.
Yep.
Because
People like consistency.
I think
I
Mark
mean, it
later
was
on,
the whole point of Invincible was to like poke fun at the superhero tropes. It wasn't really like to the
right?
whole, subvert expectations and all that other stuff, deconstruction and things like that. It was basically parodying the superhero and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So it wasn't really meant to like actually be the real deal.
Nope.
Sorry,
Melissa's talking about
it's
the
just
abortion scene.
Okay.
I don't even know what that means. Girlfriend.
oh that. Yeah,
Are you
I
talking about
haven't.
Adam Eve?
I
don't
believe
think
Yeah.
so.
I think she kept the baby. I don't think she aborted the baby.
I think it may have been someone tried to kill her and the unborn baby or something. Though I could be
Yeah.
wrong.
I think they took that article out of I think that article took that scene out of context.
It
Probably.
wasn't.
Cause it,
It was very. It was. It didn't even happen. I don't think it happened purposefully, but it like pained Adam Eve to when that happened to her. But she did have a second kid, so it's just
yeah,
she lost the first kid.
I think that's what happened. I don't think she aborted him. I think she lost the kid. Cause
Like a miscarriage.
yeah,
Something like that. I
I
don't.
think
I
that's
don't
what
remember
happened.
though.
Oh
Cause
yeah,
they did
didn't
have.
Adam Eve get her leg ripped off at some point?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when the Viltrumites attacked and made good on their threat
Yeah.
of planetary invasion, that's what happened. One of the
Yeah.
big Viltrumites had attacked and she got attacked and she couldn't save the baby. So it was no abortion, Melissa, or at least somebody might have missed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm.
No, that was his first girlfriend. That was race swapped. Adam Eve is still preserved in the show.
Yeah.
Adam Eve is his wife later on, and they have a girl. They have a little girl
Right.
at the end. That series did end. So the one she's talking about is Amber. Okay, so if that's supposed to be his first girlfriend, they had a baby, or at least they were going to have a baby. I don't know.
That
I don't. I don't really care for that much for Invincible. I watched the series, but like the same issue I have with that series, the same issue I have with I had with Black Panther. It's with the audience takeaway. That's my big issue.
Yeah, the audience took all the wrong lessons, in other words.
Mm-hmm.
That is happening a lot lately.
Mm-hmm.
People must really be really shallow.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's my issue with the look. I'm look. I don't blame these shows. Okay, I blame
Right.
the people who consume these.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Normies are the problem, as
It's
Trooper
like
says.
it's like they watch this stuff and it's like, oh yeah, this is the way. This is the way. This is our entertainment. This is how things should be. Like Black Panther. Oh, we like it because it has an all black cast. Big
Yeah.
fucking whoop. So did Life.
So
So
did a
did
whole bunch of black comedies. You ever watch those?
so did Come to America. You forgot about that? Okay.
Like family freaking matters. That is all.
When the last time we had an all black cast movie? Bitch, you had a lot of them before Black Panther came up.
Exactly. People
and then they complain about diversity.
like, bruh, everything before the 2010s says hello.
Yeah,
Like-
no, the world didn't exist before, and according to Skinner. So
I'm like motherfucker, you been sitting on your ass stroking your dick in front of Power, Empire. Remember those shows? But oh yeah, Black
no.
Panther huh?
Did
said
people
no,
actually watch that?
Yeah, they
I
do.
remember like people talking about it, but I had no idea what they were talking about.
And before Black Panther, we had Luke Cage.
Yup.
Y'all
And
forgot about Luke Cage, huh? Okay.
The X-Men has Storm, for crying out loud.
No, they're talking about an all black cast.
Oh, good point.
Remember, Brian? They're talking about an all black cast. I'm talking
But
about.
then an all black cast isn't diversity anymore. Like
Well, that was another
That-
argument that a lot of people use. I was like, that's the guys. Don't use that. Don't use that. No. Don't start that off with that. Because that was a lot of talking to media. Does this alienate other audiences? No, it don't. If we can fucking watch an all Chinese wuxia film and we not Chinese, we're fine watching Black Panther and not be black.
Exactly.
We've been doing it since Rush Hour.
Well, I'm doing it
I
even
think
longer than that.
the point is these people like want their stuff to be popular. That's what they're obsessed with. And
Yeah.
They're
This is one
asking
of the-
questions that was never asked to begin with.
never
That's my
needed
problem.
asking. right?
That is my main problem. They're asking dumbass questions that were never asked to begin with. I've never heard my mom say I cannot relate to Jackie Chan because she's not Chinese.
I
I
don't think
cannot
anybody has
relate to
ever said
Jackie
shit like that
Chan
other than
because
actual
I'm not
racists.
Chinese.
You know?
I
Well,
prefer the Ip Man movies.
yeah.
You
But you know
know
what?
what I mean? The You guys ever watch them? The Ip Man movies?
I have.
Yeah.
I haven't. I didn't watch any of that stuff.
Bruce Lee, while we're on the subject. Like I
That's not
mentioned,
my
family
thing.
members, Melissa, and a Fresh Prince on Martin Cosby.
I could barely stand my wife and kids.
Oh,
Like this, like it's funny to some extent, but like the moment I kept watching for a while, I was like, this is where Damon Wayans is losing his steam. He's just not doing it for me no more.
yeah.
That goes with like a lot of entertainment now. So I mean, I can relate. A lot of it's very derivative because
I
there's
think
nowhere to
Ray.
go. I mean, it's Hollywood is not about losing money on creative stories. I mean, they stick with what works.
I was talking about that today, just now.
That's why they're using existing IPs to write their little communist stories about,
Yeah.
diverse women of color. Like, I know you and I pretty much talked a little bit about Saints Row yesterday. I watched the trailer by mistake. Um, but
That shit looks like a Sims game.
it looks terrible. I'm not looking to buy it. I have enough iterations of Saints Row. I'm good. Like, if I really, really, really want to play Saints Row 2, I will. But
They whatchamacallit, Rockstar removed like the mods that people made for like there was this mod that existed that was basically Saint Rose in the recent one, and it got deleted before the release. So basically, people are now paying for what was available for free.
no, that's usually how it works. I mean, Saints Row was good for a hot minute, and then uh, GTA kind of won out that game, and Saints Row just kind of went into obscurity. But I mean, I stuck with it. I stuck with Saints Row the Third and all that stuff. But I mean, when you have developers and writers that are just they're out of ideas, they're dry. They don't know where to push a game. It's like, okay, well, what else are you going to do with it? So, and what they're doing with it is what every intellectual property is doing, is they're all going the way of the social justice warrior to pander to clicks. It's like,
Yep.
I mean, their main character is a strong woman of color. I'm like, come on, get real. And she's got the Rapino cut and looks like Rosario Dawson. I'm like, okay. So are you trying to tell me that every SAW female looks like Rosario Dawson? Because the ones I've seen look like ham beasts. So it's like they look nothing like Rosario Dawson. So
Yep.
yeah, they're not attractive or in shape or anything like that. They're all about telling you what you can and can't eat, and corn dogs are patriarchy. So
Yeah,
like,
corn dog is a phallic symbol of the
yeah,
patriarchy or
yeah,
something.
the phallic symbol. It's a patriarchy.
Have you ever noticed?
There
Have
was
you
a
ever
time when they said
noticed
the
that?
egg. Oh, go
Hang
ahead,
on,
Eloise.
Eloise. Go
No,
ahead,
I was
Eloise.
just gonna say, have you ever noticed that they're the ones obsessed with that? Like,
Well, of
for all
course
that
they
they go
are.
on about it,
They're
like
obsessed with
they
phallic symbols because they're not
they're the
getting any
ones.
phallic symbols.
Yeah.
So
Maybe somebody
They,
did them up the rear end at some point and they've regretted it ever since.
I wouldn't know why. It's like, I mean, come on. It's like,
I guess if you can't see their face and stuff, so
it's better if you don't see their face.
There was this one time when they were saying that the eggplant was a phallic symbol of the patriarchy.
I don't get it. I
Everything's
don't.
everything is patriarchy. So I mean, that's a trope.
It's like,
So,
bro, go to the Middle East. That's an actual patriarchy.
oh no, they love that stuff. They won't admit it. Behind closed doors, they love being slapped around and being told what to do.
Yeah.
They're not gonna, they're not gonna come out and say it that they want to be, held under a rag.
It's
And
basically do as I say, not as I do.
yeah, pretty much.
Somebody should pull a Pinochet and just like airdrop them off, like airdrop them to the Middle East. Yes.
I would, I would
for
pay.
everybody.
I would pay. I would pay for an SJW ticket to be like, dropped somewhere in the middle of nowhere. So,
Yeah, where there's no internet and no cell phones.
oh,
Just
that'd
drop
be
them in the
fantastic.
desert.
Fantastic.
The Sahara.
I wish I wouldn't do that to the desert. Like,
You already know what my proposal was a long time ago.
Desert is patriarchy.
Since they love communism so much, drop their asses on a communist utopia.
Well, no, they're married to the government. Once the government took the woman out of the house and started filling them with all these irrelevant ideas, like they could actually have a mind of their own. That's when it kind of went south. Like,
we saw no like the Nabu. They think their brain's so big.
It's like, once they stepped out of the kitchen, it's like once we gave them the right to vote, like that's kind of how it all went.
Is this going to be a repeal the 19th sort of thing now?
That's when it went tits up. So it's like, but now it's all about free the nipple and all that stuff, and it's like
free the nipple when it's convenient for them.
And the male gaze, you can't gaze at my stuff. It's like no one's looking at your flat chest, Rapino. You're all right. Don't worry about it. No one's looking at your flat chest.
Nope.
Chest feeding.
Well, that and then the
I think the problem is too many people don't know like anything about economics. That's just the problem.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They don't care about economics. They just care about fairity. What is fair? Fair is a drug. Fair is the mind killer.
There's no such thing as fairness.
What they see as fair.
Here's the thing. Fair does not always mean equal. And it's like there's a concept in mathematics called fair math. And it's a class that, depending on what your degree or what you're looking to do, you have to almost always take some form of mathematics. Sometimes these institutions offer something called fair math, and it's like it's a very interesting concept that it actually kind of makes you think of things in a different way. But people always tend to think that fair means equal. It doesn't. Fair means, to me anyway, if you put in $5 worth of work, and I put in $3 worth of work, then technically I should only get $3 worth of a reward, and you should get X amount of a reward, because again, fair is fair. Fair does not always mean equal, but people, I should be able to stay home and get my, and get my universal income so I can focus on my biracial indigenous underwater basket weaving degree. It's like, it's like, as I double major in feminist and queer theory, I'm like, again, those are that stuff that's not going to help the world.
Dr. Y, like, I don't believe there's such a thing as fairness. It's only like.
He's quoting Scar from Lion King.
It's been a while since I watched Lion King.
I guess the joke went over your head there.
It's been a while, like, since I watched.
Well,
of course, that's bound to happen.
Like I said, my favorite. Hell, even like my favorite Disney film, which was like Princess and the Frog. I can't even remember what happened in it anymore. I need to like rewatch all this stuff.
Look, all you need to do is take 2 of these and call me in the morning. You're sick, Eloise. We're okay. All right, we understand.
I hate being sick.
Don't we all?
Oh, she'll be here. Well,
Well, now
Actually,
this is
no. Let me
weird because,
double
like,
check.
again,
I
you're
think
having
she.
to deal with all these mutants that are like getting themselves jabbed, and it's like now their
Okay,
immune
she'll be
systems
here
are like
sometime later.
attenuated in
Yeah.
such a different
Well, she said she
way
would just be in the
from what
chat.
it normally works. Although,
She
again, I'm
would.
not an
Like,
expert.
yeah,
I'm not an expert. You
that's
should
what she.
consult your doctor. Yada yada yada.
The doctors can't even be trusted. But Mama Susan, I didn't mean it. You know that, right?
Why you apologizing to Susan? She ain't your mama.
Yeah. Don't
She ain't.
I'm
apologize
not
to her. She don't deserve
apologizing
it.
Mama. I'm not here to satisfy.
She saw this and she said, "I'm sorry."
I wouldn't know. I'm
Let
not looking at the screen right now.
me teach you something about gun handling.
That's my favorite scene. I think it's everybody's favorite scene that watched that
Mhm.
anime.
Just have fun a little bit. Since we're on the hour mark and we're already talking about fun time at this point.
Yo, but when I forgot what her was it Sayaka? Like when
Psycho.
no, not Psycho. The other one, the one with the pink hair, Sayaka?
That's not. Oh shit. Hang
I forgot
on.
what her name was, but like when she got slapped, that was my favorite scene too.
Oh. Oh. Oh, you
Did
mean
she get slapped? I can't remember if it was like the main
that was
character
Ray?
or
That was Ray.
oh no, but I remember Sayaka got slapped too.
All those bitches get slapped in that fucking show.
Makes you want to
Every
slap
single
your
time.
mama.
Only difference is Psycho get the boo treatment. Oh, you gonna act like you don't know that scene
I'm trying to remember it.
where he just activates her berserk button?
I need to rewatch it because like
I just said when he activates her berserk button.
yeah, I know she's a tsundere. That's the whole point.
No, I'm not talking about the pink hair. I'm talking about Psycho.
Hmm.
You
I-
ain't-
I was talking about the pink-haired one.
I know, but I'm just saying you don't remember the time when he pushed Psycho's berserk button.
Yeah, I know that they make like use of her bloodlust to like.
But you do know how he activates it, right?
Yeah.
How's that?
Oh goodness, I have to spell it out for you guys. He grabs her tit and she went ape shit.
Oh.
I thought you were talking about the tsundere, but yeah, that's what he does for Psycho.
I'm past her right now. I'm on Psycho. That was my favorite moment when he activated her berserk button and she went ham. And she ended with "I'm wet."
Like, yeah, yeah, that scene was memorable too. But my favorite scene was like in the beginning where she just spun around like the motorcycle and everything from the start. That was my favorite, one of my favorite scenes as well.
Mm-hmm.
No, her name starts with a D or T. Damn it, Wiki, stop doing that ad shit. Getting on my nerves with that shit.
Yeah, I hear that.
About ready to put a bullet to my head, man. You fucking with my emotions here. Excuse me, Saya. Saya. I knew her. One of her names was started with a T. Saya Takagi. Saya Takagi. Dang it, Eloise.
I was close. I said something with an S.
I know. You said Psycho, but it was Saya.
No, I didn't say Psycho. I said something else.
Yeah. Sayako?
Yeah, Sayako. Like I merged the two names together.
Wait, thanks. Wait, hang on. Is she Saya? Yeah, it's Saya. Okay. Yeah. I guess
No, I think I said Seiya or something like that.
Well, we all know you're a
That's
fan
what
of
I said.
Saya. You're cool in our book.
I'm
I'm,
not a
I'm,
fan.
I'm,
I just know some lore. I need to watch
I'm
it to
pulling
like.
your leg. Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I just the jokes are flying over my head today. I'm sorry.
It
I'm try-
happens.
Look. Oh goodness, you're having a rough day. I'm trying to lighten up the mood.
I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Oh goodness.
Oh, you boom,
Like,
you doom and gloom.
Hmm. Hmm.
Anybody else want something that won't red? Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Not that I can think of.
I was from. Oh, we have a visitor, and it's Leia plus size.
Ah, Leia, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Brian. How you guys
Peace.
doing this evening?
Sounds like
to
you're out and
answer.
about.
Oh,
Hmm.
Sounds
Sounds
like
like.
you're out and about.
Well, I just got in, but I had to crank my air up because we are burning up here in Michigan. We've had 2 weeks of 100 degrees weather.
Oh,
I thought
so
you
it's
were.
like living in
Holy
Vegas.
crap.
Dang.
I thought.
Yes.
I thought you were at the pharmacy getting two of these.
Be like, that's
No,
somewhere.
I don't need those.
Oh,
Like Dr.
oh,
Wise
Well,
said,
far down.
I
I
like what
mean,
Dr. Wise said. 3 guys, 2 girls. We got a Power Ranger team here.
oh, if only Leia was here. I'm here. No, I mean,
wish
my,
granted, gamer.
yeah. Oh well, gamer. I'm happy. Hello. I'm here. If you're still here, gamer. What I meant to say by that was I was born with mine, so I don't need to go to the store and get them. So I'll just put it like
Yeah.
I just put it like that. No, I would just have to put it like that. Yeah, I was out for a little while. I had to meet with my surgeon for some final preparations and so forth, and then I got in, but I had to crank the air up because yeah, we are frying here in Michigan. It has been and it's 100 degrees now, but it won't cool off at night. The lowest degrees will be is
Everybody
90.
wants to mission and brag. Everybody wants to mission.
Ray.
Thank you, Ryan.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my
Oh,
Hello,
all
my
fine
rock
girl.
gal. If you refuse me, honey, you lose me.
go ahead and finish.
I
No.
always forget
No,
the
Brian,
rest
you.
of that for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, same here.
So we are
Oh
that's so.
no,
Can you
not
hear me good?
again. We can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me? Okay, because I can't cut the air low. It is just I thought maybe if I go out in the air a bit, but it's not cooled off. The low tonight will be just 91.
Oh,
Leia,
so
Yikes.
yeah, it's
It's gonna
like
be
being out in Vegas.
yeah, it is.
but
Leia,
aren't
your
you like?
younger sister.
Isn't Michigan far north or something like near Canada?
Yeah, we're near the Canadian border. Yes.
Yeah, she lives
Your
in the
younger
So
sister Leia. Your younger sister Leia. Your younger sister needs some encouragement.
Oh, she does.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what happened? With child
She's
supply
all
there?
doom and gloom. No, no, no,
Oh,
no. Your other younger sister. No, no, no. The
um,
younger
You think
sister in this
Eloise
panel.
needs some encouragement, is what he's telling you.
oh, Eloise. Oh, what's on your mind, Eloise? Come on, that's what you're
no,
here. We're all here in the
it's
group to encourage each other.
um basically my mom wants to kick me out now.
You missed quite a lot, Dominic.
It's all the
I
drama. It's gonna blow
oh,
up.
It's so the drama. No kidding.
I mean, I don't want
Yeah.
to
For
get into.
real.
Oh,
For real.
I had a feeling I would probably miss a great deal. It seems a great deal get when it gets. I thought maybe as it gets closer to the evening, the really juicy stuff would kick in. But it looks like I missed all the early stuff early in the
Eh.
afternoon. But see, I had to work, and then I had to go out. So that's why I said I might not be in until 6:30 because I had to leave home and go to the surgeon's office. So I knew that was going to take some time.
Well,
Hmm.
give
So
her the full context, Eloise.
Basically, I basically resigned from my job because I didn't want to get the jab, and my mom, she's upset because I lost the job, and then essentially embarrassing her because I'm afraid to get to get the jab, and she thinks it's that there's nothing wrong with getting the jab, but I disagree. So that's why.
Well, you're a grown woman. She shouldn't have to throw you out for that because you're a grown woman and you can make up your own mind. Your job, were you forced to resign because of that?
Mhm.
She
Yeah,
did that
because they
on her
said
choosing.
they said I can't go back if I don't get the job. So I just said, you know what, I'm just gonna look for another job.
Oh well, you're a grown. I'm sorry about that. You're a grown woman. She shouldn't have to put you out for something like that. That's on. Maybe you could try to reason.
I tried to
I
assure
guess
her that I'm getting a remote. I'm trying to find a remote job and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And I told her I just need to get the internet installed, and she got upset and said, "Well, you're paying to the you're." She's like, "You're paying for the internet then and everything else." And I'm just like, "Yes, I know. That's why I'm trying to get another job."
I don't like
Like,
the
Yeah.
internet. I'm like, okay, whatever you say,
shouldn't
Lola.
should shouldn't be too bad. Dominic Powell, can you give us? Realism. Did you guys discuss that already, Wolf?
we already gave our summaries. My summary is
Yeah,
all based
yeah.
on
I'm
what
just
makes the world real,
we're just big chilling
and
right now.
you know, Trooper gave us a nice nifty history lesson. Brian gave a bit of his thoughts on how the intricacies work within that world.
Yep.
Eloise more or less the same. We did discuss the rules and regulations of how to make the world real, or at least I even discussed about the how one movie was able to make realism on art form, or at least realistic in art form. John Wick series so far. Same
Yeah.
thing with the Raid series, which is only 2 movies right now.
Okay, when you're talking realism, are you talking about the world of
Mm,
what
Yes.
that the character lives in? Is that what we're talking
hmm
about?
Yeah,
And
where
how?
where suspension of disbelief is in effect. Or like if their belief system is interchangeable with your belief system. Say for instance, like an honor system, honor code, religion code, or
Yeah.
or religion that you worship, stuff like that. I even talked about how the fauna operate within that world. If sometimes my suspension of disbelief tends to crack a bit when the animals behave in such a way that the animals shouldn't be behaving, which is they go straight after the human once they lose their food. Which again, you can make the argument that the creature wants a quick bite before they get what their diet requires.
Hmm.
Mhm.
But no animal is not going to just automatically go after the human because the human is not part of their diet.
Right.
Right.
I brought Star Trek '09 where the large monster just went right after Kirk after he ate a monster of a significant size that could probably hold him over until something else. And I'm like,
Yep.
that's
I
stupid.
see.
That's stupid. He'll be done. He ate something that's twice the size as Kirk, but he's gonna go after Kirk for a snack.
That's right.
Animals don't do that.
Not trooper.
They eat
Okay.
Well,
they
unless
eat
they're
they
going
eat.
after Kirk.
I'm like, they eat the same way as they fuck. They one and done that shit.
Yep.
Unless they're going after Kirk.
Oh, and you missed me saying the GD by accident.
You were lucky you weren't
Oh,
around for that.
oh, nothing surprised me well because I was just about to say, Commander, the thumbnails you use for your streams. I saw that thumbnail, like he is just really pushing it with YouTube. Oh,
Yeah.
there's
I believe
two
this is what
people.
they call refuge in audacity. Hey,
Yes.
fellas.
Why is he? Oh well, only Wolf would know that. So okay, I
Look,
saw that two
only
people.
inspiration that came to mind was Ishii, because Ishii do this shit all the time, and I was like, you know what, Ishii, I'm gonna copy off your ass. See how far I
but
can take this shit.
I think that's why Ishii, like, YouTube's been having it out for him, because I think that's,
He's also connected, well connected to
He's
some
breaking
degree.
all the rules.
He's the real rebel here.
Oh yeah.
uh,
Well,
Just like that,
if
just
you
like that time they removed that thumbnail that I used for the anniversary stream.
yes for the end of
Oh yeah.
like I
Took him
yeah, just
3 days.
I say Wolf is really going to push it here. I'm like, you don't do. I hope this. I hope your thumbnails are not deceptive, because some people look at the thumbnails and like, what in the world is he talking about? And they might, it might. I mean, I don't want to see what to do, but I hope it's not deceptive. Because when you see reality and there's the two people smooching, I'm like, what does reality have to? What in the world? Maybe it make people curious. But I saw the thumbnail, I'm like, oh, there's
Well,
Wolf. Wolf is not going to give up. Wolf is just going to.
Well, it's funny you mentioned people smooching because that makes me think of the reality shows that you sometimes see, and really, yeah,
Yes.
it's not really real at all. It's just
Look,
people still playing
Lance,
characters.
I hope they don't click on this and then they happen upon this.
Oh, good Lord.
Good Lord.
Oh,
He's
good
getting
Lord.
his
Then
money's worth
wonder.
out of that one.
Then
Oh,
they'll
I
say,
got
I
5
thought,
watches right now. I guess it's working.
They'd be like, look at what Wolfie did.
Look, Ma, I mastered the art of bait and switch.
Kind of like Kevin Smith.
yes.
Oh, fuck him. He sucks at that shit.
I couldn't resist.
He sucks at that shit. Bait and switch. Man.
Well, yes.
Yeah, news he sucks, period.
Yes. Absolutely agree with you on that one, Ryan. Absolutely. Well, if it goes to the topic, if I may, I'm sorry I missed all of you guys, but I think I got a gist of what you
Subverting
guys were talking about.
expectations, huh?
He's the king of it, Eloise. He's really subverting expectations. Definitely. Bait and switch, yeah. Do a He-Man show, talk about it's all He-Man, then you turn it on and it's not.
Oh,
She
we lost
disappeared.
Eloise.
She'll be back.
Yeah,
We lost
yes.
our teddy bear.
I
The
know
Bear
how
of the
she
North.
feels. Yep. She'll be back for sure. Because I've been through that myself. So
Mhm.
Happened to me once too during a thunderstorm.
yeah. Sometimes when the weather gets funky,
Like I
like you,
said,
Brian,
like
I
I
go
told
out.
her earlier. I told her earlier when she explained the situation. Right, I was like, "Girl, you disappointed me. You didn't bite back enough, or at least you didn't bite back good enough."
I even
Like,
told her to tell her parents that if if your best friend jumped off a bridge tomorrow, would you do it?
no, it's like the way how she explains it, and she firmly admits that she doesn't she's not really good at explaining stuff. I was like okay, next time you gotta get a little snappy, little spicy when you make your resignation. You're an adult now. Just smack sprinkle some spice on it.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
like even when they ask a question like why, like you firmly just say, well, I know I'm healthy. I know the virus is a 99.9 survival rate. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that they're making about on the news about the death rates is not that high. So why should I get one? And as a matter of fact, last time I checked, if you guys got the jab, why y'all worrying about my sick ass?
Well, yeah,
Well,
I agree.
well,
So are you gonna freak out if I chew on your face?
oh, you wouldn't do that to
I
your
think
fellow man, would you? Now, mine with me,
don't tempt me.
I have to be more respectful because I do have relatives who have emphysema, and I do have especially elder ones with bad hearts. So I have to respect their health. I have
Fair
to.
enough.
I'm just I'm just those are the questions I always throw at people just to catch them off guard.
I mean, if
Are you
people
really that
wanna,
worried about my sick ass?
here's the thing: if people wanna, quarantine themselves, that's fine. Like, but like, don't force everybody else to quarantine because you want to
Yeah.
quarantine. That's,
You
I think from the beginning, this whole thing, people who were like at risk should have been the ones to quarantine, and everybody else should have gone about their life.
Well, that
Well,
works.
that's normally what would happen, but that's not what
That's
happened.
how it's supposed to happen.
This is literally just a power grab, is all it is. So,
It is. It
has
really
Should have
is.
won
to
from
do
the
with
day
more
one.
health. It's like really, it's like come on, get real.
It's the Black Plague all over again. Only
I
this time
just,
it's manufactured Black
I just wanted to know if like New Jersey
Plague.
really did have those laws or whatever.
Look it up.
Oh yeah.
Look it up.
The
Look up your stay in tune with what's going on in your state. Like my governor's a complete deadbeat, but I mean whatever.
I mean, at this point, I'm not even surprised
Like-
because like Murphy,
He's a bloated pig, but
for
there's
like
not a
in my
picture
state,
about
I'm
black on the internet. So
He looked like a discount
Yeah.
Harvey Weinstein.
He does.
Every
You
time I
know,
saw that picture that he showed you, that he showed in the MeWe group, or not the group, the private chat, I was like, that dude look like a discount Harvey Weinstein. And you got an Asian girl right next to him. Run,
it's probably
run.
a. Chances are it's probably a Chinese spy. I'm sorry.
It's always
Dun,
something
dun.
weird like that.
It's like some 007 shit.
It
Like,
always plays out something like that. It's always something weird.
Discount Michelle Yeoh.
Uh,
dun, 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 dun,
I,
dun, 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 dun,
me not so honey. So it's like
oh,
I
don't give Wolf ideas.
You're
guess.
tempting me. You
Don't
are
give Wolf
tempting me.
ideas. Don't give
You
Wolf
are
ideas.
tempting me. Fuck it, I
Don't
might as
give
well do
him
it.
I'll
ideas.
give you 3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to get that stupid looking grin off your face before I
Don't give.
gouge out your eyeballs and skull fuck you.
Don't give him ideas.
You're tempting me. Fuck it, I might as well do it.
Hi,
Oh, he-
I'm Kara, and I love to but I hate my period.
Y'all thought it was the other one. That you did ya?
Oh,
that
hey,
one,
I
yeah.
just remember. I just
I
realized
thought so.
something. He subverted our expectations.
In a good way.
Yeah,
Yeah, in a good way.
that was very Ruin Johnson of you.
And everybody
Oh,
else.
so you're saying I should give the fans what they want? Okay, I'll give the fans what they want.
Oh,
Well, baby, me so horny.
In the third movie, and only 9% commit to that shit. Thank you, JJ.
I knew he was going to walk into it. I knew he was going to walk into it. Since all of you staying on the subject matter, and now that I've come in, I would say I've got 2 examples of what was it? What was the title again? The what is
Realism.
Realism.
realism in the world that is created, whether it be by the author or by the filmmaker or the writer. And there's 2 examples I have. Now, when I think of that, I immediately think of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, because in the book and in the film, doesn't he? In the film, Peter Jackson does a beautiful
These
job
boobs
of
are
bringing.
made for flipping, and that's what they will do. One of these days, these boobs are gonna flip all over you.
And
We are so.
Continue, Leia.
How can I continue after that? Okay.
do it.
I'm gonna
Do it.
try.
Do
I'm
it.
gonna. I'm gonna try. Well, Peter Jackson's the reason why I think the Lord of the Rings trilogy by him is movie magic classic is because Peter Jackson was able to bring Middle Earth to life to us and make it real. I believe the word Richard Donner toned was verisimilitude. So
Yeah.
Yep, and that can be your dose for that was talked about with the first Superman. And I think when you bring these worlds to life and you make them real, I think that's why the films or books are such classics. Like for instance, even though I read the books, he was able to bring to life the way I imagined the world would be, from the clothes to the weapons to the history of every group of people that we meet, from the hobbits to the elves to the humans. He took everything very seriously and made everything they say realistic, describing where the hobbits, what their life is like, and with the elves and what their life is like, being that they are immortal. And then you have the humans who are there and what their life is like. So I think very clearly he does a good job of putting you in that universe, even though it's a realm of fantasy. Because I always say, even if it's fantasy, even if it's a fantasy world, you still have to bring a level of realism to it, or it's not really fantasy. So in my opinion, so I always think all fantasy is based on some sort of fact, and a lot of the characters in the world lived in comes from the things Tolkien and the people Tolkien have met and seen and done, and even on himself. So the idea, of course, is basically the object of this ring, this tiny little object, that whoever possesses it, it corrupts them. and it gives them power, it corrupts them in a it's basically it's corruption. It's a temptation that's horrible to have, created by a corrupt, powerful ruler who was so powerful that even though after he was, I don't want to give you the whole history of it, but he was disembodied after the great battle that you see at the beginning of the film, Sauron, his spirit is still wielded and trapped inside that ring.
Right.
And Gandalf said that ring is desperately trying to be reunited with its master, but the power is so strong that anyone who possesses it, it's so powerful to the point that it must be destroyed and never brought about again. But whoever gets a hold of it, it starts to corrupt them. Which is why it corrupts them in their own way. So that's why those that have it either wish not to have it or don't want it, will get it, or eventually it does corrupt them. So there's a level of realism with that right there. It's not, well, if you get the ring, it only corrupts a few or a little bit. Well, why is it only a few have corrupted and not this person? Or why is this? No, it's very simple that whoever possesses the ring is corrupted in the most vicious way that is attaining to them. Very simple plot to follow throughout the whole picture. And the goal is to have this ring destroyed. And the person who chooses the aspirational hero there is Frodo, who says, I will be the one to take this ring and destroy it. Now, Frodo is exceptional because they're hobbits. Hobbits are supposed to be the most docile, peaceful creatures of Middle Earth. So they don't seek out battle pertaining, maybe the humans do. And humans, I mean Aragorn and Boromir. Those are what I mean by the humans. Or maybe with the elves who are immortal, but still can be corrupted. So you have a simple task, simply made, and rules to simply follow.
Yep.
And the way the movie was shot, I mean, there was some green screen and some not. But that's what I mean by making the world real. He really, literally made it like you could literally take a plane to Middle Earth, and I like that, and I appreciate that. Nothing doesn't look like it's fantasy, but it's not too out of the ordinary of fantasy. If you guys follow what I'm saying, so that's the way I'm taking it, and I think that because of that, and because even in Tolkien there are still rules. It's a fantasy because some people have a misunderstanding that in fantasy and science fiction you still have to have rules. One of the biggest problems that I had with Endgame and why I hate it so badly was the writers did not understand the rules of time travel or what they were writing, or say, okay, so you're going to put the Avengers, it's a 5-year gap between what happened with Thanos and what's happening now. Okay, so why 5 years? What were they doing in those 5 years? I mean, they were just sitting around feeling sorry for themselves after 5 years. I could say maybe 1 or 2 years, but 5 years? Okay. And
The only person I
now,
was doing anything was Hawkeye.
yeah, but
I mean, yeah, granted,
I
we
get you.
had the
I get you. Yes.
we had Captain America doing the Snap Anonymous.
The what?
Snap Anonymous.
Oh,
Hi.
okay. But,
Hi, I'm
yes,
Steve.
yes.
Hi,
And
Steve. And I lost my friends due to the snap. So did we, Steve.
Yes. And don't forget me, the gay guy in the picture. I gotta let everybody know that I had a lover. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there because everybody on Twitter made a big deal about everybody on big deal about it, put about that, but we really didn't care. And I hated that because I believe that if they understood Steve Rogers, they would not have Steve Rogers sitting there at a Snap Anonymous meeting, as you say, Wolf. The Steve Rogers that I know would be trying to find a way to get those feds back or find out what we did that was wrong. It's like I often compared it to, and I've said, you guys heard me say this before, I've often compared it to the ending of The Empire Strikes Back. Because in The Empire Strikes Back, our heroes do all take a badly hit, but no one took it more harder than Luke Skywalker. He had a physical hit as well as an emotional hit. So you got fans already.
Am I a cult of personality yet?
Yeah, it's like,
So-
you killed my father. No, I am your father.
Yeah, yes, exactly. He took an emotion. I can't get any. So he took an emotional hit. But even at the end of the movie, where you know all the ending when they're on the medical fleet, and what is he doing? He's not sitting around feeling sorry for himself. He's not somewhere in a back room yelling at Obi-Wan. He's getting his hand repaired. He's getting that new hand fixed, but he's talking to Lando and Chewie about, soon as I get this fixed, I'm going to rendezvous, and we are going to jump back in this thing. We're going to Lando even tells Leia, you know, we're going to find the
Second
bounty
win.
hunter. We're going to find the bounty hunter, and we're going to look for Han. And he's already making these arrangements despite what he's gone through. And then after his hand is healed, he goes to Leia. And I think Scooney brought this out, but if Scooney's listening, I'm quoting you, Scooney. He puts his arm around Leia to let her know it's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. We're going to battle. We're going to battle back. That is what an aspirational hero does. He doesn't sit around at and sit there and feel sorry for himself. And so that tells me the writers didn't really know Steve Rogers. I believe Steve Rogers would not be sitting there. Not be sitting there in the anonymous scene. I was sitting there in the audience going, "What in the devil is this? What is huh? You know, what was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of that scene? There was no purpose to me for that whatsoever. What he should be doing was, we have to find a way to you have to find a way. And then Eloise, I'll let you talk. We have to find a way to fix this, or find out what we did wrong, and see if we can reverse it back and get our friends back and those that we lost. That's the Steve Rogers I know. If we're sitting for 5 years, because so if you're going to set these rules, if you're going to say it's 5 years after step, okay, why were the 5 years? What are they doing in the 5 years? And how are they going to go about doing what they have to do? Oh, time travel. Okay, well, how is time travel going to work? You still have to have rules. You can't just throw it out there and just have the audience and say, don't worry, just go with it. They won't ask any questions. They'll just sit there and eat their popcorn and be happy with it. But that's not a level of realism. So that's many, you all know by now, but those were one of the many issues that I had with Endgame. Eloise, did you want to say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say it was about the whole jab thing here in New Jersey.
Okay.
You want to share?
From what I understand, it's mandatory for like the state, but it's not mandatory for like the private sector, like, you know, businesses and stuff.
The business
they-
can do it at their discretion, but the government cannot make them do it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the gist of it. That's what I got.
Normally it wouldn't make sense. But that's the world that we're living in right now.
I like how Dr. White has been quoting the genie from Aladdin.
Yeah. But that's back to the
Is that what that is? Because I
Yup.
thought it was something like this.
No, you don't get that. I love that speech by the genie in Aladdin when he tells Aladdin the 3 things that he can't do, the 3 rules. There's 3 rules.
Almost.
That the genie has
There's
to
a couple
follow.
of provisos, a couple of quid pro quos.
Yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
Rob Williams was an unbeatable genie, man.
All right, smart Alec. No more freebies.
Yeah.
He goes, no, he says like, okay, you bad boy, but no more freebies.
Well, he was he was the best thing about Aladdin. The main thing that made Aladdin work was him as the genie. That's what really made him work.
How bad was the live action?
Oh, awful. Well,
May I go over how terrible that movie is? A spell again? Do I need to go through that? I mean, I never watched it entirely, but damn
I wasn't present when you were talking about it, I think.
Okay, hop a squad at the campfire then, because we're gonna be here for a while. So
I never saw it.
I never thought they would ruin Friend Like Me with Will Smith, and they had a better version at the end of the end credits that didn't really utilize the one they had him sing did not utilize enough of his talents, not nearly enough at all. They gave him a love interest. I just found that.
What is that? How are they moving like that? Like,
hey, If you really think it was unrealistic for Black Widow to do that one maneuver in Avengers, you can think again. That move is done in real life. That was not CGI. I saw the behind the scenes.
Right.
I was like,
Oh
oh wow, oh wow. I mean, yeah, it was a Scar Joe that did it, but still,
yeah. Still.
the stunt woman did a good job.
Yes, she did. She did. She was ScarJo's stunt double for the whole run of her time at the MCU, and she also did stunt double for Elizabeth Olsen.
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah.
going into detail wise, well, talking about this live action Aladdin. Oh, my favorite part was the fact that they made a whole big deal about Jasmine getting a more important role because apparently her original role in the animated was that she sat down and wait for a boy, where we got into a huge tirade about the Disney princesses.
Wait. Dominic Powell, what movie?
Terminator.
Like I like a Doctor White here. Phenomenal cosmic power.
No, but he said
Easily.
that a movie was talking shit about Terminator
Terminator.
and Back to the Future.
Oh, good grief.
Who is Endgame? Are you talking about, Dominic? Okay, yes. Because the writers were trying to. I think the writers realized they were writing crap, and they were trying to make sense of the crap they were writing to convince the audience
As
to
in,
follow along with
don't
their story.
they're telling us don't bring in your knowledge of time travel just because you watched Terminator and Back to the Future. This is not going to be
Yeah.
that movie where it
Yeah.
utilizes that type of time travel.
So
I wouldn't say that was them disrespecting them. I think that was a disrespect to us, the audience, because
yes,
that's where we
good
go
call.
to in terms of time travel. The basis of time travel was firmly set up by the Time Machine's story. Let's make no bare bones about that. That's the story that kind of started the time travel genre. That set up the rules for the time travel. It was Back to the Future and Terminator that establishes the rules into pop culture media. But it, like I said, it wasn't the movies that they were insulted. It's more of, look, audience, I know you're gonna bring in your bullshit knowledge because you watch a certain movie. This is not that movie, and this is not the time travel rules that we're gonna be abiding by from here on out. So sit back, relax, and write the show.
Eat your popcorn and accept what we're giving you. Take in what we're giving you. It's basically so. Dominic, Commander is right. They're basically insulting us as an
From
audience.
where I was sitting, that's how I felt.
I felt the same way. We're the dummies here. We're the dummies. Even though we paid the ticket.
So when I heard that, when I heard
dummies.
what he said, I heard when I heard what I don't know what they changed happened, but like when I heard that, I was like, excuse me.
Like, excuse you, right?
I said the same. I felt the same thing when I saw it. So I'm glad I wasn't alone. Yeah.
It
So
wasn't no excuse me. You better respect Back to the Future. No, excuse me. Are you trying to speak to the audience here? Trying to say, wait. So you knew that I was going to read this and judge this movie based around the knowledge from Back to the Future and Terminator, which is the rules that they set up that everybody must follow if you want to do a time travel movie, right? But you saying abandon that, okay? I'll play ball for a while. I'll play ball for a while and see how well you fuck this shit up. Because the joke is not on me. The joke's look, I'm just sitting here with my legs crossed, my arms crossed. I'm like, the joke is not the joke. I understand that joke was for me, but the joke is not on me. The joke is really on you because I'm still gonna watch this shit with the rules set with Terminator and Back to the Future, and I'm daring you to not fuck this up. But I'm also expecting you to fuck this up.
I think that about sums it up.
I think it does.
And you did when Nebula killed herself and then fade away.
Yeah.
Didn't think I would catch that shit. Huh.
There was a lot of issues with time travel in there. So Wolf, Wolf summed it up exactly, and
Oh no, you weren't alone.
mm-mm. Oh, the audience. What the audience I was in was steamed. Looked steamed. They kind of was thinking the same
Look,
thing. Nobody, no,
everybody in my
nobody.
audience kind of chuckled and was asking what. And I was sitting there just like I was just sitting there with my legs crossed and my arms crossed. I'm like, what's that dude name from Ratatouille?
I forgot the name.
Egon,
Mm-hmm.
Egon. I was like that. Hit me with your best shot.
Fire away.
I was pretty much thinking the same thing. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants Marvel, since you guys think you know me so well, let's just see.
I'm like, this is from the
just how
Russos
good
too.
you got. Yeah.
I'm
But
like
I don't.
this.
Listen,
I'm like sitting here like this could not be from the Russos. This could
No.
not have been from the Russos.
I think my theory is
Yep, Anton Ego.
it wasn't the Russos. It was someone else, but the Russos had to do what the script said. I think that's what it was. I don't think because I don't think I could not. I was like I could not believe the Russos would write something like that. It didn't. I cannot believe they would. I believe they had to follow the rules of someone else who controls their souls. So they were under oath to say,
It's
"Well,
like,
you're in my office."
Captain Marvel.
Oh, please, let's get into that. Give into that.
Here's a weekly distraction.
I will say it again, and I know it gets on Trooper's nerves, but I will always say that movie was done so he could please his mistress, and that's what I call her, and I will continue
Look,
to
already
call her.
covered
they-
this topic.
I know, Trooper.
Look,
but
look.
I know.
They said she was going to be an important role in the film. I was smiling when freaking Thanos bitch slapped her with the Power Stone.
Oh, everybody cheered. Everybody cheered.
yeah.
Everybody was all
Yeah.
screaming and screaming like, oh, and went, bah! I was like, yes! Fuck all y'all who sucking this bitch's pussy.
Mm-mm.
They
I
said
was
the Russos
smiling.
said
I was
it.
like, yeah, I thought she was going to do something special in this fucking movie. All she did was took down a ship and got bitch slapped by Thanos. Well, he had to pull out one of the stones to get to take her out. It still counts, motherfucker. He hit everybody with that stone in the last movie. She get the same treatment, motherfucker. If she tanked that shit, I would have been pissed. I would have been
very
pissed.
angry if she not done it. Yeah, I would have been
If
very
she
angry.
tanked the Power Stone. If she literally tanked the Power Stone in that scene, I would have been like, oh wow. Like everybody was laughing and cheering when he headbutted and she didn't budge. But then I smiled when he did that shit. I was like, yep, mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all celebrated too early. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, my audience cheered when she was cheering and clapping and people like somebody else stomp on her. I mean, everybody was doing all this stuff. So you weren't alone, Wolf, because I cheered. I was cheering too. Somebody was like, "Oh, fine," they roared, and it wasn't in a good way. They wanted Thanos to.
Like I said,
knock
I have
her
a
down.
rewrite for how Captain Marvel would have helped. And she sure as hell would not be played by Brie Larson. That bitch would have been replaced. Yvonne Strahovski would have been my pick.
And she would be wearing not that outfit, but the outfit she originally was in.
Look,
with
if
the
they want the
slash.
outfit, she can have the outfit. All I'm saying is it would not be Brie wearing that outfit. That's all I'm saying. It would not be Brie wearing that outfit, and that outfit would definitely come with the sash. And no, she's not wearing that Hillary haircut. Yvonne is gonna keep her luxurious Goldilocks hair. Okay, okay. And
So you
again,
don't like the Hillary hair?
fuck that bitch. That bitch wanted to. In her can
Don't get
Look.
on her kill list. You don't want to be
Look,
on the kill
that's
list.
that's the reason why I say fuck that bitch, because the moment she said
She's up
she
to
was
like
about to do
41
her
or 42
candidacy,
right now.
look, her candidacy was built on. She said she would invent a law that allowed a woman to murder husbands for whatever reason.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
I absolutely adore the interview where she had to sit with Jeremy Renner, and Jeremy Renner looked like he just wanted to pop her. I just love that. I don't know if you guys saw this promoting
Yeah,
the
I
film,
remember
and
seeing it. He just did not want to be there.
he just did not want to be there.
I just
and
want to be.
said,
I'm gonna be the best me. Thank you very much. Like, bitch, it should be an
Thank
honor
you
to be compared to.
very much.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh,
bitch,
excuse me.
that's an
Yeah.
honor to be compared to Tom Cruise being called. You want to be your own Tom Cruise? I'm like,
Yeah.
I would have been like, yep, I want to be just like Tom Cruise, do my own motherfucking stunts. That man has inspired me to try to do the stunts myself. Now, mind you, I don't mind using a stunt though for the complex stuff. I don't know how to bust a backflip, but somebody else can.
Yep.
And I think
Mm-hmm.
the stunt doubles don't get enough credit than they do deserve. Thank you, thank you so much, freaking Quentin Tarantino, for making Zoe Bell at least a star for one movie. For one movie. Thanks to Death. Look, say what y'all will about Death Proof. Death Proof.
Death proof.
Thank you. Death Proof. But after that movie, it made me appreciate stunt doubles more. I used to shit on stunt doubles, or at least I used to shit on actors for using stunt doubles. You know what I'm saying? But then
Mm-hmm.
but then when I watched that movie, I was like, you know what? Thank you, Quentin Tarantino. I I saw what you were doing with this movie. I really did. You know what? Thanks to your movie, I have a very appreciation for stunt doubles. You guys do a good service.
Hmm.
And half of you motherfuckers don't survive. We need to be more appreciative.
That's
You
all.
guys break limb for limb, get injuries. I'm sorry, Leia. Get injury after injury doing your work, doing your due diligence to get the shot right. So to anybody who's a stunt double that hear this, if you do decide to come on to this, I salute you.
Mm.
All right.
Well, that's what she should have said, and if she said that,
Wait, we're supposed to have
she.
stunt doubles?
Or at least stunt doubles.
Well, we should have some of us. Some actors need stunt doubles. Yeah, I would need one because I'm a clumsy ox. I will bust my own butt. I will shoot myself in the foot. I will do something wrong. So I would be so wholeheartedly proud to admit, no, a double did that because I'm too clumsy to do it myself. So I have no problem saying that. So no. Yes, Network. I love that moment too in Aladdin. He was great in that. So cool. That's the kind of genie you would want to come out of a lamp. That's a genie you would want to grant you your 3 wishes. That's definitely with that. I know one of mine would not be granted. Oh, I can't make anyone fall in love with you. Oh, shucks. Okay, well, there goes my chance to be Mrs. Chris Evans. But I said, well, can you at least like him recognize me, genie? And he probably would say
Senpai
no.
notice me is what she means to say.
Wish granted.
I knew I walked into that.
Nah, you know you want to walk into that.
No,
You
I
pretty
was
much
just.
you firmly is okay with that, and you willfully walk through that.
No,
You willfully do that. You know, you
I
like okay, Wolf Commander. I need my captain high. So here you go. Give me that captain high. You just signaling me.
well, no, I just said that if I thought
Ah,
that,
yeah. That's how you talk.
if the genie was if the genie was with
Wish
you and
granted.
you had to okay okay if
That's your
the
third wish. Welcome back,
like
Bear
that one.
of the North.
What's happened?
If the genie said the 3 wishes and you wanted someone to fall in love with you, and he said he can't grant that because he can't make
You
anybody
can
fall in
only
love.
have one, Leia.
Oh,
You can only have one. But then again, you do have this stuff muffin too on the back.
oh, good.
You got that backup. If that don't work, there's your backup right there.
Yes.
Either way,
Yes.
you still gonna sell for a dream. You can still sell for a dream.
Yes, I can still settle for a dream. Okay, I can still settle for a dream. Now, to my point.
Is that even a question?
You don't get what's going on here, do you? Not you, Wolf. You don't get it. Oh, you poor dear. I thought maybe you would.
Dr. Y, he's basically flashing people with gifts.
Mhm. I discovered the overlay system in
Mm.
StreamYard. God
Yes.
bless StreamYard.
And he is having a ball with it. It is
Troy's doing it
I,
too, but I did it first, mind you. I did it
oh,
first.
Troy's
You
doing
beat
it on
him.
his. He's doing it on his
Well, of
streams now.
course, that's usually how it goes.
He just no, he had to be taught that. I pretty much learned it. And before me, it was Ishii that did that too.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
Oh,
oh, so this is how Ishii does it. Okay, I like this.
Yeah, except Ishii doesn't flash things, not that I remember.
Only when Cat laughs.
Oh yeah.
Eloise know what I'm talking about.
oh.
Every time Cat every time he flashed that cat gif, I was like, Cat's moving mountains. I was hoping that joke would take, but apparently nobody paid attention to me in the chat. But okay, it's not
What
about me.
happened? What
I'm
happened?
saying, every time when he does the cat gif, I was like, cat's moving mountains.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. But not the chat, I guess.
Yep. Well, for those who visit Ishii's stream, I'll give you a visual representation.
Oh
Cat's
no.
moving mountains.
Oh no.
I guess.
I feared that was coming.
Every time she laughs, she's moving mountain.
Well, aren't you
Well,
excited for the
everybody-
Netflix Cowboy Bebop? Like, come on.
Oh, fuck
No,
off.
it's gonna be trash.
Oh, fuck off with that nonsense.
No.
Dude doesn't even
They
know
did away
like
with
what the
middle
hell he was
name.
doing. He couldn't even like successfully make it through the interview. Like the director, like
Mhm.
he couldn't even like give details, like specific events or anything like that. All he was basically just giving a non-answer to like all the interview questions that
There was an
he was
interview.
receiving. Yeah, on Netflix there was an interview and he couldn't even respond. Like it was like basically corporate dribble. That's what it was. There was no like you could tell he had no concept of things.
I would love to hear what you have to say about Faye's outfit.
Hmm.
Oh, he can give you 9 answers to that question.
Oh, the male gaze.
And every single one of them suck.
The male.
No, he said he like the only thing he liked was like that bath scene where she's like gazing at the guy
Shower
and she's like the shower scene and she's like what are you and
Oh, that scene.
yeah the director was particularly interested in that scene
Wait, he's
in
interested in the
particular.
dude who went through hormone therapy against his will on a planet.
Like I said, the dude has no concept of what's going on. Like all he saw was like a dude with tits and a you know
Yeah.
and a cock. There, I said it.
Hmm.
So that's what he had a unusual interest in. So I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of that in the live action.
Yeah. In
Did
other
you
words, he
really
likes
have to
Shrek.
ask Victoria?
There's going to be a lot of inclusiveness.
Oh,
Hey,
fuck.
I'm-
We're talking about the Cowboy Bebop adaptation, like live action
Oh.
thing.
I'll let you
We
guys.
got inclusiveness sprinkled all over this.
Oh, goodness. I'll let you guys the Cowboy Bebop, and then I have another
No, you
issue.
go ahead. Go ahead. No, you go
You
ahead,
know,
Leia.
Yeah, I'm
well-
kind of finished.
Well,
I
if
got
you
my
guys-
own spiel, but I want you to continue your statement about the realism and whatever it is that's really angering the wrath or incurring the wrath of the Lady of Valor.
Well, after I did my wrap about reality, I just want to say that Endgame, the time travel part did not give us the reality of what it should be. So that is it. The other wrap that I have that I found out a couple of days ago for all you out there, and all of you out there, if you are familiar with the film adaptation of Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire, whether you've seen it or not, based on her novels, her Vampire Chronicle novels, which I am a huge fan of, and I have read all of them. I'm a big fan of her works. I think that Anne Rice understands the vampire mythology, and she did it the best over all the Twilight, and even better than True Blood. Well, AMC announced that it's going to do. I'm bless you if there's a sneeze or you have to disagree with me, But
Oh,
um,
sorry. I thought I muted my mic because like I was like clearing my throat.
that's okay, Eloise. I'll take it.
You're so adorable.
Yes, that's all right. That's a good one to use though. Well, anyway, AMC announced that they are going to do like all of the TV shows like Outlander and Game of Thrones and True Blood, that they now are going to throw their hat into adapting novels to television. So they are going to do an adaptation of Rice's Vampire Chronicles, and the first show is going to be Interview with the Vampire. Now, when I first heard this, I was excited because I think it'd be a great idea to finally bring to life a book I actually read and know, and characters I know, to television. I
Right.
think television would be a great format for Anne Rice's stories, and I would love to see someone else take on the Lestat character besides Tom Cruise.
Mm-hmm.
So at first, but then the red light went off on my head, and then I thought, wait a minute, now we're in the season of woke cane in Hollywood. People they don't get high of cocaine anymore in Hollywood. They're high off the woke cane. I like,
That's
and
a
then
good one.
yes, that's what's going on in Hollywood right now. And I thought, ew, that means that they could make this woke. They wouldn't do that. AMC wouldn't do that, would they?
Oh yes, they would.
Well, Ryan, my worst nightmares are back, and I'll try to put this in the chat if you guys want to read the YouTube did a video on it. There was an announcement. Variety and Deadline reported that, does everybody remember Brad Pitt in Interview with the Vampire? If whoever saw it, if you guys didn't see it, you won't get it. But anyway, as you all know, Brad Pitt made his debut in that film. He played the vampire Lewis. Well, AMC has decided that Lewis is going to be a black guy and race swap that character out. And this gets even better, boys and girls. Not only have they race swapped him, the guy that played
Grey
Game
Worm.
of Thrones. Yeah, if you Game of Thrones fans know him as Great Worm.
Mhm.
Okay, since I didn't really follow Game of Thrones, I don't know this guy very well. He has been cast in the role. And get this, boys and girls, they've changed how Anne Rice wrote him in the book and the movie. He's not going to be the owner of a plantation mansion that runs off of the stat. He is going to be the owner of a brothel. And he's going to control and have the white women under his sexual power. I am not.
Guess they want to really
Oh,
capture.
this up.
I guess they want to
Oh.
really capture the whole stuff that they could have done with whatchamacallit. Oh damn it. I can't believe I'm forgetting
It's
his
the
name.
roots writing.
No, it's oh man.
It's not right.
Littlefinger. What they could have done with Littlefinger, they're throwing they're throwing at Grey Worm or whatever.
Yeah. And boys, and guess what he's going to be? And I remember when I read that article, I just I like, you know what?
I'm surprised you were able to get through it.
I said this is the last straw. I am beyond fed up with this woke garbage that is infested Hollywood. And I said they are
To
really
quote-
high on this woke cane. Thinking it's insulting. I find it insulting as a black woman that AMC thinks that they're doing a favor for me by race swapping this character and thinking that that's just going to make me feel so good about myself and my culture because you're race swapping one character for another. In Anne Rice's novel, Lewis is specifically descriptively described. He's tall, he's lean, he's Caucasian, and that is exactly how he is described, even his backstory and his history. Yes, he did own a plantation and he did own slaves, but once he became a vampire, he released those slaves and left and went and ran off with Lestat. So it doesn't. These people are so warped with their stupid woke that they can't even stand just a few minutes of a scene on a plantation. When I saw Interview with the Vampire, I'm sorry, I did not get offended at the fact that
It's
Lewis
not
was a plantation
that,
owner.
Leia,
sorry.
because I'm gonna tell you right now, if that was the case, we wouldn't have 12 Years a Slave or any other plantation movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the reasons.
But the problem is that nobody wants to tackle anybody who's of the woke train. They don't want to tackle the idea of a slave owner. They don't want unless they can civilize them in their own words, their own way. They could turn them into this he's this. They don't want to do the white savior in a way, but they. But it's funny how they want to do that in their own way. But yeah, like that's why they're going with it. Unless they say anything otherwise in later interviews, but that's where I'm thinking that that's why they're doing this. Nobody wants to write a slave owner as a protagonist
Nope.
in that regard, or at least they, as
They don't
we've
want the
always
slave owner to be a hero.
well, that's the thing. Louis is not a hero. He never was.
Yeah, Wolf is
Mhm.
right. Lewis is not a hero, but people's interpretation is that he's the good vampire because he will not kill. So a lot of audiences felt that he was the good one. But I said, if you all really read the books, there's a lot going on with Louis than just that. The film kind of distorts that a little bit, but I ran with
If
that
you
train
take
because
into
I know.
account the Vampire Lestats story,
Yeah, you have to listen to the stats side of the story. And then as the books went on in the series, Lewis is brought back and some other details about his life are revealed through their series of books. But yeah, if you listen to the stats side of the story, it's a lot different. But I love the fact that they don't want to tackle a slave owner. But hey, running a brothel must really be heroic because that's
oh
what they're
yeah,
going to do to him.
turn the gay black vampire into a pimp.
Yes, he will be gay. Yeah, he
How
is a
very
gay.
progressive there.
Yep.
Like we don't have enough black pimps in multimedia these
Very
days.
much.
Yes,
Oh no! He's not only a pimp; he's a gay pimp, and that's
yes,
He's
better.
a
Sal.
vampire
Gay pimp
pimp.
is still a pimp.
He's an immortal pimp.
yes.
Pimpin'.
Big
Yep.
pimpin'.
You thought you was gonna take it, huh? Look here, Damon. I am a boy.
That's
You're
right.
not in prison anymore, Damon. That's not how pimps do here. Y'all, everybody, stand back, stand back. There's gonna be ball juice everywhere. You ever seen a Rottweiler beat a Chihuahua? No, me neither. But I know it ain't pretty.
You might get some of that in the film. Well, when I read that what they did his character, I'm like, Dr. Y, yeah, but AMC doesn't think so. The producers think that he's this is. I forgot.
It's
You know what? I didn't
all
even bother
in
to
the
read all
matter
of it. I
of
was so mad.
practice. It's all in the matter
Yeah.
of practice.
I was just gonna say that I'm kind of surprised they even like picked up something from Ayn Rand because like usually people those
And Rice.
like yeah Anne Rice
Yes.
wait, she's the lady who wrote the Objectivism, right?
No, that's Ayn
Yeah.
Rand.
Mhm.
Ayn
And
Rand.
Rice is the one that wrote the sexy vampires before Twilight became glitter
Yeah,
vampires.
before
Yep.
Oh,
Twilight.
okay.
Yeah. She's well, us a lot of us fans of the books, we like it because she brought, and this goes back to your topic book. She brought a sense of realism to these vampires, because what
Mm-hmm.
she showed, or what Louis was trying to show you, that the vampire life is not as glamorous as you think it is. Let me tell you
I'll
what it
give you their.
really means to
Well,
be
let's put into
immortal.
context their physiology real quick.
Okay, shoot.
One, they can't fuck. Their dick don't work. They're dead, so the
Yeah,
dick don't work. Or in the case of pussy don't get wop.
they don't make babies, right?
They can't make babies. They can. Well, technically they can.
Well, they can't do it biologically.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah,
They can
yeah.
manufacture their own babies in the case of
Yes.
Claudia.
Claudia, yes, in case
And
of
Claudia is like the only first few young vampires being made.
Right.
It's rare when that happens when they make a child a vampire.
Yeah,
When they cry out blood.
right,
They have a sense of they didn't display that enough in the first movie.
right.
Shut up, gamer.
I
Anyways,
thought you guys were talking about Aunt Ayn Rand. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
no.
Fasten your
No.
seatbelts. Fasten your seatbelts, Bear of the North. You're
That's
in
a
for a
completely
wild
different
ride.
topic.
Yes.
I was just gonna say why is Hollywood adapting like
Now,
an
where the hell
objectivist
was
thing?
you on the objectivism? Because that would have been a great time to bring up Ayn Rand.
Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Anyways.
that's- nah.
Well,
They can look in a mirror.
start from the top. Now we here. They can't fuck. They can't make babies unless you take into account Claudia.
Hmm.
What's the
What-
fun of being a vampire then?
Well, they
They feed. Go ahead,
no. Well, if you want to continue, so he's talking about the blah, blah, blah.
The
Solid
physiology.
the physiology of a
Yeah.
vampire. Now, Wolfie
They
was
bleed
doing
out blood when
bleed
when
out
they
blood.
cry.
They
They cry
cannot
blood
they cannot make babies biologically, but they can turn them, like in the case of Claudia, they can turn them by biting them and
and
exchanging
feeding
their
the
own
blood.
and feeding the blood to them. So that's how they procreate in their way. They
They
cry
can't feed
blood.
off of dead humans.
Right. They can't feed off the dead. They can look in a mirror. They, because in an interview you see them looking in a mirror. Claudia can look in a mirror. They, when you become a vampire, if you have your physical, not only do you become your youth returns, but if you have any sickness or ailments, all of that disappears. Like with Claudia, she had the plague, and that immediately disappeared and made her have, so all those
Oh
imperfections
yeah,
she had
and when
go
you
away.
become a vampire, you become hot as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Suddenly she
Yes.
have wavy blonde Goldilocks hair when
Yep.
she transformed. Oh my goodness.
When she
I was like,
transformed. Yep.
that's crazy how she just became a little doll in a matter of seconds. First you
Basically,
die, and then you come back when you take the blood. That's what
right.
happens.
Yeah, Lewis describes that in the book, and he says it in the film as well. What happens when you die and you come back? You do become pale in the skin. You don't become monstrous distortion like some films have them monstrous. The makeup in the film, you're it's not like you're grotesquely changed. It's just your scale is pale. Of
See
course,
your veins and everything. You
yeah,
can't go out in the sun.
right. The sun is still a weapon. I mean, the sun still hurts them.
You can
Um,
survive just about anything, even being eaten by an alligator.
yes, yes.
They can kill
You
you two ways: sun, steak. I think no, not steak.
no
Cutting off
steak.
your head
Yeah,
works,
cutting off
and
your head
burning
and the sun and burning are the only ways they can kill you
to
because
some
that's how
degree.
far.
Because Lestat even survived burning somehow.
Yes, he did. Well, the reason he said he survived, it's a long story, but it goes into the other books. But it's basically in Queen of the Damned, he drank the blood of Akasha, and Akasha's blood. Queen of the Damned was supposed to take place before the incidents in Interview with the Vampire.
But
So
they
that's why
turned
he
that
was
into
able to
an
survive.
origin story in the movie.
Yeah, the Queen of the
That was
Damned movie.
dumb.
The Queen of the Damned movie was awful. That was absolutely atrociously bad. Awful.
Only saving grace was Aaliyah as Akashka.
Yes, that was it. But the rest of the film was
She
garbage.
can't act for shit, but she did a good job giving a visual representation of Akasha.
Yes, I will say to that.
I mean, they hyped that shit up in the opening of that movie. I'm like, you better deliver on what you're hyping here. And
See ya, Dr. Y.
All right, Dr. Y.
Oh, goodbye, Dr. White.
I mean, I was thoroughly drinking the scenery with her.
I get
So
what you're
yeah.
saying. Yes. Yep. Absolutely agree with you with that.
I mean, I like how she flicked her hands and make people combust. You know.
Yeah. I can't go into it now, but it's a long story and why Akasha could do that. But I'm
She
not
was
going to bore everybody with that story. You have to go into.
She had me chuckling when she says, "You kill me, you kill yourselves." I was like, "Oh, stop that! You're so cute. You're so
Yeah.
cute when you're trying to act desperate to live. That's so adorable."
Yeah.
No, I liked her in Romeo Must Die, but as far as Queen of the Damned, she can physically act. Now vocally act, nah. No, that bloodbath scene was not that bad. I don't know, but again, this is Aaliyah doing visual acting.
Well, the
You know,
problem
when
with
she's
what,
not talking. Sorry, Leia. When she's
go ahead.
not talking and she's moving and strutting and all in her stuff, it's like she's embodying that Nubian, femininity.
Mhm.
I'm like, and then
It's nubile, right?
shut up, Brian. Kidding. I'm just saying, like when she's stressing that bar, that club, and you see how they light her up and how she's giving off that air, and you hear System of a Down's "Why Won't You Die" playing in the background. It's like, oh, okay, I'm liking this, but then again, I was a big simp for Aaliyah when I was a kid.
Oh, of course, it's
But when she
understandable.
talked, I was like, okay, this is turning me off.
The awful sin of Queen of the Damned is they combined two really great books and made them dumb. They dumbed it down because they were trying to get a teen audience, so they made it stupid so that the tweens
He
would
left
get
Akashka for this bland bitch.
yeah, yep. they dumbed it down. So
Yep.
everything in that movie is not the way it was in the books. The books were
Be
work. I think
gone, Blendy.
the film Queen of the Damned really hurt, and that's why they didn't make any more because they just botched it. I'm like, oh, they just botched Anne Rice's books. These two very good books. They were really dumbed down. It was
We
really
didn't
dumb
finish
made.
the physiology of the vampires, did we?
No, we got off track. I was going to get back into it, unless you want to get back into it. Where we left
There
off?
was what I was going to bring up was that some of the powers vary from different vampires depending on what they are able to master in their age.
Yeah,
Like the
depending on your age. Yeah.
like the one vampire that Lestat meets after leaving Lestat that walks on the walls.
Santiago. You talking
Yeah,
about when Lewis met?
Santiago.
Yeah, Santiago. Yes.
Yes,
And
he's able to walk on walls.
Armand was over 400 years old. I think that's what he told. And
Hmm.
at the time, Lewis, he was the oldest living vampire. Uh, lowest living vampire that he knew, but he was. Armand had been around for Armand. And there was a book based on his story as well. Again, I won't get into it, but Armand was the oldest vampire uh, in it, giving them more depth. Most people objectivism. Yeah, you're right, Dominic Paul. You're right about Anne Rice's vampire series. That's why I was a big fan of it. They need coffins to sleep in, so they need to sleep in a coffin.
Not
Uh,
necessarily, but anything that can shelter from the sun is preferable, I think.
right,
Because
right.
I think Lestat explains that it's just an aesthetic thing for him. Maybe,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to think. Yeah,
or at
because
least there was a real world reason why they use coffins. I think because that's one way of oh yeah, the coffins was basically them dying
mm-hmm.
to some degree, or that's how they were able to get transported, kind of like the way how
Oh
Dracula was
yeah,
transported via
yeah.
box.
Yeah, if they have to transport during the day, if they can't travel, if they're in the modern times, if they can't travel by plane, they have to be transported in a coffin. So they still need it. And they still needed to block themselves from the sun because Anne Rice's vampires do sleep during the day. If you've
Hmm.
seen an interview, they still sleep during the day. What other I think we covered most of it. Blah,
And
blah,
if
blah, blah,
not, they
blah.
need dirt. They'll use dirt.
Right. Yes. They'll use the dirt to do that.
Bury
Uh,
themselves.
yeah. So they can be blocked from the sun. When you
Whatever it is
talk,
to keep them from the sun. Yeah.
yeah,
Continue.
from the daylight. But like you're saying, their powers grow the longer they are alive. So the
Hmm.
more centuries they live, the more powerful they grow, and the more abilities they have. The stat had, for instance, to read people's thoughts. In the film, he said he could read their thoughts, but Lewis couldn't. But because Lewis had not been turned that long. But some vampires can read other people's thoughts, and they can also control their minds. It's according to, again, how many centuries they've lived. It's the
Hmm.
more centuries they live, the more blood they ingest, the more powerful they grow in their abilities. So that's where they get some of their power. So it's according to how much more blood they ingest, the how long that they grow, that they have a connection to each other, so they feel the other's death. Like with Lewis, when Claudia was starting to burn, he felt that pain. They feel the pain of the ones that they make, since Lewis was Claudia's maker.
Hmm.
So he could feel they do feel the other one's death of the one that they create. So I think
Visually shown when he screamed in that coffin.
yes, exactly. Yep, that was shown right then there because he could feel her pain with the burning.
Hmm.
And that's vampires normally do not kill other vampires. And I've read a lot of the books, and unless they kill themselves, and some have in her novels. Some cannot stand or go mad with the idea of immortality. So there have been some characters, you haven't seen them on screen, but in the books, there have been some that have sort of committed vampire suicide. And they usually do that by exposing themselves to the sun or jumping into a fire, or such as that. Was that knew someone that he made, but he couldn't
Some
take
can be spirits
mortality.
too.
Yes.
I
Yep.
heard that Claudia was a spirit now.
Yes. Yes. In what book was it? I can't think right away, but in one of the books, she was a spirit. Because Lewis asked I think a witch or someone could he conjure up her spirit so he could say he was sorry for all that happened to her. And Jessie, a girl in the later book, said that she went back to the area or something and saw Claudia's
Mhm.
Is this book
spirit.
series ongoing or is it complete?
It's completed.
It's completed. The last book written was called Prince Lestat, I think. Was the last one that I had read. But
Didn't
it's
they
been
fight
completed.
aliens at some point?
Yeah, that was in, I think it was Lestat and the Realm of Atlantis, something like that. That Anne Rice had done.
I heard that from Dominic Noble. I was like, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa, whoa! They
I don't think
fought
that,
aliens.
I don't think they were aliens though, Dominic. I don't even though that was not her best
Not
book.
Dominic Powell,
Yeah,
Dominic
oh,
Noble.
I don't.
He's a YouTuber that
Oh,
talks about adaptations versus between book and movie
I don't think
called
they were.
Lost in Adaptation.
Oh yes, I've seen that guy's videos. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that guy's. His videos are fun. It's fun. Eloise, if you catch that guy's videos, you should see them. He breaks down Anne Rice's books very well. So in a
Formerly the
fun
Dom,
way.
but he's now Dominic Noble.
Yeah. So he breaks
All
down the
right.
books. Yep, he breaks down the books
He even talks
very
about
well.
50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, he goes there as well. But he does it in a really fun way, and he breaks down all of Anne's novels.
Mm.
So
Did I tell you guys about the time I found one of the 50 Shades of Grey books in the plane, on a plane?
there are only three, so
I've had with this 50 Shades on this motherfucking plane.
That's not what happened. Like I was stuck on the plane because I don't know, there was a storm, so like the pilot, so we couldn't get out of the plane. We were all stuck there. And while everybody was talking, I felt like a book fall, and it was like on the floor next to my foot. So I picked it up and I started asking um whose book this was, and this really burly guy, um he was like, how do I explain it? You know those people that ride motorcycles?
Biker dudes, right?
Bikers.
Yeah, something like that. So he was like, "That's my book," and then he started reading some passages out loud, and everybody was like,
Weirded out, huh?
"No, I think did I'm not sure if he said it was his book or that it was he started cracking jokes about it basically and started reading it out loud, like I don't know." I'm guessing it was his wife's book, so that's why he did it to like
So I guess
to
he
like
was making fun of
embarrass.
it.
Yeah, he was making
yeah.
fun of it, but I think he was trying to play it off that it was his book, so that his wife wouldn't have to go through the embarrassment.
I'm sure she's
I
pretty embarrassed when
see.
you read it out loud.
Yeah, I think she's
Yeah.
embarrassed enough by it. All right, no, Wolf, should we stop? Neil starts here and let you do the monologue here.
Yep.
We should be quiet now as Wolf now presents the monologue. Neil starts monologue.
I think you should do the honors, Leia.
No, I'm not good at it as you are. I'll make it sound like a Shakespearean soliloquy. So maybe
I'll
you
do
should
it.
do it. No, go ahead. Go
Girl,
ahead.
you the flair. You're the one with the flair of the dramatics. You should do it. If you want to do the Shakespearean soliloquy, I know Eloise, you want to jump at it.
Oh,
Oh well, go ahead, Eloise.
Eloise this time, and I'll try next time.
The brilliant star that shines through the night, the spirit of vengeance that haunts your nightmares, Riser Man stands before you.
RIZE
Yay.
manpower. RIZER manpower. R.
Yay, very good, Eloise. Very good.
Get you a mic, motherfucker. We still waiting.
Yes. Gamer, we would
Unless
love
your
to have
laptop
you.
has an internal mic like mine does.
Who?
Me. Gamer, I think, wants in.
Yeah. Get your ass a mic.
We'd love to have you again.
Logitech is your friends.
I
Cheap.
just found out I wasn't even using my headset mic. I had it plugged in. These settings, man.
Yeah,
RIZER manpower. RIZER manpower. Riser man stands before you.
Yep. Very much.
and the one thing if I'm going to get back to Psychology of Vampires, that I think the last, and this will be the last part, Wolf, that I think Anne Rice did is that she made the blood drinking sexy. She treated the blood drinking like sex, if I can put it like that.
That explains all the hickeys from a lot of sexless housewives.
Yes,
No
well,
hickeys.
well, in the movie you see it with the stat and how he bites his victims. It's like
Now will be a good time.
yes, we'd love to have you.
I mean, if you're not at work, I mean, if you're at work, I can fully understand. But like, bruh, get your ass up here.
And she made them, she made them sexy. Totally opposite of what Twilight did. First of all, Twilight had them glistening in the sun, which is stupid. You see no fangs. You don't see anybody bite anybody. It's just them calling themselves vampires, but they don't act or do
Rip and
anything
tear,
that
rip and
gross.
tear.
Yeah,
Until it
well,
is done.
I
yeah.
mean, I thought the aspect where they were basically how do I explain it? You know how they would basically
Living
eat the blood.
statues.
No. I'm talking about like the Twilight stuff. The only
Yeah,
aspect that I found. How do I explain it? Okay, so basically they would drink the blood of animals in order to not take the blood of humans. I thought that was interesting, as well as getting the blood from like a blood bank.
Yeah, still ain't vampires.
Mm-hmm.
It's still not. It's still not that. That's
I'm
what
a
made
monster.
them. No, that's
Bitch,
still
I
not
haven't seen you rip nobody in half yet. How you a
Mm-mm.
monster? You a pussy ass, bitch ass, and mark ass Negro.
Yup.
But that's what made her novels so successful. That's why I like them. No, Twilight, no, they're not. They're not. That's not them. Eventually, as the books went on, Lewis starts to drink from humans. He starts off at first, but eventually he starts to. You have to be further into the books beyond the Vampire Lestat. You have to be like Queen of the Damned and Tale of Body Thief.
So in other words,
and
Anne Rice
stories.
does what Stephanie Meyer don't.
Right,
Yeah.
and better. Stephanie Myers is a phony. Stephanie Myers is a copycat. Stephanie Myers is, I'm sorry if you're a Twilight fan out there, but let's just face it. Stephanie Myers
You don't need to apologize to them dried up bitches.
Stephanie Myers is a hack. That's basically all she is. But it's very easy to write for 13 and 14-year-olds. I've been 13 and
We don't
14-year-old.
apologize to Coochie Cobwebs. Hey, Al.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Al.
I heard
you're
she
right.
had a new book. Whatchamacallit?
Midnight
Stephanie
Sun.
Myers
The
tried,
leak-
yeah.
The leaked manuscript that she tried to hide, but then oh my god, it was such a tough time in 2020 that I had to release this book, and you guys don't understand how tough it was to release a book in such a trying time.
Oh, boo
Yeah.
hoo hoo.
Wasn't it
Cry me a friggin' river.
fantasy or something? I can't remember what the genre was that she was trying. Like the
Well,
only reason
Midnight
I know
Sun
about
was
the
told through the perspective of Eric Cullen.
Oh, if everybody cares.
It's basically
I don't get that.
not necessarily a reboot. It's more of a retelling of Twilight, but through another person's perspective. She didn't even get her shit consistent either.
She needs
And
a
she-
paycheck.
She's
Yep,
get over herself.
Basically,
Right,
that's the
right.
reason why she made it. She
the,
wanted the
the
paycheck.
only reason I know it exists is because I saw whatchamacallit. I don't know if you guys know him, Crimson Rogue, just like tear it apart. So
Good.
like that's the only
Yeah, I
reason I
watched
know
that
it
one.
exists.
I watched that one. I know what you're talking about.
He's a booktuber.
Yep, he is.
Now, yeah. Oh, good, because she's just she's writing it because she thinks everybody still wants Twilight to come back. I'm like, no, dear, we've all grown up and moved on from that piece of trash. We've all moved up and grown on. So yes, Anne Rice is basically
Yeah, that
a
crowd
better
went to
writer.
the 50
Yeah.
Shades crowd, and even then, that train has finally reached its destination.
Oh
They
my
already
God.
got their movies too.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that people were treating that book like it's the greatest thing. I think just a lot of lonely housewives were reading the book. I mean, I'm not judging anybody, but
I mean, at least she's honest about how she wrote it.
Yeah, I'll give her that. But
She wrote it for
I don't
Lonely
think-
Housewives.
I don't think there's no lonely housewives in this era. It's just like lonely
You'd be surprised.
30-year-olds.
Yeah.
That too,
You'd be
that
surprised.
too. But also, there's some housewives. The how they said, well, they said because housewives
The
were the one that
Desperate
were,
Housewives, right?
yeah, they were the ones buying up the book, her books. Those were the ones that were buying her books, and then it just got me that, yeah, Dominic Noble does a great job doing that. Yes, you're right, Neostar. That's why Twilight sucks.
Hmm.
The all that money. Ow. The 50 Shades writer, what was I about to say? When she got time to adapt her books to screen, to me, it's like she treated Shakespeare like she was Jane Austen. I'm like, somebody else should edit your book to make it translate into the big screen, because when it became movies, it was ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Somebody did. I heard. Now I'm taking this with a grain of salt from TV tropes of all places.
Yeah.
They were stating in one saying they said that somebody who was the original director for Twilight was going to make it akin to Buffy or Underworld.
Oh, good grief.
But Stephanie
Oh,
Meyer says toss to that and just decided to hire somebody who's going to do the vision proper. And I was like, you know something? If they had stuck with this director, Twilight would have been less hated.
I think so. If they took it, because that director seemed like he's going to take, he took it seriously.
But then
It's like,
again, the Twilight Hearts would have said, it's not like the book. It's not like the book. He's look, I give a shit. I like sexy women hunting vampires and werewolves. Watch
But
you some
I would
Buffy.
like I would like to hear Leo's thoughts on Vampire Diaries.
uh, dear, unfortunately, I don't have any. I was not into teen vampires, and I'm going to quote director Alan Ball of True Blood. I made True Blood as, and this is a quote of why he created True Blood, and I will use the quote. I could give a flying butt about teenage vampire stories. My show is about adult stories, adult situations with adult vampires. Whatever you you. So I was not into Vampire Diaries because I thought it was in the Twilight genre. I could care less for it, and I hated the Twilight genre, and that's what I figured. Vampire Diaries was
I
just on
think
that
I've
teenage
alienated
train.
Sound Engraver.
Oh,
If
she's,
she ever come back and look at my stuff, it's a whole new world.
I think
Oh yeah.
about Vampire Diaries, like
I
I
was not a
watched
fan.
some of the seasons, but I feel like they didn't follow through with the whole vampire hunting aspect of it. It would have been interesting to see more about like the founding families, like more about Mystic Falls and stuff like that, but it felt like I would have liked to see more of the world and less focus on like
The love
Elena
triangle.
Gilbert. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the love triangle, and you know, basically Elena, like it, like she, I don't know how to explain it. The love triangle, basically, that's what ruined everything. Everything else, it had potential.
Yeah, I but see, that's why I loved Anne Rice's novels. Anne did a good job avoiding a lot of the cliches you see in a lot of vampire stories today.
What
She,
Leia's trying to say is drop that Vampire's Diary bullshit and get you some Anne Rice so you can grow hair on your tits.
oh my goodness. Well, in Wolf's magical way of saying it, yeah, because there are no, and that's why a lot of young people avoided Anne Rice's books, because one, they were smart, and they didn't want to read smart vampire stories. They wanted the vampire stories about, like, oh, is it Team Jacob or is it Team whoever
If
or Team
they're
Edward? Oh my
if
God, which one is she
they're
going to choose? And that's not in Anne Rice's novels at all. And that's what I loved
nope.
about it. I love that she
I
avoided
love
all of
Tower
it.
Prep when they reference that shit.
Yeah, what the whose team are you on? Is it Team?
No. In Tower Prep, they were talking about the Odyssey and Odysseus, and the girls are asking, is there a love triangle? Is there a hot guy? Is there a woman that has to go through a love triangle? And I'm just sitting here just cracking up because the guy is looking at him like, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
Exactly. That's what I say. Exactly. That's exactly what I said. So because at the time when I was reading it, I was in high school, and then when I would tell people about it, they would say, "But there's no love triangle in Interview with the Empire. There's no love. There's no
Why the hell does
obstacle."
everything have to have a love triangle? That's what I
Right.
don't get.
I got so tired of that. I was blowing my mind over that Team Jacob or Team Edward or on the Vampire Diaries.
That
Team
explains all
whoever.
the bad breakups.
Sheesh. Yeah. Like what does it matter? And see, she avoids all of those tropes. She got away from that. What she did is
Those tropes weren't really that much in effect, anyways, to begin with. Twilight's pretty much built that trope up.
Yeah. Yeah. They've one that started that, the Team Edward and the Team Jacob stuff, and felt that the only way for them to enjoy it was that they've got to choose. I saw it all over the place. I'm like, oh my God, we got to choose who is she going to choose?
Either way, y'all ain't gonna be happy.
Yeah.
Y'all still gonna bitch about it. Just ask Korosami.
Oh God, no.
Good
Believe
Lord,
me,
no.
ask Korosami, and of course, Nura's. Yeah, that's a whole different take. That's a whole different talking point. Trooper, you have been silent for
I
quite some
wish
time.
Legend of Korra didn't exist.
I have. I've
Sadly,
just been listening. I've just been relaxing.
I hope we're not boring. I'm boring. True, we're not boring you.
No. It's just my medical. So
Yeah.
Well, sadly, we are not going to get that intelligence on the TV show, because I believe, now reading from the casting, that this show will just be used for political propaganda and not tell Anne's story. I think
And love triangles. They're probably gonna insert that.
no big pimpin' Jay-Z video.
Pimpin'.
You know, for the gay vampire pimp.
Yes, that's. I think they're going to play up the gay stuff. I think they're going to play it up bigger than it really is, but I think they're going to go overboard with it.
Oh, you know they're going to do that.
Yeah, they are going to go absolutely overboard with it.
They're gonna be focused too much on it.
Yeah, it's going to be too much too much focus on it. That's exactly what I think what they're going to do. So I don't see it. They are going to butcher Anne's story. They're doing like you guys know how they're doing everybody else. They're taking. They can't write for themselves because they don't have any talent and they're lazy. Plus, they want to please Twitter because they think Twitter is the audience. So they're going to take these wonderful characters in book that Anne has created, and they're going to distort them for their own political gain, for their own political propaganda. And they are.
My thing is, why Anne Rice? Anne Rice check all y'all fucking boxes.
That's what I said.
Because they're running out of IPs to.
But Anne Rice check all their boxes. You got 2 gay vampires. You got a black vampire in one book.
Mean, you can find something to.
You got Italian. You got several Italians.
You can find something to gender race swap.
You got pedo bait.
Yep.
You know they like to outsource the pedos now. You got Claudia as pedo bait.
Pitt, so
nobody's casting Brad Pitt though. I mean, the freaking books are the backbone to all the shit that they've been crying about. Like I said, you got 2 gay dads. You got 1 lolly bait. You got your Nubian black vampire. You know, you got Uncle Grandpa Marius.
Yes. Yeah.
You got did I miss anybody?
So you can never have enough diversity.
You got Plain Jane Jesse.
You can never have enough diversity.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. You got the Italian sex bot. You know, you got the Italian stallion.
Right, but all people are gonna remember are Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise.
No shit, but like if you adapted the
well, you just answered your own question. Like,
what I'm saying is, I'm open to an adaptation.
It's not about all this.
Show-wise.
It's not about all this, you know.
If they were going for full adaptation,
books or anything like that, it's about
driving
a message.
I got my candidates already. You get Rob Stark. You got look. All you need is motherfucking Rob Stark as Lestat, because I know he can do a Lestat.
Yes,
and you
I
got
agree.
Jon Snow as Louis. All you need is the motherfuckers to kiss. That's it. You good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I can't
That's you.
watch something like that.
I could. I survived. I saw it in True Blood.
Well, in the books, Louis does have a romantic
What?
relationship with
I'm
Lestat. That
sorry.
is
It's just like
established.
you, because
Lestat,
to
Lestat,
me, to me,
Lestat.
Rob Stark and Jon Snow are like I still view them as that.
Hetero.
Even no, like as brothers, I just can't.
Well, see, the
Can't.
thing is,
I cannot. I cannot watch something like that.
yeah,
It's
but
just gonna. It's gonna make me
Well,
puke.
who's to say I will make them kiss though? I'm just saying. Like that's
it,
all you.
it's all about selling that Wincest.
It's all about the
So,
symbolism.
Yes.
It's all about the symbolism.
I can't.
Like
oh,
just
that's
imagine Rob
serious.
Stark biting into the neck of Jon Snow. Then and you have it.
No, man. There's so many things wrong with that.
If I if
Yeah.
I if I have
If
the
they're
Photoshop abilities, I will Photoshop their heads on the scene where
Yeah.
where the scene where Lestat bites into Louis, right?
Right,
And it'll
right,
be
right.
Jon Snow's head on top of Louis' head with that Jon Snow plain look that he always got. That he had in that Eternals trailer.
Yeah, I
Like,
would
like
say, Eloise, did you see the Eternals trailer?
Yeah.
yes,
Did
she
you see the
did.
Eternals?
Mhm.
Okay, so
yeah,
you know that they're in the movie. You know, you see Rob Stark with his Superman eyes, and I mean,
I need to
okay.
rewatch it because like I don't. It's out of my mind now.
Wolf said he would do that. I believe Wolf would do it too. Yes, yes.
All I'm saying is my casting will be Jon Snow and Rob Stark. Okay, and we have wait, she's too small now. I mean, she's older now. She filled in, so we'll just have to use Liana Mormont for Claudia because she can do it. She can do it.
Yeah, because Kirsten Dunst is a grown woman now.
I'm not talking
So,
about Kirsten Dunst. I was talking about Arya Stark.
Oh, yeah,
oh
she's
yeah, yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Well,
Like
yeah. Okay.
my view of Arya Stark, like
And the
Mace
woman that would become her
Macy
not
Williams, like
mama.
she's a mess right now.
Oh no, don't you dare tell me. Did we lose her? Did we lose her?
Yes. Yes, like I would say like the pink hair dye and the feminism talk is basically she's lost. She's gone.
This is why
Oh,
we this is why we're replacing her with Liana Mormont.
oh, she has pink hair and calls herself Didolese. No, is that
No,
what she?
no, no,
Oh,
she ain't
oh,
that
oh.
far.
Okay. Phew. Okay. I was gonna say. Oh.
She's
Okay.
thinking intersectional way.
Oh my goodness.
That's just as
Oh.
bad.
And the lady who's not her mama is gonna be Ygritte.
Okay.
The only
Okay.
problem is you're gonna have to see Ygritte die again.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. Well, who's Armand? Who's Armand?
Our mom would have to be we might as well get the whole Game of Thrones cast. He'll be Pedro Pascal then.
Hey. Hey. There you go. Yeah.
That's all you really need. Like I don't know what ethnicity Pedro is particularly, but like if he has to be a hot replacement for Antonio Banderas, he's your man.
Well, here's the catch. In the book, Armand is actually a teenage vampire.
Right.
But
So we'll have to cast somebody younger.
I was thinking Timothy Chalamet. Every time I say Timothy Chalamet, I see Armand.
You know what?
I know he's in Doom, but I look at him like he could.
He's only in one movie. He got time to do a few episodes.
Yeah, he's still young
I
enough.
can see that though.
Yeah, I see him. Yeah, I look at Timothy Chalamet and say, "That's Armand right there." Yep. Yeah. Oh my God, Neil! Stop.
Yeah.
You're
You know
getting
nothing
it.
of vampire and says Jon Snow.
Yeah.
Now, who would be the interviewer? Who would be the interviewer?
Thanks for that, Eloise.
Oh my goodness.
we'll have RuPaul be the interviewer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that'll
for
work.
for inclusiveness.
Don't worry, RuPaul. I'm gonna give you the I'm gonna give you the choice I was never given.
Okay, there you go. Trooper's on the right pack.
Well,
But
actually, if we know the interviewer is a young man, so it would have to be
yes.
it would
Well,
have to
no.
be
It's 2021. We can change that. Why
no,
can't it be? Why
no,
can't
fuck
it be
that, no, fuck
RuPaul?
that. He'll be Rick and Stark or Bran Stark.
Okay, yeah, you can put him there as the interviewer. Yes.
He already getting taller.
Well, why can't it be Elliot Page?
Fuck that bitch.
Yeah, because he sucks.
I'm surprised you called him a he.
I don't know what to
Well,
call
I can't misgender on YouTube. It would be a crime.
him. Yes.
I talking about Brian.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you the one who called him a he. You called that thing a he?
I called her a she.
Oh, I misheard you then.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have the cast there. Then that yeah, you know what? I gotta be honest, Wolf. Wow, I would watch that show.
No shit, cause I'm the one who's a fucking interview with the vampire fan. I don't have all the
Yeah.
books, mind you. I only have one of the book, so I only have to go season one with
Mm-mm.
which season one will be called interviews. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Or at least or at least the vampire Louis.
Okay, I get it. That would but the cast your name. I'm like, wow. Now that's the show I would watch. Oh,
I
that's
mean,
the show
that's
I
what
would get excited about. That's the
I'm
show
like.
I would watch. But
Look,
this
these motherfuckers been out of the media for a while. These motherfuckers need some legs to stretch. So John, Rob, get your ass over here. You're doing Louis and Lestat pronto. You need these. Look, we need women wet right now, and so far the media hasn't been making them wet lately. So you need
no.
to walk in there, shirtless here and there. Show off your teeth a bit. Cry out some blood. Bite little Leon Marmont here. Do that. Walk in there like this. And you good. That's all I need y'all to do for at least like 6 episodes.
I would
You
watch
know,
that show because we swear the devil don't have any hot, sexy men on TV right now. We don't. You're right.
and the rest we'll leave it to Pedro Pascal to be whipping them in the shake. That's it. That's all we need. That's all we need.
Feminine guys getting on my nerves.
Mhm.
I would watch that show, Wolf. Wow, that's the show. AMC should have talked to you.
And unlike these assholes, I ain't afraid to write a slave owner being benevolent to his slaves because they want to pretend that those don't exist.
Right.
Yeah. I guess they didn't want to see the scene where, like in the movie where Lewis bites the black slave woman. I guess they probably take that as something offensive or something.
Girl, that had me hot.
that was Tandy Newton. I think that was in that scene.
I know.
Yeah.
That had me hot though. Especially when you grabbed her and she has this little heavy breath on her and shit. I was like, oh my goodness. Especially that one gypsy lady that they bit. Was she a gypsy? She was gypsy,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I discovered myself at 5 years old.
I told you, Anne Rice. She makes the blood drinking and the biting sexy. She doesn't.
And I was there for the play scene.
She doesn't. Oh yeah, I remember the play scene with Antonio Banderas.
I'm 5 years old, Leia, watching
God.
that scene.
Who took your parents to see that at 5 years old? Parents were hiding their children away from that because Claudia scared them so much.
I wasn't scared of Claudia.
Oh, parents lost their mind.
5 years old, I saw Bush twice.
Well, because it's you gotta indoctrinate these kids early. So.
No, in my case, my babysitters didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
Friends of the family didn't really care. They just watched it with us. And uncles were no different either.
Oh wow! Everybody remembers the interview. No wonder it's a classic. I was going to say that is why Anne Rice's part. She doesn't with the blood, with the biting. She doesn't hint at it. She just shows it to you. There's no, like in older films, there's no hiding it behind a curtain, or she just goes right for it. and made it sexual. She said, "Yeah, it is. It's an innuendo for sex." Well, Dominic, it's like I said, Dominic. It's according to what book you're following. In an interview, Lewis portrays Lestat as losing his humanity, but Lestat says in his book that's not how it happened. And then when you go back and you read Lestat's story, you may see him differently. But you're probably right. He's complex. But
They all are, because
yeah, there's no one dimension with any of them. It's no one dimension, because that was the point of the vampire Lestat. It was his reaction to interview, and he goes, "Now wait a minute. Now that's not exactly how it's supposed to go. Let me tell you the real story." So that's how he handles it. But
he took it in stride too, judging by how Dominic explains it. It's like, seems like Lestat is taking it in a very chill way.
Yeah, he does. But that's the kind of character he is. He's I can't find the right word, but he's charismatic like that.
Especially when he joins a rock band.
Yeah, I love the rock star Lestat. I thought that was when he changes his persona to a rock star. I'm like, perfect job occupation for a vampire. Be a rock star. You know how many people you can influence by being. And they're they're crazy themselves. And like I said in the book, and Lestat, I think Lestat is a gay vampire, but I feel that it's not. It's not the whole existence of him in the novel.
No,
he does explain. Okay, yeah, I prefer guys, but it is what it is, and let's move on. But I fear that the TV show.
He is French.
Yeah, yeah, yes, you're right. He is. But it's not the point of his existence. He says, there it is. Now let's move on. The TV show is going to overemphasize that. I can see exactly what they're trying to prove. You've got the two gay touche. You've got the two gay vampires. One is white, one is black, and they're gay vampires, and they're raising this little girl. Oh my God! Yeah. I can see the virtual signaling. I see exactly what they're trying to do.
Two interracial dads.
Yes, and they're gay, and they're raising a child. You need to learn that, America. That's what they're really telling the audience.
Suddenly that song doesn't sound so bad. When that I'm starting to appreciate that song more. I mean, outside of the movie, you see, I cannot be forsaken, 'cause I am not the only one. We walk among you, feeding, raping. What's the rest of Brian?
I don't think so. I don't think I've heard that one, actually.
You suck.
Oh, fuck off.
Brian, oh my God. If you were here Tuesday, it was a Mardi Gras up here Tuesday, Brian.
I heard.
You heard, yeah. I'm like, oh, poor Brian missed. It was just, oh my goodness. I said, Wolf, are you sure you want 6 people up here?
I'm like, I don't give a fuck at this point. I want to have some fun. I want to see how this plays out. I'm just doing it just to see how this plays out.
Just to see how people react, right?
I just want to see if I can handle this chaos.
Yeah,
I think I handled it pretty well.
I think for the most part you handled it very well.
It almost sounded like everybody didn't want Leia to talk. I was like, hang on, let's hear what Leia has to say now.
What happened?
Yeah, so like everybody was like, oh,
we nap. You're not missing anything, Eloise. Go back.
No, it's like everybody's like, oh, I'm interested in what Leia has to say, but first let's talk about this. Oh, I'm very interested in what Leia has to say about the Spider-Man trailer, but first I want to say something about I'm like, look, man, I want to hear what everybody wants to say, but damn it, we want to hear what Leia wants to say. So start talking, Leia.
I was calm. I let everybody have their say, and I thought when you guys said you had talked about it, because I didn't come in until 6:30, so I thought, well, perhaps by now everyone was able to express themselves or say what their comments was, and I just gave my little in, but it did seem like I'm like, oh well.
I loved how Trooper exploded.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, me a broken
When did
record.
Trooper explode?
when Leia mentioned Feige, like I'm sick of hearing y'all all
Oh, that.
I keep telling you, it's not Feige. Sony, it's Spider-Man is all Sony, which means
Pascal something. Yeah, that's what he said. Pascal, right?
it's
Yeah.
Amy Pascal.
Yeah.
There's a,
I
but
was,
there's
I
a,
was like, we
there,
done heard what y'all. No. I'm sick of tired hearing this. I'm gonna have my peace. I'm like, go ahead, Trooper. I just want to trigger you a little bit more. Just get you there a little bit more, cause this is gonna be hilarious. I'm usually the one with the epic rants, but this motherfucker right here, I'm ready to hear him.
with a little sprinkling of yes, I was going to say, and I put it in MeWe.
Mm-hmm.
I did, because there were some other YouTubers who felt as I did and who expressed it very well what I was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I do know that this is Sony. But in that script, there is a little sprinkling of Feige in there. So I'm just saying, I'm just being cautious.
You trying to
Yes,
trigger him again,
Sony.
Leia?
No, I don't
Feige
want
wants
to trigger him
please his
because
mistress.
yes, it's not. Well, I heard. Well, I'll go into that later. I'm not going to trigger him because I'm not saying he's not telling the truth. Because he can be triggered, but I'm still going to hold my ground. But I'm just saying yes. This
Oh
is
yeah,
from
Axe
Sony
age.
and
Right.
and Pascal.
I don't know how
But,
you could be. I don't know how you could
but
stand for a bunch of
Victoria.
criminals.
Like, have you not seen the paintings before, like the whatchamacallit? Before the French Revolution?
You
Like,
know,
it just.
Well,
Have you
everything
ever been
it's
to their
between
catacomb?
impressionism and now what we consider modern art. So it's like whatever. Like
Mhm.
it's all derivative now. So, but that's for another day, another story.
Yeah, we'll make a stream about shit talking the French and how fucked they are.
Oh yeah.
that should
Both
Oh,
in the past and currently.
we're just as screwed now. I mean, we're flying them in by the planefuls now. I mean,
Hmm.
there's no going back now. So
that would be a very interesting info
like
conversation.
you thought France had it bad. It's like we're just
Where are they dumping the Afghans?
I know what was it? I know there was a state that actually wanted more.
Oh god. Don't tell me if it's the whatchamacallit Omar state. I forgot what it was.
No, I don't think
Where
it's Elhan. Elhan's too busy trying to lay low after the news broke of her DNA on a cigarette. So
I
what?
got.
Who got DNA? Who?
I don't get it.
apparently somebody got a hold of one of Ilhan's cigarette butts and they were able to like scrape enough DNA off it to be able to say that yeah, she had indeed married her sibling or whatnot. I was
Oh, I
like
heard about that story.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, ain't nothing
Whoa.
new. I'm like, y'all aren't telling me anything we didn't already know for like at least 4 years.
Wait, so the story is true then?
Why wouldn't it be?
I just thought it was the usual political smearing stuff, and because incestuous, like brother to sister stuff, that's the stuff that gets you
Well, how
hanged
else
for,
are you
in
going to
any
subvert the
religion.
immigration system? I mean, come on, get real.
I got incest.
Speaking
Now, whether they
I got.
actually did anything is, I don't really care, but it's all about subverting the immigration system.
I got loyalty and royalty inside my DNA. I got brothers, cousins inside my DNA. I got fathers. You know the
Well,
rest.
bringing it back to interview. That's one of the things that made people uncomfortable with Interview with the Vampire was, and I think Dominic brought this up, is Louis and Claudia's relationship, and people were like, "Is there something? Is this pedophilia?" I've heard a lot of people complain about
No,
film
that's
to
not how I saw it.
Claudia. Is
Or at
something
least in the
people whispering
movie.
that? No, I didn't see it in the film, but
I like to
people.
think that she was seeing him as a brother in the movie.
I think so. In the book, of course, mentally she ages to 60, but
Mm.
uh, I never got. I don't think I remember any passages where it was a sexual relationship between her and Lewis. I never
Who
got
has
that.
done it? Who has done this?
I never thought of it like that. So, but people read it like that because she followed him everywhere. But she hadn't
And
she and because she knew that he was leaving her for Amon. She definitely knew that was going to happen. That was going to happen. but mostly because she was trapped in a child's body she couldn't care for herself. So she had to have another maker to care for her because she was trapped in a child's body. She
He wants you, Louis.
But Louis was just I don't know. When I read the book, it just seemed like, maybe it's me, but I just felt like the stat stood up to her, and Louis just was so passive with her. Maybe because of his guilt that he made her what she was. But I don't know. That's the information I got from Claudia sometimes. That I'm like, I think she's playing him, but that was my only my interpretation. How do you know? But okay. Oh, something to tell us.
That's the only comment that's left right now. Nobody hasn't posted yet. Everybody's being silent because it apparently seems like the room is getting a bit hot.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
We're scaring people away, or Wolf? Are you?
I guess.
Feige talk. That's what did it.
Oh, we only meant to fight you once.
Of course, Trooper would say that.
Yes,
He
of
hates
course,
the
Trooper
Feige
would
talk.
say that. Yes, it's the fight. Well, you're going to see a lot of that, dear.
Are you a Feige
because-
denier?
No, I'm just saying everyone's
Here we go.
freaking like on YouTube anyway, not necessarily in our room, but on YouTube that seems to be the consensus. It's like they can't get it through their thick skulls that there's like contracts.
Are you a
involved,
Feige
so.
denier?
No, he's a complete dimwit. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the man doesn't know what he's doing, but
PT
I mean,
Feige.
he loves people thinking that he knows what he's doing. But at the very end of the day, his main job is just securing the money. Like, and then from there on out, whoever assigns the creative, content is whoever assigns it. But it's clear they're doing it for
Right,
bottom dollar. I mean, they're not getting the best talent. I mean, they're getting what they can.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
they're getting,
no.
they're gonna get everything for their buck. So I mean,
Is the character Claudia? Is she permanently stuck as a kid or something?
Well,
yes,
yeah, she's a vampire.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
she is. Yes, she is.
Their bodies are
vampires do not-
essentially frozen.
Yes, they don't age. So whatever age you were made as a vampire, you're stuck at it. And unfortunately, that made her 6 years old.
Better hope
So
your
she
puberty by then.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, so I mean, if you were, turned
Then
into
again-
a vampire at 85, you're gonna look like 85.
you're gonna
And
look
again-
like yeah, you're stuck at
Damn.
85. Yeah.
Then again, even if you were changed
You're
at
gonna be one of those
teenage age,
hot
pussy ain't gonna work
85-year-olds.
anyways.
Because, once they turn you to a vampire, you start looking real good.
Just remember, folks, the dick and pussy don't work once you're a vampire in the Anne Rice universe. So if you think you're gonna get all the vampire sex and all that nonsense that Stephanie Meyer brought up and later especially True Blood, that ain't happening.
She broke her own rules, like it.
Too many times, yeah.
Yep.
What you don't like Twilight? Like,
Nope.
Basically,
Oh, God, no.
basically, what Anne Rice sold you on is celibacy until you drink somebody's blood. That's because that's the only sex you're gonna get.
You mean Stephanie Myers, or do you mean Anne
Rice? Anne Rice. You're permanently celibate until you taste some blood. That's the only fucking you're gonna get.
yeah, that's a very boring afterlife.
That was the point of the film. That was the whole point.
Well, not in the
Louis telling
reboot.
us
They're gonna get all sorts of freaky deek. So
Mhm.
you're gonna have brothels and everything, and Big Pimpin's gonna be whoring out his
Yeah.
his little harem.
Me so horny.
That's pretty much what you're gonna
See
get.
all the stuff that they should have done with Littlefinger, but they didn't. In like Game of Thrones, they're throwing at this character basically.
Yeah.
Like the Game of Thrones writers, like they didn't know how to write Littlefinger at all.
Well, that's how it do. I mean, they get a
They kind of
property and they're
forgot
like,
Littlefinger's
how
position.
can we make it interesting? And then of course they do what it is they do. So, which is all the normal stuff.
Trooper's right. It's going to be a no holds bar on this TV show from the way
Hey,
they sound.
Hell yeah, you're gonna get a little sword fighting action. I mean, they're gonna be controversial because it's Anne Rice. So
Yes, they're gonna take it one step.
they're gonna
further.
take
Yeah.
it there.
Yeah.
like-
So we're gonna get a big pimping black vampire. That's what I'm gonna
That's
start
right.
calling him. I ain't gonna
That's
call him
right.
Lewis. I'm gonna call him. Big
I gotta go.
Uh,
Hi,
All
I'm
right.
Kara, and I love to but I
Good.
He's gonna go get yelled at.
Was that was gonna be her
Everybody,
goodbye?
everybody pray for
Yep.
Aloise.
Oh, the only thing I was going to say about this woke thing, I just think, well, you guys know this. This race swapping leads to nowhere. It leads to terrible writing, dumb TV shows, dumb movies, characters that you don't care about.
Well,
It has
yeah,
no purpose whatsoever except to please the happy little Twitter mops who most
but
likely never read the
but
book
but the
or never watched
jabbed
the show.
sheep are gonna pay for it anyway, and then of course they'll have something to talk around the water
Almost like you
cooler
said,
on
jab.
Monday. Like,
Yeah,
did you see that controversial black on black male vampire gay sex scene? Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. You know that stuff. So
yeah,
that's exactly what that's all for. It's gonna be a little shock value, of course. There's
Yeah.
always shock value.
yeah. That's what I heard.
So
It's
you're gonna
already
get that.
it's already divided the community some. Before I know you guys, I was on an Anne Rice Facebook page and we talked about the books. We had good conversations, but as soon as this casting happened, oh, I've gotten a lot. I get a lot of hate stuff. I get a lot of hate stuff. So
Yeah.
so anyway, yes. Why are you here? Someone told me as a black, you should be proud of something
You
like
should be
this.
proud as a black woman.
And then one person said, well, you did know there were free people of color in New Orleans. So maybe he's a free man of color.
No, they
Oh,
weren't.
goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, goodness.
Why does
And I-
everything always have
Did
to
you did,
revolve
did,
around?
did you fire back?
I
Leia,
did
did you
fire
fire
back.
back?
I was like,
Congratulations.
why does
We know your
everything have to
history.
revolve around the color purple, roots, and Malcolm X? I don't understand it. Like
I don't.
it's
Mhm.
always the same. It's like, well, you should be more thankful. It's like, for what?
Yes. Yeah, I told her, yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I'm really loving that AMC is going to take a black man and turn him into a brothel owner. Yay! That's permission, isn't it? Boy, they hated that. And they've tricking themselves into thinking this is the greatest thing that Anne Rice could ever
Oh, they
done.
can't
This
wait.
is a lot of them are like, I can't wait. Or, so what difference does color make? It shouldn't matter about color. I was like, okay, all right, we'll get it. Yes.
Oh, I
please.
hate when they try to fall into that shit.
Oh, when you
Yes,
it'd be
yes.
like,
hey, that's
yeah,
our line.
you know, it's like
Yeah.
make Fresh Prince white.
Yes.
Let's see what else.
Let's redo Beverly Hills Cop and have a white guy play Axel F.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
reboot. Let's do an all white reboot of 227. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do an all-white
Family Matters.
reboot of Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Yeah. Yes. Let's
I don't
do that.
really think.
let's do an all white remake of Prince of Egypt. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Well, they already
or,
did that. 10 Commandments.
Well, we'll
Technically.
get like we'll get the whitest ones. You know, the ones that
Mhm.
just like you they glow in the dark. I mean, we'll get you know. We'll get
Let's-
some really good casting going, like Elliot Page and all that.
Yeah.
You know, of course, she'll disavow her whiteness and claim that she's transracial and she's
Some
I don't know
BS
whatever
like
she
that,
decides to
right?
be that day.
Yeah.
But
Let's redo. I think it's been long enough. I think Bad Boy should be remade. We got to take out Martin Lawrence and Will Smith. No,
Yes.
no, not the
yes,
rest of
we'll
them. Yeah.
we'll redo it with Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell. Bad
Mark
boy,
Wahlberg.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Oh, that would be good though. That
That
would
would-
be good because anything Ryan Reynolds is in now these days. I mean, he's got a good ear for scripts now after he like totally blew Green Lantern. But
Yeah.
you know,
I love to hear Ryan Reynolds either read Will's 9 or no, he's got to have Martin Lawrence part.
I gotta
I
go
mean,
see
Martin
Free Guy.
Lawrence.
I gotta go give that thing a spin.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
Like
Yeah, I heard some good things about it.
yeah,
I mean, people
that would
are
be the
enjoying
one.
it.
That would be one film I would go see. So
In the theater?
yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
right now there's nothing else. I mean,
Mm-mm.
I'm not gonna go see. You know, I'm not gonna go see Black Widow if it's still in theaters. I'm not gonna go see Shang-Chi. I mean, clearly that movie's not for me. I mean, Aquafina went all out of her way to make sure of that.
Oh,
I sure as hell not watching Respect.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
like-
seeing that
They
at
sure as hell
all.
not respecting the history.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't. It doesn't.
Yep.
No
Yep. Yep.
one's liking it. It's bombing at the box office.
Where's that energy with Malcolm X? Bitch, Malcolm X was done right.
Goodness.
Don't try to throw that shit at me. Oh, you watch Malcolm X because he's a man.
That's right.
No, I watch Malcolm X because he's part of my history.
But have you noticed? Have you noticed? And I'll bring it again. I mean, there's actually no. You made this point, and I've just kind of jumped on the train with it. But have you noticed how they're like subversively demasculating the black man? Have you noticed that?
hmm
Oh, I've
Yes.
noticed that.
Yeah,
Yes.
like granted, yeah, you'll get all the gender race swaps, and yeah, y'all will, be subject to all that for a while when it comes to white heroes and characters in books and movies or whatever. But have you noticed, like, especially with this whole
Even when they
Interview
try to
with
make
the
him
Vampire
masculine,
reboot,
make him look
like, granted, sure,
feminine.
whatever, you do a race swap, but then they go ahead and add insult to injury and make that black man of color a homosexual. So
Yes.
so what are you saying about the archetype black male that
You like
he's
black men when
toxic,
they're not
that he needs to
threatening.
find his feminine side? Like, well, like where are we now in 2021 when it comes to the archetype black male? So
And that's what these idiots do not see with casting this black dude in
That's
with
dangerous
the vampire.
writing.
They don't see
It
what
is,
they're
isn't it?
doing to him.
it is, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
now
Because
that's the snake oil they're selling to all these impressionable young kids. I
Yeah.
should be
It's
like that dude.
racist.
I
No,
should
no,
be
no.
like that dude who like owns a freaking brothel and is like, sword
Well,
fighting
no,
with
what I'm
other
saying
dudes.
is it's dangerous because we all know that there are people that do get into interracial relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We,
they do.
we know
Sure.
that, but we also have these libtards that are thinking that interracial relationships are the better sought out after
Yeah, the
relationships.
outcome. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what they're
basically,
thinking.
I don't want to settle for a white man because white man bad, right?
Oh
Right.
yeah.
So let's go with a black man. So this movie showed me that I can communicate with the black man, get jungle fever. Make me a sandwich, bitch.
Well,
But
that's
No,
here's
that's
the thing.
you
Now they're
notice
saying
that
they're saying the archetype black male is a homosexual. So it's like, so what are your options? You're left with what? You're left with Paco and you're left with Shang-Chi. Like
what I'm saying is, you notice how they always hook up with these thug ass motherfuckers,
yeah, they do.
and
Yeah,
yet
they
they
do.
claim they want the emasculated black men.
Yeah, like the ones that end up being picked up by the police because of a
They
small
want
a
they, they,
peaceful argument. So
they say they
mostly
want
peaceful argument.
they say they want Kwanzaa, but then they go after Pookie and Ray Ray.
Yep.
No different than the sisters, the ones that need help.
They go after Big Huggy.
hmm
Yep. Where I'm at, I've noticed, and no offense, but it seems to me more white women like that black guy from Bridgerton than black women. Because when I told a coworker I don't watch that show, she was like, "How could you not like that guy?" I don't.
Oh no!
Why should I?
No.
She was shocked.
Are
She
you
said,
telling
I thought
me?
for sure.
This is a white woman, wasn't she?
Yes.
Are
it was
you
a white
telling
woman.
me you're
Yes.
a free
Of
thinking
course.
individual
It's always
by
the white
choosing
Karen.
to put a little bit of creamer in your espresso?
She said
That's
that black
Woke
guy
white
is
women
a
are a threat to society.
Yep.
She was shocked, speechless. I said, "No, I don't like him." But you like Jamie on Outlander. I said, "I like Jamie. Jamie is cool, and yes, I do."
No, you
But
should
I
have
don't
told.
like this guy here because this is not a realistic view of a black male in the 1700s.
You should have told her. You should have told her. This is why I like Jamie.
Be like, you don't want yourself no Ron Tail and Tyrone.
This is why I like me some
Yes.
Jamie.
Yep.
Yes.
This is why I like me some Jamie. That and he carries a sword,
Yes.
and not always holding his sword in his hands.
Exactly. She said the
He
same thing.
carries a sword. but he
So
don't hold his sword constantly in his hand.
it just
Not like
tells
the
me
British boy.
it just
Yes.
tells me that roles for African American male actors are going to shrink
Hmm.
because
Yes. Yeah.
It's a
now the only parts
self-fulfilling
available to
prophecy.
them are gender swapped roles or roles that put them in a very emasculated character.
And
Hmm.
Wolf is right. They're getting secondhand hand me downs of established white male characters.
Yeah,
They're not inventing characters for themselves. They're being
yep,
sold secondhand white male characters. So
yep.
you're right about that,
They
Trooper.
ain't doing
You
the
are.
sisters no favor either.
No, no, no,
No.
because they're selling
Yeah.
them the snake oil that oh yeah,
See,
it's
because
like
T'Challa.
Pookie and Ray Ray really are, really do have a soft
Mhm.
side inside. You just got to dig a little deeper. It's like, okay,
T'Challa was different because he's original character. I told him with Black Panther, he's an original character. He's written that
right,
way. He didn't steal from another established white character to be who he is.
right,
These what they have going on right now, they're taking away their identity. They don't realize race swapping is not helping you; it's destroying you. That's
yeah,
what it
Hmm.
is. It's
Yeah.
destroying. They cannot realize
yeah,
you're being destroyed by this. Just like I told
yeah,
her,
Perpetuated
yeah,
by the race hustlers telling you instead of just
true,
earning for
true.
yourself, you have to take from it.
exactly,
I
Yeah.
mean,
exactly. They're not creating their own characters.
yeah,
That or
they're
cry, cry, cry,
rewriting,
cry until you're given your baby bottle. Go ahead, baby.
they're they're
You're gonna
rewriting
cry 96
traditional,
tears.
yeah, they're rewriting traditional identity is what they're doing, regardless of how you identify. I mean, if you identify as a man, or if you identify as a black man, or if you identify as a woman, or if you identify as a black woman, they're rewriting what that is. So it's like, so now if you're you know what, we'll go with Saints Row. So if you're a black woman, you should be a very man-hating individual. You should have
Yes.
your Rapino cut. You know, you you are
Be right
better
back.
than any man there ever was.
Right.
That kind of stuff. And if you're a male, forget it. You shouldn't worry about your masculinity. Like that one article, you should be worried about finding your inner female as you're putting on your corset. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what's or
As
Billy
you're
Porter.
competing for
Good
the
Lord.
mangina of the year.
yeah, dude. Oh,
Yes, yes.
for reals, man. And then on the other end of the spectrum over here, it's like it's you're bad. You're bad. It's like okay, like so I can't eat steak. I can't go to the gym. I can't read a book. I can't be on time.
Saying I'm bad. I'm bad. You know it.
Yeah. That's true. That's what I said. It's about to get worse, and just like they just like this white coworker thought for sure I would love Bridgerton. I said no, I do not. I don't care for it. I don't like it. And she said, oh, well, I just thought that you would want the strong. I said, well, what do I want?
That sounds
What do
pretty
you
bigoted
assume
on
to
her
know
part.
what I want? Yeah. What are you saying that you think you know what I want? Yeah, but she's in the woke crowd. She think that's something to be Bridgerton
Well, they
and
think they
Black
speak for
Falcon is.
everybody of a certain group when they really don't.
You need to do. Oh, that's a good clip. That's a good
Yeah,
clip, dude. You could do. You need to do better, Senator. Yeah. You know
yeah.
what? You know which one I'm talking about, right, Wolf?
He's muted. He's muted. He
Okay.
muted his mic. He's muted.
He must be away from the desk. That
Yeah,
one scene, and I didn't. I've only seen it because people show it all the time. I've
yeah,
never actually seen it in the episode where Sam Wilson gets on his soapbox and he's like, "You need to do better."
yeah.
I'm
You need
like,
to do better. You need to. You need to. Yeah, yeah. I'm like you. I didn't see it today. I was not gonna make myself waste my life on that show, but I just happened to see the
yeah,
clip because everybody glorified it as the greatest Mount Sermon or some crap.
yeah.
And he did the speech about you need. And I said a hero does not tell people to do better. They inspire people to do
You
better. They don't
inspire
force
people
them
to do
to.
better. Yeah,
You
yeah.
inspire. You don't tell them to do better.
And
You
heroes lead
inspire
by
them.
example, not by word.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
Brian. That's it. That's right there. And my coworker said the same thing about Black Cock because she know your screensaver is still Steve Rogers. I said yes, it is, and it's going to stay Steve Rogers. But it's not. It's it's Falcon. I'm like, that's not my Captain America. I said, there's only one Captain America, and that is Steve Rogers. I don't care about what Marvel says or does, but I said, that is my Captain, not that thing over there. She was speechless. She
Of
was
course.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does
Yeah.
not
Well,
compute.
yeah.
Yes, she was. She was speechless. She's like, well, it was a good show. I'm like, oh, get out of here.
But like for
She's like,
who?
oh,
wait.
get some taste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would tell her.
Well,
I mean,
it's crazy to think that there's that many people that Disney put something out there like that, and they think it's gospel. It's like
yeah.
you have not read any of the comic books, and that's fine. But realize what Disney's doing is rewriting an entire canon to fit their agenda. It's like that's why you have Sam Wilson as
As
you know
Black Cat or
yeah,
replacement
Black
Negro.
Cat, yeah,
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 yeah.
or replacement Negro or whatever.
Yeah.
It's or and
And,
white side, yeah, and white side chick, but
Yeah.
sorry, I'm white. Sorry, I'm male. Why am I
Yeah,
a
yeah,
monster?
I know, that's so bad, dude. Freaking, dude, they did Bucky dirty.
They
Like
did hit Bucky so bad. Yeah.
they did Bucky dirty, but it's like, and and it's kind of why I unplugged from that stuff, because I mean,
Yep,
once
same here.
once that stuff started rolling downhill, it came down like quick. So I mean, they
It
did it
wasn't
to
a roll down. It
Loki.
was a straight drop.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
they did. Yeah, and now we're obviously Black Widow. They're blaming. Oh well, it was because it was not exclusive to theaters, and now they're doing the oh well, this is an experimental release for Shang-Chi, and it's like no one's gonna go see it.
Nobody.
So
I have no interest at all seeing Shang-Chi. There's
yeah,
nothing in it, and the guy that got playing Shang-Chi has no charisma or talent.
no,
Or man, I'd
and
rather watch Jackie Chan back in Rush Hour than to watch him in Shang-Chi.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it comes down to you don't have to be physically attractive, or as far as, or even facially proportionate to have charisma, because I
Right.
mean, you look at Jackie Chan, and that's Jackie Chan. It's Jackie Chan, and when you go see a Jackie Chan movie, you're going to actually get your money's worth. You're going to be entertained.
Right.
And it's like now they've done away with all that, and now they're telling you, oh well, this is entertaining. You should like this.
Yeah.
If you don't find this entertaining, then there's something wrong with you.
Well, you're
It's
a
not
racist.
us, it's you.
Yes. Yeah.
So
That's basically what they're saying. If you don't like Shang-Chi, you're racist against Asians.
yeah.
That's pretty much what this. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
and
pretty
then
much
you have
what they're saying.
Aquafina like, well, I'm not going to use an Asian accent to give blah 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 blah
Yeah,
Asian
I heard
movie.
this is.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not asking you to dance like a freaking chihuahua, dude. Like, what I'm asking you to do is to have me immersed in that world. Like, you want me
Yeah.
to buy your product, give me 100% of your product. It's like all you're doing is selling me the bleach-free version. So
I heard that there is a video on YouTube.
Did
It
anyone
was-
answer Victoria's question?
Well, I thought we did. What was the question again?
I'm not wearing my lenses, so it's like I can't
Mhm.
see. For
Victoria, it's part woke, part it does. It is not the kind of biography that Aretha Franklin deserves.
oh,
The acting sucks.
of course it did.
The music.
Did
the
you see
music, I didn't see it, but a reviewer in my hometown reviewed it, and he saw it and said the film is not the kind of film she deserves. They skip over so many important events in her life. Let's
Name one.
Let's see. They when at the Grammys, she replaced Pavarotti and sung an aria at the last minute. Pavarotti couldn't go on stage, and she was a friend of his, and she said, "I will go on stage and perform it." I can't remember everything, but I think I'm trying to think of what they said. Her working on the Blues Brothers, her let me see. I can't remember everything, but
So it's a fake documentary or a fake biopic.
yeah.
That's crazy.
You've got like 4
Embellished.
decades. Yeah,
Yeah.
4 decades.
Completely
of life.
embellishment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says it's a documentary, but it doesn't. It's not true to the artist.
Right.
They're using Aretha Franklin to sell you a movie ticket.
And
Basically,
They're
a
not.
also,
female empowerment movie.
Yeah.
yeah, that's basically
Yeah,
what they're
so much
doing.
for RESPECT, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no.
basically what it
From
is. They say it's more political. They focus
Well,
on
there you go.
politics. Yeah,
Yep.
Find
That's
Your
all I
politics.
had to say.
Voice,
That's all I
Yeah,
had to say.
that's basically it.
like
It's
gleaming from the trailer, the official trailer, right?
Hmm.
hmm
It seems like they tried to make her husband out to be like this guy who couldn't stand to be in her shadow. I don't know if anybody even wrote about that in the reviews. Was her husband supportive? Is what I'm
her
asking.
her
Hmm.
husband was supportive. They've divorced, but not because she was a big star.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah,
the way how they set it up, it almost seemed like they were like he could like he I don't know
It sounds
whether
like
he was a musician or not or
well,
any kind of performer.
it
well,
sounds like they
basic.
were. Go ahead, Leia.
No, I was going to say, Trooper. I was going to agree with you. It seemed like they're taking her story, like everything else in Hollywood, and then using it more for a political message. Like this is a woman story and not
Yeah.
really a biography story. And
Yeah,
it's
Yep.
or like a Tina in what's his head?
what's love got to
Yeah.
do with it?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the difference between that and this one is that it doesn't just focus on her relationship with Ike. It also focuses on her
Music.
the music and why she was the success that she was, and why
Mm.
Ike and Tina were the success that she was, and then how she came back to keep on performing. Tina Turner herself said the movie embellished a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there. They said that was made up. No, that didn't happen. Some stuff happened, but not everything. She said
Yeah.
it herself. She said Hollywood took some liberties there. Because the woman that was, you guys didn't know this. I didn't know this either until Tina said in the documentary. You know the woman that was her backup singer that became a Buddhist?
Hmm.
That was a white woman, not a black woman, but a white woman.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. That woman that was her friend that came out was a white woman, not a black woman. The one that I forgot her name. I think Vanessa Bell Calloway played
Yeah.
her, but it was really a white woman that was doing all those things.
Hmm.
But the movie turned
Ya
her into a
koma ya ma ya kama ya
Yeah.
kama.
Yeah. Really.
Ah,
I think I'm gonna cut out
what's
right
on
here
the
because it's getting kind
feeling?
of late on my end.
All right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
Yeah.
getting
I'm
late
gonna
on
sign
my
off
end. Yeah.
properly.
Well, well,
This has been a fun time talking to you. This has been Brian Gilmartin. No damage to report. Moving to next area.
All right,
well,
man.
well, well, Brian, you're not going to see me for a while.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
that,
Right.
right? Oh, okay.
Good
So,
luck with that, by the way.
oh, thank you.
Okay, Brian, I'll do this for you.
Oh, here we go. Oh God.
Let me see. There we go.
Private Pile, I'm gonna give you 3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to wipe that stupid looking grin off your face, or I will gouge out your eyeballs and skull fuck you!
Gets me every time.
I know you were waiting for me to do something like that, so I'll do that for the occasion. There you go, buddy.
All right.
See you later.
See you later, guys.
See you later, Brian. Take care.
Yeah, yeah. I already pretty much when I was looking at the trailer, I was like, I'm not gonna watch this. Like something feels off about this. This is not what's love got to do with it. Yes, as Leia mentioned, there was some embellishment, but it's still like what's love is basically still a solid film because
Uh-huh.
again, they don't really focus too much on the abuse. Like they do focus on Tina's successful career at times. You know what I'm saying? Just what they really try to focus on is the important events that had impacted into her life, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, I
This was
agree.
no this was no
So basically, was it? I'm assuming it was this Jennifer Hudson doing Jennifer Hudson as opposed to Jennifer
Yes.
Hudson being Aretha Franklin.
Right. Exactly.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Who
That's
would want to
basically what
watch
it is.
that? I mean, I like her as an
my
artist,
mom did
but
apparently.
I would.
I
I still would like to know what she thought about it.
I've never been a big Jennifer Hudson fan. I think Jennifer Hudson is overrated. And I think I'm not wrong because none of her solo records sold.
A lot
Well,
of them are. A lot of them that came out of that show are. So even like Fantasia and that whole group, Kelly Clarkson, all that stuff. Like
Yeah,
they
they
may have
never.
had one or two records, and then they just kind of go off into obscurity.
Yeah, they never
Jennifer,
became.
just go ahead.
No, finish. Go ahead and finish.
I was gonna say Jennifer's just one of those like artists who, you see her pop up in the weirdest places. Like, who would have thought she would?
cats.
Yeah, or Jenny Craig, and I'm like, why are you pushing meals? But I mean, I guess, I mean, it's not hard to do a subscription service and literally have them send you a box of food and you eat what they give you. That's not hard. It's
Yeah,
like,
she turned starving artists into literal. Then
yeah,
Yeah, she did. She really did.
it's like, oh
Oh
my
my
god,
goodness.
I only have like 2 tablespoons of lasagna marinara to eat tonight. I guess I got to do it. So,
Yeah.
but
Well, I
like,
thought after she won the Oscar for Dreamgirls, maybe she was going to be a really big star. I thought, okay, and then like, where'd she go?
oh, well, I mean, it's hard to kind of outdo, Beyonce, because Beyonce is all about being Beyonce. So I mean, that heifer is gonna show up in
look,
anything and everything
here's
whenever a
here's
money
why I
is
wouldn't
dry.
have watched the Aretha Franklin movie.
Hmm.
I'm gonna pull Professor Geek. She ain't got the right skin tone. Not watching. That's the biggest mistake
Did
you
he
made.
really? Oh, that's funny.
Really?
That's
No,
hilarious.
no, no.
Did he go based? Is he based?
No, no. But I'm saying like I'm ripping off him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You know how he is with the whole He-Man stuff. It's like
Yeah.
even if it's not if it's not Smith attached to it, like a- anything that's like completely different from the original He-Man, he's not gonna watch it, or at least he he sings his praises, but at the same time trashes the old three He-Man. I was like, oh man, you just don't give ground, do you? Which I respect you for, but I just basically pulled from him. It was like they didn't get the right skin tone for Aretha. I'm not watching that.
Hmm.
It really
I
means
agree.
that this is where I'm like, you know what? They're only trying to market to one form of black woman that really should not have no problems at all. The dark skinned black woman. I'm
Mhm.
like, they're all. There was this one documentary that me and a friend's wife had watched about dark skinned like people. Like this whole documentary about these dark skinned black women are being overlooked by light skinned black women. I'm like, wait, what? Excuse me?
Apparently, I did not know this.
I'm like, who
Some,
told you
yeah,
that lie?
some dark skinned women feel they are being overlooked to light skinned black women.
That's a lie that they sold from black media and beyond, because I've
Mm.
seen dark skinned black women get men. I'm like, hello, Monique, Lil Kim,
Well, yeah. I
Aaliyah.
don't know about now. I mean, that has.
Uh-huh.
I mean, yeah, but I'm like,
I mean, that
excuse me,
happened in her day, yeah. But like, dang.
Angela Bassett.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think she's that dark.
Yes, she is.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
No, she's not.
Negro, she
There's
dark
dark.
chocolate.
There is dark. There is 90%
I
cacao,
ain't
and then
talking
there's
about
everybody else.
Jigaboo Black. I'm talking
Well,
about
that's
dark
what I'm
skinned
talking about.
women. I'm talking
Well,
about the Grace Jones dark skin.
well, I'm not talking about the I need to take a pill to lighten myself Beyonce types. But
No, we're not talking about that bitch either.
yeah, but
I'm just
I
saying,
never
man.
saw Angela. I never saw
I saw
Angela
that documentary. I was
Bassett.
like, that documentary sounds so ridiculous. I was like, wait a minute, hang on. How in the hell y'all have? I
I
don't think.
mean, I consider Viola Davis dark, but not Angela
All
Bassett.
I'm saying is the way how they were talking. I can't barely remember because I was so tuned out at their pleas and plights, because it sounded like they were just crying over something that wasn't really true. It's more of a look into yourself type of situation.
Hmm.
That's what it felt like to me. Taraji P. Gamer mentioned Taraji P. Henson.
Yeah. Yep, she's cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, when I saw Aretha all like dark chocolate, I was like, Aretha ain't no damn dark chocolate. Aretha caramel. Caramel representation, motherfucker.
I
What
just
happened to that? Y'all talking about representation. Where my caramel representation? Aretha Caramel. It's funny because the little girl that plays her is Caramel. How the hell you get dark skin all of a sudden? You sit in a tan salon all day. They weren't invented around your time, Aretha. Not that I know of. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But last time I checked, tan salons was not invented yet around her time, right? Am I right?
Hmm.
No, you're right.
All I'm
You're right.
saying is Victoria's leads a creed. She says, I heard a lot of dark skinned women felt black prefer other races, especially white women than dark skin. Yeah, that was that. That was just the That's another thing that's been perpetuated. Again, manufactured problems. Somebody had been wronged by another somebody, and suddenly they generalize all that shit. Completely generalize that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's the one thing that really sickens me. It's like suddenly somebody got to step on your face, and now you mad at everybody. As Morgan Freeman said in Glory. You know what I'm saying? Why the world got to stomp on your face? You know what I'm saying? That I was
I
like
get it.
why are you taking a minute issue that's something about yourself,
Right.
that's something about yourself that you have a problem with, and you amplify that shit, and then now all of a sudden somebody is sharing in your grief. It's like it's like what we call it, right? Trooper, grief studies,
Yeah, yeah.
grievance
It's called
studies.
grievance studies. It's the more the pie, the more issues you have, the more access to the pie. It's like more,
Hmm.
more pie for you than more pie for me than thee. Like, I'm a biracial indigenous person of color versus,
Or you can have
friggin'
somebody like Zendaya who feels she should get the roles because she's not white. I kid you not. That was a
well, she's
quote that
kind of
she
hot.
made.
I don't
Yeah.
blame her. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, "Yo, you, me in my room," but you
Yeah,
know,
but
it.
I get what you're saying, but I don't like the attitude.
Well, I mean, she's young. I mean, granted, a lot of the other teen stars, you know, prior to her were not that, out front about it, but it's like now you can be so out in the open and so rude about stuff now, as long as it's done in the sake of inclusion or whatever, that you can get away with it. I mean,
I'm gonna
could
let you answer
could
Victoria's question,
could
Leia.
someone like Kirsten Dunst back in her day when she was doing Bring It On, could she have said something like that? No. Like
Uh-uh.
could what's her name? Uh, I want to say I can't think of what her name is. I want to say Gabrielle Union, but that's not right.
Rachel
That's
True.
well, okay. Let's go with Rachel True. If Rachel True had said that, it would not have gone well. If freaking any of those
Shut up,
girls from
darky.
if any of those girls from like the craft had said that, it would not have gone over well. So,
Hmm.
because I mean, like, you, it's just that the climate just wasn't there. I mean, if we're talking about the 90s and the early 2000s, it just wasn't like that. All right. So Victoria says, Leia plus size. What is your thought on my comment? Have you experienced this?
Oh, about the
About
darks. Go ahead. Well, about what?
no. Yeah, that's all you.
Yeah,
About the
that's
dark skin.
yeah.
Well, yeah, I have. I would be lying saying that I haven't, but not to the extent. Well, my tone will be considered like Wolf said, like caramel
Right.
is more my tone. But my
Ye-
sister is much lighter than me. So I do notice when we were young or we would at a party that most of the looks would go to her and I pretty much would get ignored.
mhm.
I
Or
think
they just assume,
what she's asking you is have you ever been rejected because of your skin tone?
oh yes, I've had it happen to me a
I
lot.
mean, have anybody ever outright said it's because you're too dark?
No, they didn't come out and say it, but their actions kind of let me know they didn't have to. I could read between the lines.
Right.
Yeah, I could read between the lines. even by how they talk to me. They assume because of my skin tone, they know what kind of music I like, or what food I like to eat, or what books I like to read. They just assume because they figured every other woman that has my skin tone is all the same, but we're not. So they didn't have to come right out and say it. I could read between the lines. But I try not to let it to define me, but I'd be lying saying that it didn't happen. So I just try to be no, but it did irk me. I would always say to people like they look at me and they seem they can write my life story without me even saying anything. You know? They just assume that I like this or I like this.
Must like our movie. You must like our movie.
Yeah.
It's not like in my case where I got rejected because they were more into the thugs than the Carlton.
They wanted a Ray Ray. Be like, yo,
now,
what up, young ma? What up, young ma?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Now they have the guy from Bridgerton, Wolf. So now you have that image to live up to now.
Oh no, I'd rather not. I'm not no black fairy.
It's really well. That's debatable. So no, I'm finally catching my second wind because I was up all night with this thing. It just kept me up, and then I ended up drifting off, and then I woke up, and then I ended up missing my appointment. So I like frantically called. I was like, change my appointment. They're like, okay, so they changed it. But this whole time I've just been like, because right before we got on stream, I had like two. I admit it. I went to a shady Mexican place. I got like, well, I didn't want to cook, so I mean, I'm not technically supporting the system. You know, I'm not going to like some fast food place. I'm giving Paco my $5. So I had like 2 chicken taquitos and like some rice or whatever.
He said it. I'm allowing it.
So, but yeah, now I'm like wide awake. Like halfway through our conversation, like when it got really, really into the weeds, I was like starting to drift off. And you guys started talking about vampire, and I'm like, I don't really have anything to contribute because I wasn't really like vested in it, like in terms of like
sure.
But that was like a film that started a whole trope of like supernatural and vampire
sexiness.
Films. Yeah, I mean, it opened the door for all that. So we got everything after that. So we got more of the stuff like The Craft and stuff like Covenant and all that stuff.
Sexy witches,
hopefully my time frame is correct. But yeah, we got more of that because of films.
That's still under
like
sexy
Interview.
vampires.
Yeah.
So now they're taking something like Interview and then they're conflating it just to send a message that, you know, Wolf needs to find his feminine side and he can't be homophobic because he's never tried it. So you should try it.
Bitch, kiss my dick.
And then make up your mind. So it's about
don't knock it till you try it. Bitch, I ain't trying shit. I already am comfortable with myself. You need to be comfortable with yourself. You having an existential crisis every damn day every time I meet you.
And it's like, so you should get yourself a whole bunch of hoochies and start a little harem.
Yeah, you didn't your culture used to have multiple wives? Aren't you into that polyamory, bitch? I'm not born into an African nation.
They want to keep you in the bitches and hoes culture. They really do. Like the more attention you give to this stuff, the more you notice it. They want to keep you in that bitches and hoe culture. It's like the Jay-Z and all that, the thug culture. So, you know, freaking crazy females see that and they're like, oh well, I don't want that. I want something like the gay vampire in Interview, you know.
Yeah.
So then they go find themselves the nearest Tyrone they can get their hands on, and of course, you know, these females being idiots, they're like, I'm gonna change him. I'm gonna make him like that vampire in Interview.
They always want somebody to save a hoe.
I will
or
guarantee,
vice versa.
Trooper, when that show, they're supposed to start filming the show in November. It's supposed to air in is next year. I guarantee you that is something they're going to want to do. They're going to sit down and say, now black men can be free to express their gay selves and be proud of it and go out there and just work it. And I guarantee you, there are going to be some that are going to say that.
Well,
black men.
You gotta
Yeah, I
thank Billy
saw that.
Porter for that one.
Well, it's going to get doubly worse now
So now we're
because when
just
they
gonna
see,
have
yeah,
freaking Captain Save a Thug is what we're gonna have now.
yeah, yeah, and the pimp vampire owner, I
And some,
guarantee, yeah,
and the
I
sad thing about it is, some black people are really
They're gonna buy
warming up
into
to
this.
this.
They're gonna buy the juice. They are gonna
yeah, they
Hmm.
buy the
are,
juice.
they are. I can see that guy on the cover of Ebony and Jet and Essence in the same week. I
You
can
know,
see
they'll
it
be
coming
pumping
out.
out. They'll be pumping out. Covers of Ebony magazine with dudes in with eyelashes and
They already
eye
got that
makeup.
with Wally West Flash.
Yeah, sort of like what they're doing with Cinderella. They're gonna do that. It's all about the fairy
They're
godmother
basically inventing their
Cinderella.
own magical Negro.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Their
that's
very own magical Negro. Instead of how they used to have it back in the days, which is the more homely, wise, beyond their years black Negro. It's got
mhm.
this effeminate or in the case of one masculine black Negro that's just again really doing no differently than how the magical Negro or the helpful Negro
Yeah, yeah.
has been portrayed in media that one again I never had a problem with that shit. Y'all the motherfuckers had a problem. And all my weak will, weak skinned black folk had a problem with that shit. Me, I felt good knowing that the white man came asking for my help for once, and not me coming asking for the white man help. Did you ever thought it that way, you dumb fucks? You didn't think that when you saw the black person helping the white person, you didn't stop to think that maybe you can take that and internalize that would be the time where the white man came asking for my help and receiving my help instead of me receiving his help,
But see, you don't know how to use the computer or
right?
the internet
Much less
or
write a letter or use a
yeah,
pen.
or go get yourself a voter ID because it's racist. But
Before we
there's
before we uh before we start wrapping up, Leia, what you think about the the two type of Negroes, the helpful Negro or the magical Negro?
no.
Oh, goodness. Well, the helpful Negro, the stereotype of that is that they make it seem like being helpful is a bad thing. Being helpful
Yeah.
is a bad thing. It's not a weakness because right now we need more of it more than ever. We don't have
Like touch
any.
my angel and the touch my angel types is what I'm talking about.
Well, again, same thing. It doesn't mean it makes it look like it's a bad thing. It doesn't seem like it's a terrible thing to be helpful, no matter if it's physical or spiritual
Hmm.
or it's
Bagger
still,
Vance.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Back
Yeah,
Now
then.
I
that
guess uh, it's according to how it's written. One film perhaps, sure, but if it becomes a trope in every single film,
mm,
yeah, or it's the black helping the white, not the black helping the black. If you follow me,
yeah.
you don't get that, and that is what's missing: the black helping the black.
Well, there's also a time in that same token where the white person come in and help the black character too later on in the movie, even though if the movie is predominantly the white character narrative, right? He's not
Right,
really saving the black person, but he's returning a favor for a favor. And
right.
that's the type of principles we supposed to be teaching our children too. Favor for a favor, or at
Yeah,
least or at least helping out somebody.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
being
saying?
helpful.
yeah.
Being helpful for helping a person's sake. You
Hmm.
you reward good or at least honest behavior or honest actions or good actions.
Yeah.
You don't walk away out for yourself or anything, or at least you don't reject the help that's returned either, because that at some point you gotta trust people in that regard.
Yeah.
But
Ex-
but yeah, but
exactly.
continue what you're
Yeah.
saying, Leia, or at least
Oh no. Oh well, I even when you said the white helping the black, see the woke cane. See, like I said here, they're not high on cocaine; they're on woke cane. The woke cane believes black people now don't need. Like I'll give you an example: Morpheus in the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's a perfect example because Morpheus was more than just an advisor. I mean, I was like, dang, Morpheus. I was sitting in the audience going, Morpheus says some deep stuff, man. I wish I had a mentor like Morpheus.
He
But
was the captain on the ship
yeah,
too.
he was the captain of the ship. But there was a wisdom with it, with the crew, and to help Neo realize who he is.
Yep.
So in that case, Lawrence Fishburne knocked it out the park, and that's why Lawrence Fishburne is the great actor he is, because he didn't play it like he was, the magical black guy. He played it like I'm here to get you where I think you need to be, and that is a trait that everyone should have. And then we get to the ending of the film. Neo has to rescue Morpheus.
Mm-hmm.
So and Neo, the only way Neo could do it is because Morpheus had to get him there. He had to get Neo to realize it's there in you, Neo. It's there in you. I just have to find a way to
Even
bring
when
that
they were
out.
about to sacrifice Morpheus's life just to make sure he doesn't give the machines what they want, Neo trusts in himself, or at least believes in himself, to go and rescue Morpheus.
And that's what Morpheus wanted him to get. Yeah, you're right. That's what Morpheus wanted him to get to see. Even after you rescue him, he tells them, now you begin to see. It's always there. I didn't do anything magical. It was always there. I just had to get you to see it. That's what I had to get you to see it.
This was the door. I'm the one who's showing you the door. All you need to do is walk through it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what we need more of with anybody. Anybody could have been in Neo's place and Morpheus was still in the same way.
I mean, hell, it would have defeated the purpose if Will Smith did play Neo. I don't know how that would have worked, because you got two black men in the same room.
I'm gonna have to watch Black Snake Moan and see if that
Yeah.
actually applies to Samuel L's character in that film. Because I mean, I do have a few films with like Lawrence Fishburne and.
Okay, I will give you the rundown of how that worked. He did help Christina Ricci, Christina Ricci's character, but she in turn helped him, as in helped him learn to trust more, helped him to learn to love more, because he was already in the bad place too with his brother,
right?
But he was also beginning to learn to love more, especially nursing her back to health and helping her with her issues. And she even helped him in that case as well.
Yes, and that's how it works. That's what's missing now. They help each other. They learn and they grow. They help each other. He had helped him, as you explained, Wolf, and then he in turn helped her.
You know what's funny also? The preacher man is the one that's want to cast her out, but the one who is so lustful and so devious, but also at the same time trying to research for his, try to search back his faith, is the one that helps the town slut. Think about that for a minute. His friend was the most pious man between them, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the lecturer at times, or at least he's like the very let's just say he's the dirty soul, if you will.
Well, Dominic Powell brings up the Green Mile.
Yeah.
With John Coffey. I hadn't even thought about the Green Mile. That's a good example too. I mean, I have that over in the living room with the rest of my stuff.
I only watched the beginning of that movie. I need to finish that.
So I'm gonna have to watch that again. But
take my hand, boss. Take my hand.
Dominic Powell. That's it. That's the whole part.
I am your fairy godmother.
Hey, girl.
All right.
You gonna eat your cornbread? Motherfucker, you can't have my cornbread. That's for damn sure. If you touch my motherfucking cornbread up in here, it's gonna be consequences and repercussions. Cause I don't give a fuck about any of you motherfuckers. Let's go for you and you motherfucking farmers up in here. I want to try some shit. Cause I'm ready to give some. You got. Sorry, Nader. There I go again. Almost slipping. See, I didn't blame it on I didn't blame it on Eddie Murphy. I took the blame. See,
Yeah.
there you go. But other than that, guys, with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. I know we were crisscrossing here and there. You know, we got a little crazy, but I'm pretty sure we summed up our talk about realism. But one thing I will say this, and I think we're missing this a bit. What I was trying to I am going to bring into this final discussion. The one thing that they missed a point on, these modern writers, is that they think realism is you always have to think it in terms of how we view our world into that world. That's why they can't get into the people who they can't get into the stories that we read that we so help praise of, because they can never see themselves helping anybody on the streets,
Right.
out of a train track. They are the types that are the as I like to call them, the don't do's. The don't do's are basically just, if I don't do anything, it's not my problem, or I don't have to do anything because it's not my problem. Or they'll tell anybody, you shouldn't do that. That's not your problem. Don't get involved. That's not your problem. I don't give a damn. There's a man attacking a woman, whether she instigated the fight or not. You know what I'm saying? We really have to stop people from attacking each other, right? Those days are long gone, by the way. Especially when people get into a fight, like they take the full swing, and they separate each other. Nobody do that no more. They let it play out. Not their problem. Of course, they always bring up that nonsense. Well, I just don't want to get hurt. Well, if they keep fighting, you're gonna eventually get hurt if you're still standing there, dumbass. You're the one who's trying to spectate. You ain't never seen Unblock. People get hurt. People get kicked. There ain't no, like, if it's a street fight, there ain't no fucking ring to protect your ass.
Yeah.
So you gonna stand there and watch, or you gonna get in there and stop them from fighting? Because obviously, if it keeps spilling out, somebody gonna get hurt. Either you or somebody else, or a child, maybe even a toddler, a baby. Then again, most likely the parents gonna pick up the baby though for safety. But even then, you cannot just always factor that in. But but again, back to the don't do's, is that it's like they don't do it, but they feel like they reserve the right to judge those who will do. You know what I'm saying? That's what angers me the most. It's like you're not gonna do it, but you feel the right to tell somebody off for doing it because you wouldn't do it. And there's so many traits that we can apply to it, that moral superiority and stuff like that. You know, I always like anybody who says that stuff, I'm like, oh, so you're the morally superior person because you didn't do shit. But watch. And basically voice what you would have done in that situation, but you didn't do it. You didn't do it. Not a damn thing. But you feel like you on that moral superior. You feel like you want to be that morally righteous person. I'm sorry. That's just plain stupid. That's a stupid ass thought process. Wouldn't y'all agree?
I agree 100%.
Oh, it is. It
Yes,
obviously is.
absolutely.
It's a complete
That's the problem, right?
paradigm shift.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't do, but they feel the reason they feel the need to talk shit about other people who do. But that's only because that envy be kicking in, and that envy is strong, y'all. That envy is strong in them because they have this they like to imagine themselves doing something rather than actually doing something.
Right. That's why they're hating on the superheroes right now, because superheroes do something. They want to be the villains. They like the villains. They're sympathizing with villains because they basically just lazy, don't want to do nothing and be inspired to do anything. Don't feel they have to. Everything should come to them because of they're special. I'm special, so everything should come to me instantly. I don't have to do anything.
Yep. There's a
Yeah.
character on One Punch Man that embodies that, but like he's actually a very entertaining and sympathetic character. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I like how One Punch Man takes that trope in itself and do something different with it. But I'll tell you guys later. Again, thank you everybody. Let me read Dominic's final message here. He says, "I ignore people who say I'm supposed to be offended by certain things. I'm offended that people supposedly think I shouldn't do a damn thing and just watch people do things for me,
Yeah.
or at least I'm offended for anybody who thinks I think I deserve a handout way more than me just going out and work for my own. So you mean to tell me I can't earn this myself?"
Yeah, that's basically what they're telling you, that you
That's
can't
basically,
feed
yeah.
yourself, you can't clothe yourself, you don't know what's best for you. We know better. You should think this way. You clearly there's something wrong with you if you don't. And it goes on. I mean, the laundry list just keeps going.
You don't want to have kids, but you feel like you want to babysit somebody else's kids,
Yep.
or you feel the need to teach somebody else's kids, educate someone else's kids, or educate someone else on how to raise their own kids.
Yes.
You don't want to fight a war, but you feel like you can criticize the soldiers that do fight the war to keep your dumb ass alive while they're sacrificing their lives fighting that war.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to take down the criminal, but you want to criticize the law enforcement for taking down the criminal. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason why they need to do so, right?
Right.
What next? You're gonna criticize the firefighters for putting out the fires that you start in the wildfires because you want to watch the fires grow? What next? You want what's another good analogy? I guess I'm running out. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to do it myself. I got to make some lemonade because this heat. Oh.
Yeah, get your lemonade ready. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
you can
yeah.
do that,
Anyways,
Mhm.
I guess I'll leave off with another bang, but I'll do the whole, like I said, the usual sign out, or at least where are my manners? Thank you, Leia.
Well, you're welcome. And thank you, everyone, for joining us here for our party. I'm glad that you all were able to join us. Again, as I always say, if there's a subject you would like for us to get up here and rant about, and you know how crazy we can get, please let us know in the comments. Please like and share this stream. We want a lot of people to know that this stream, we do have interesting topics, but we have fun with them. Until I see you again, I want you all to have a good evening, and thank you for coming.
Trooper FN 2525.
It was super fantastic, everyone. Go ahead and leave some comments. And like I said before, make sure you hit the update button. Make sure you turn on that bell. There's something going on with YouTube. People aren't getting their notifications. If you want to get your notifications, make sure that bell is turned on. If you want more of this content, go down to MeWe.com and check us out.
That being said, this has been your Wolf Commander. I'm your werewolf. I'd like to say you are the UN Space Sea. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet, but I also would like to leave on a bang, and this is the bang.
Oh no!
Private Pile, what are you trying to do to my beloved car?
Sir, I don't know, sir.
You are dumb, Private Pile, but do you expect me to believe that you don't know left from right?
Sir, no, sir.